Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Niger, and the Central African Republic. You better not touch that dial, because we're here to amplify youth voices. Amplify youth voices. The Children's Radio Foundation.
Nchani wonse, inekisoni banda na fuma kundola mchalo cha Zambia. Temsepela usosela kumulabasa uitwa SNF pali programu iitwa Youth Bazi. Kwa imine kutika kumulabasa wabana abanono. Ibukisheni ukutila kumulabasa wabanono tukusha ichunda cha mashiwi ya Nisepela.
Hi, my name is Jobin Makone. I am from Panagiotis, Zambia, a youth reporter from Weatherton's Youth Link Up radio show. You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Mulishani bonse inene bomlemba mlando nangola Miss Awesome okufuma kukitwe Mozambia inene bone mpungwe febachitama recording fuma ku Flavor FM 87.7 numsumba wa Copper Belt mle mfwa kuli ba Children Radio Foundation fweba bonfyama voices yabapungwe.
Anywhere you go, give it all. Anywhere you say, anywhere.
A very beautiful and warm morning to you, good people, and welcome to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. I'm sure you're wondering, who is this behind the mic? Well, from the higher mountains of Kilimanjaro to the lower valleys, I am the bold, the brave, the beautiful, the one and only Puseleta Shot Ganchiane. And I come from Children's Radio Foundation, # We Amplify Youth Voices. Beautiful people, I'm sure today is going to be a good day. And on a good day, I can never walk alone. I can never dine alone. I am with my superstars here, and I'll let them take this moment to introduce themselves.
Thank you so much. My name is Mulemba Mulando. Good morning, bonjour, kalimera. It's a beautiful sunny morning, and I am coming all the way from Zambia.
And the honor, the pleasure of welcoming these two wonderful ladies and the pleasure of welcoming all of you wonderful people from around the world here to Athens, Greece. Yonoko Knowledge, Skinner, Andreas, Georgios. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Nostos Conference.
You know, as I've said, welcome to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. So what are we doing today? What is our theme about today? What is the conference about? We are talking everything red, everything blue, everything white. We are talking health. That's what we have today. And also, there's one of us, one of the Children's Radio Foundation, you know, a part of us. Her name is Marianne, who will also be part of the panel. Please be on a lookout for that one, because you know, us, Africans, we got this. We got this. Yes. And also, do not forget to find us on the website, snfnostos.org, and our hashtags are SNF Nostos, #SNF Nostos Health.
So yeah, as Puseletso said, this year we're talking about health-related issues. Of course, SNF Nostos is an annual conference. It happens every summer here at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center. The essential components thereof are the SNF Nostos Run, the SNF Nostos Conference, and the SNF Dialogues. However, this year they're being held in parallel with an artistic program of interactive installations, activities, exhibitions, and concerts. Now, free admission to all events is the name of the game. However, admission to each specific exhibit, etc., will be at first come, first served basis. So priority will be given to those who pre-register online. Visit the website snfnostos.org, and of course, don't forget our official hashtags SNF Nostos and SNF Nostos Health.
Interesting. That's super cool. So Puselezo mentioned that we are looking at everything health. Specifically for this session, I want us to look at mental health. But then why now and why us? Why should we look at this issue of mental health?
Okay, why now? Just a month ago, which was May, it was a mental health month awareness. And I've come to realize that, the world needs more education on what mental health is, what mental health is all about. The question, why us? Actually, why me? Well, I am a radio presenter, obviously. But not only that, I'm also a beauty pageant princess, I forgot to mention that in my introduction. But anyway, so I'd like to view myself as some sort of motivation, some sort of, somebody to look up to. So we are put high up there. When we're put high up there, people tend to forget that we also human and we also have we make mistakes. We also have faults. So we need to actually work into that passage and understand as to we're all human, we all got feelings, so you shouldn't expect a certain emotions from that person. That person is not supposed to feel like that because she or he is up there. You also have to consider that no, that person is actually just like me, So people need to, maneuver around that.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, if you're asking why now and why us, right, so why now? Because now is as good a time as any, and it's now or never, really. We are in the 21st century, we're in a very modern era, and it's time for things to start to move forward, where, they're in the quagmires all this time. Now, why us? Because we're young people, and I am of the opinion that young people are the people to usually bring change to this world and open up new subjects, new frontiers, new topics of discussion that the older generations might find taboo.
Why you?
Why me? Okay, so the thing is that why now and why me? The issue of mental health has become more pronounced now than ever before, and this is because it has manifested itself in the happenings of today, especially with the pandemic, the COVID-19. Where I come from in Zambia, there has been an increase in the number of suicidal cases that we've had. So why now? It's because now we know that there's mental health. It has been there, but we never knew that it was there because we didn't know what it was. We didn't know how to feel. We didn't know how to talk about it. And now that there's been an increase in the number of suicidal cases, it's a wake-up call for us to talk about mental health issues, to talk about things that are really getting to us, things that are affecting us today. And why me? I'm a young person. Mental health affects me. If I don't talk about it, no one will. Back home, being Zambian, being African, our parents are very strict on issues to do with mental health. It's not a welcome topic back home. Well, people know what mental health is, maybe they do, but it's not anything that they condone. Why are you going to be depressed? You need to wake up, you need to pick yourself up, dust yourself off and start over again, And so if I don't talk about it, no one will. My parents won't come and talk about it. The older people won't talk about it. So it calls for me as a young person to come up here and talk about mental health because it affects me. It affects the people around us today. We are all affected. It's like HIV. If you're not infected, you're affected. Many of us have probably had a mental health issue in one way or another, with or without knowing. And so it calls for us to talk about it, to say what it is in our own definitions, what we think mental health is, and then we'll probably get into the facts of mental health. So maybe to get there, Puseletso, in your own words, what do you think mental health is to you?
Mental health is a very broad thing, a very important thing that us, the youth, are supposed to discuss, So according to me, mental health would be one state of well-being, where you're at mentally. It is the capacity that enables you to deal with your day-to-day state. And then it is also understanding that how your social, psychological, and emotional state can have an impact on your mental state. That's what mental health is to me.
Andreas,
well,
to you?
To me, mental health. Mental health is everything. To be honest, mental health affects every single aspect of one's life in any conceivable way. Imagine yourself at a concert and your mental health is okay. You are having a blast. Imagine yourself at that same concert. It could be your favorite band. If your mental health is not okay, you will not be having a blast. It is the foundation of every smile, the foundation of every tear, the foundation of every single moment of your life.
That's cool. One thing I know about mental health is that we all know what it feels like to be fine, to be well.
And there are times when you want to feel fine, you know. Many of us know how we want to be treated. We know how we want to feel at a particular time. And then there are times when our mood is very low. There are times when it varies. There are times when you're happy and when you're sad. So mental health to me has to do with the state at which you are at a particular time, whether you're happy, whether you're sad, whether you are in your mood. But like Puseliso said, mental health is a broad discussion, and we're not going to get into everything and anything mental health, because we'll obviously have an expert to come to talk about other issues of mental health. So for this session, we're going to narrow it down to issues that affect us. Issues like depression, issues like anxiety, issues like suicide. So that's what I want you beautiful people to think about when we are talking about mental health issues and mental health things that get to affect us today.
I can tell that, you're feeling this mental health theme. So I'm wondering, don't you have, can you please tell us why this topic, why the mental health topic matters to you so much?
Okay. Why it matters to me so much. Let me share a story. I'll keep it short, I hope. In 2019, I used to live with a roommate. I was in school studying law, and I rented an apartment with a friend. Her name is Mombe. It was the two of us. It was beautiful. It was lovely. She was a darling. She was a best friend. She was everything nice, everything good. She was a business partner. And so we were not only friends, we became family. Long story cut short, September 30th was her birthday. We celebrated it. We had dinner. It was beautiful. 2 days later was 2nd of October. In the morning, I woke her up because I wanted us to go to class. We had a class. Well, I was a year ahead of her, but we both had classes that morning. And so when I woke her up, the only thing she said was, "Mulemba, I want to sleep. Just go alone." I said, okay. And so, it's normal to miss school sometimes, and so I didn't take anything serious. I left, I went to class. And at about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, I was talking to her, because when we were away from each other, we constantly kept in touch. We talked together every time. So I talked to her for 30 minutes, and at 2:30, I was in class, because my lecturer came, so I turned off my phone. A minute passed. Just before my class could start, we heard screams from another class. Then my lecturer said, "Mulemba, go check why the other people are screaming in the next class." And so when I got up from my seat to go to the door, they were screaming coming into our class. Then they said, "Mombe has drunk poison." I said, "No, that's not true. I'm from talking to her, literally talking to her." So I thought they were joking. But their expressions told me they were not joking. They were serious. I said, "How? Why?" They said, "Well, she was a class rep. So she had exited their WhatsApp class group, and they wondered why she could exit. So they called her, and the people that picked up were our neighbors back home. They said, 'She's drunk poison. We've rushed her to the hospital, so all of you come here.' So I rushed to the hospital, and the nurses called me in. They asked among us, the students, who used to live with Mombe, and it was me. So they took me in where she was, and she was cold. She was cold. They covered her.
Take your time. Beautiful people. That's a very touching story.
She was gone.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. She was gone. I was touched.
Let's do it.
From the stands to the stage, we are the Children's Radio Foundation.
So my friend was gone. And after her death, I got to ask myself a lot of questions. Why did she commit suicide? Why did she drink the poison? How didn't I know that she was depressed? You know, for a person to reach a stage in their life where they want to take their life, it's because they were probably depressed so much that they couldn't handle the stress or the pressure that they had. And that gave me a lot of questions that I didn't have answers to. And so I tried to find out more about mental health issues, more about depression, what signs to look out for. And it's only until my friends, Agents of Change people, connected me to people that gave me more information on mental health that I got to realize that my friend was very depressed and I never saw it. So my friend's mood used to change, right? She was a big, fat, sorry to use fat, but she was curvy, all big. And for some reason, she had drastically lost weight. I didn't see it at the time because, you know, being in school, summer body, you want to lose gauze. So for us, it was gauze, like, yay, those are gauze. And so her eating appetite also changed. She didn't want to eat. So it was okay. I couldn't see all of that because I didn't know what signs to look out for. And she was so anxious. Every time you woke her up or you called her name, she would get up and scream like, Mulemba, what's wrong? Tell those people to keep quiet. And I didn't know at the time. So it's only after that that I got to be interested in mental health issues and I learned more about it. And so my birth for mental health activism came after her demise because then I got more interested in advocating for proper health because we all need to be mentally fine. Our well-being comes first.
Yeah.
So that was my birth for activism, and that's when I gained the interest in mental health issues. So why me? It affects me, it affects the people around me, and it's important that I take part in being the change that I want to see.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, to be honest, you came in with a heavy hitter, and the good thing or the bad thing about mental health is the fact that it's not all heavy hitters. Now, I say the good thing because if it was all heavy hitters, it would be very difficult to, you know, live through everyday life. The bad thing is that when it's not a heavy hitter, it's not as visible. So what do you do with less visible issues, you know, concerning mental health? A thing that comes to mind is the status of mental health that is passed on from parent to child. That is because that is something that's usually not that visible, be it in the way they, express themselves in everyday life. Like I have this friend who's a very, introverted, avoidant person because that's how they grew up, with avoidant parents, right? Or my father, who's not very capable of expressing himself 100% because he never learned how to do that from his own father. My grandmother, who was very afraid and paranoid because of her father being abusive. He's dead, so I can speak about that freely now. So I don't really have a big story to tell that I can go to because it's a bit personal. I don't feel comfortable opening about it right now. Okay. But the thing is, the overall story, the everyday story, the story that does affect every single one of us is how every single person's mental health that you come across will affect your own mental health. My mental health will affect Puseletso, will affect Mulemba, and their mental health will affect me back. And that is my story today.
Yes, that's very good. And actually, I quite agree with you on the less visible emotions and everything else, and how one's mental health can actually affect another person's mental health. Recently, there's a pageant queen who passed on. Actually committed suicide, and that was due to mental health. Being a pageant princess, then you start asking yourself questions, but what happened? How? Why? What was the reason behind that? We tend to forget, as I've mentioned earlier on, we tend to forget that everyone has feelings. It doesn't matter what title you hold, how much money you have, and how important you are to society. We all have an emotional state that's very crucial. Yeah. When you were sharing your story, Mulemba, I felt my head freeze. I'm like, I've never experienced such. We lose people in our lives. That has an impact on our mental health. You start questioning yourself, how am I going to survive without this person? How am I going to go on? Sometimes it's death. Sometimes it's, it's just heartbreaks, when yeah, your boyfriend's like, it's over. And then you just have to move on without that person.
Okay.
So it's difficult. I don't have a story. I really wish I had because, oh God.
Can I just say one last thing before we move on?
Okay.
Because I really wish I had. That's a dangerous thing to say, because what if you do? You know, that's then you wish you didn't have it. Now, the thing is, specifically about Malemba's story, because something like that happening in your life and happening to a person with whom you lived, it's bound to rub off on you and your mental health. And I think the question that I assume you must have asked yourself, which of course, it's never something you should ask yourself, but you can't help it, is, was it my fault? Of course it wasn't your fault, but that is the thing you will deal with when someone in your life is not okay and you care for them and you cannot help them, you've not been able to help them. That's what the problem is. And, you know, I deal with this issue with people in my life and, you know, myself specifically, but the thing is, it's not your fault, it's no one's fault, but we can do what we can.
Okay. Thank you so much. And so we got to ask people from Zambia and South Africa to share with us what they think mental health is, and this is what they had to say.
The word mental health, I always think of emotions because it is very important for someone to be mentally stable, because most of the people who have suicide cases, it's either they were mentally tortured. When we talk of mental health, we are not saying that someone is mad, no. We talk of emotions, the emotions of a person.
ML Dakim, he talks about the laws of suicide, and there you can analyze that mental health usually talks about the people with low self-esteem and people who don't have personal acceptance to different reasons.
My name is Siabulela Jack, and what do I understand about mental health? Sometimes it takes a difficult time to realize that we need saving not only from the world, but from ourselves. We tend to go into the world acting like we're fine, but we're suffering from serious mental issues. And social conformity is the cause of this. That we put high expectations that the media, people, and our fellow families put for us, that we lose ourselves in the making.
Hi, I'm Sivu Yafele. Mental health is the engine of our beings because it includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It also affects the way we think, we feel, and act. You know, it helps us handle stress, relate to other people, and make good choices.
You know, what Siabulela just said, it takes me back to where you were talking about goals, social conformity, goals. Okay, I'm still going to take it back to a pageant princess. You expect it to be, you want to be perfect. You don't want to lose anything. You want all the titles to yourself, you know. And then when you get 0 supporters or less supporters that you expected, it becomes, you know, such a bummer. It becomes really bad.
Okay. I also like what was mentioned about mental health to say it's the engine of a person's, the engine of a person's well-being. It reminds me of cars. Well, honestly, I know little about cars, I should confess. But one thing for sure is that the engine is the main part, the main functional part of the car, right? So when your engine is fine, the car functions very well. So the functionality of the car is excellent. It's on point because the engine is fine. And when the engine is not fine, the car won't function. It won't move because the engine is down. It has knocked. And so our mental well-being is the functional part of our being. It's the engine. It's the driving force. Yeah. When we are fine, we are going to get good results because then we are going to work effectively in everything that we're doing. When our mental well-being is not good, when we are mentally ill, we are not going to put in our effort. So meaning our results will not be good. So it's really important that we get to have proper mental health, and we tend to be good, I should say.
I actually like that allegory, that comparison very much. It's not so much an allegory as it is a comparison, because it's very accurate in yet another way. An engine, a vehicle engine, is a very complex machine made up of many moving parts, each very different to each other. The same thing happens to the human brain and, of course, mental health. It is a very complex issue, it's a very complex machine, and all the different parts work very differently, and it's hard to get them all right. But when you do, if you do, it's just, another thing I want to stand on is, building a bit on what Pusaletso said, because you're talking about being a pageant princess and all that. I think you'll find that that is very similar in any competitive environment. And that's a problem, I believe, in everyday life. How sport, music, art in general, anything we do for enjoyment, all our hobbies have been turned into competitions. And you can't just do them. You have to be good at them. You have to be the best. And not everyone can be the best. And that's a thing we need to move past. We need to go back to doing things just to enjoy them.
Perfection is a killer. Wanting to be perfect all the time has a very bad or huge impact on one's mental health. And again, welcome to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. We have over thousands of people who will be with us today. And then I just want to find out, ask yourself this question. What does mental health mean to you, beautiful people? What is it that comes to mind when we talk of mental health? When you think mental health, oh no, what is mental health? What is depression? What's that? What does it mean? Welcome, good people.
And I'm happy that we could have many people around. For those that are listening everywhere where you're listening, for those that are around, we are happy that you're here at the SNF conference.
Yeah, look, it's very early still in the day, so there's not so many people here right now, but it's bound to be more and more and more as the day goes on and the talks start and the dialogues and the exhibitions get active and all that. And it's going to be people from all around the world, especially the speakers. We've got a very varied number of speakers. We've got a lot of people from the United States, but as mentioned earlier, we've got people from South Africa beyond Pusaletso, of course, and, her Zambian cousin as well. So we've got people from everywhere. Yesterday, there was this brief symposium where we had a minister from Taiwan, let's say, on the panel. So it was it was a first taster of what's to come, and so many people speaking, so many people attending from everywhere. And I have to say it again, welcome to Athens, Greece. Welcome to the Stavros Niarchos Cultural Center.
Yes, thank you. And so we have many things that we're going to talk about, everything, anything, mental health. So later on, we'll talk about mental health and stigma.
Before we take a break, people, please remember that, this is just an announcement. We also have the SNF Run, we have the SNF Basketball, and our social media handle is snfnostos.org. And our hashtags are hashtag SNF Nostos, hashtag SNF Nostos Health.
Now, just a couple of things about the run and the basketball game, because it's not just that they're there. The SNF Nostos run is at the end of the day, just before the concerts. It starts at 8:30 for the 6-kilometer race and at 8:45 for the 10-kilometer race. One might wonder, why 6? Because it's usually 10 and 5. Well, that's the distance from the Kalimama Run Stadium at Zapion to the Cultural Center here. And there's also a 1-kilometer route for the Special Olympics athletes. And this is going to be traversing mostly Synkrou Avenue, a central avenue of Athens, Greece. And they will be ending here just in time for the Locomondo concert at the end of the day.
Real dialogue, their power to the future.
So out in the streets of Lusaka to capture the voices of the people around today's topic, which is mental health and stigma. Mental health issues stigmatized in our society today. That's the question for today.
Stigmatized tainga yambukira but if we nga ufiro kwa fa muntu nga iri mu problem yaso ufiro mu chitafe in college and then ta ufiro le museka koze bala firo kuba kuchitaka mu outfit lim balanceka balanceka shanshani so bakura balomfo ensoni so tababa free.
I actually think mental health patients are stigmatized because people usually don't consider mental health to be something serious when it actually is. So yes, they are to an extent.
I don't think so, due to the fact that people are constantly advocating themselves about mental health.
So for me, I feel like the upbringing of someone really matter in terms of mental health. The reason why I'm supporting the answer is in most cases, the environment really would play a role in determining what type of a person one would become. For example, someone who's coming from a family that is broken, a family full of gender-based violence, that person tends to have emotional attacks. That person is likely to undergo some mental disorders, some trauma, and to an extent, that really brings about the issue to do with affecting the mental health. So the upbringing of someone really affects or determine the well-being of the mental health of someone.
Right, so welcome back everyone. We've just talked about the run and the basketball game. Of course, that's not the only thing happening today. As we hinted at in the beginning of this conversation, there's a bunch of parallel activities going on during these 2 days here at the SNF Nostos Conference. Now, one of the things you'll be able to browse is a template for future hospitals, an exhibition from the Renzo Piano Building Workshop. Renzo Piano, I believe, was the architect for this very building. Now, that presents the 3 new hospitals being created as part of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Health Initiative. And also, another thing you can check is the remote pulse and recorded assembly, an interactive installation by Mexican artist Rafael Lozano Hema. And to enter the VR environment in the SNFCC dome to play tennis, dance, surf, yoga, climbing, all that stuff. There's also an interactive global health data experience from the Johns Hopkins University over at the National Library section of the building. And you can also view Wish, Peace and Mind, a photo exhibition from Theodore Nicolaou for a multifaceted view of the world of mental health.
Again, welcome back to the Stavros Niarchos Cultural Center, powerhouse behind the mic. 1 in 10 South Africans have access to mental health treatment. You know that?
That's sad.
It is really.
You mean, when you say it's sad, you mean because it's not enough, right?
It's not enough.
Of course. So, what about the situation in Zambia?
Well, as we stand right now, there's been a lot of mental health issues, especially suicide, I should say, which is very unfortunate. Starting January, February, March, we used to receive suicide cases every day. on a daily basis, every week. It was sad. When you hear someone has died, the first thing you would ask is, was it suicide? How did they die? If it wasn't suicide, it was a road traffic accident.
Wow.
But it's sad to know that there was a lot of suicide cases this year, and I think COVID could have contributed.
Oh, definitely.
How's it here?
It's shocking to hear that it's a daily phenomenon in Zambia. Now, the thing is, I think COVID really did make matters worse with regards to mental health, as it should have probably done everywhere. It's sort of expected, but on the other hand, you know, just because this is a special period, an emergency period really, it's not normal, doesn't mean we shouldn't pay attention to it, because it will leave scars throughout society as time goes on and we leave the pandemic behind us. No, the situation here isn't much worse, it's not much better, it's not as bad, like you don't have daily suicides, but definitely mental health took a heavy toll with the whole pandemic thing. Domestic violence had a spike, which of course is a very important sub-subject of the whole mental health discussion. And overall, people were isolated. People, were, shoved into the internet and into, themselves. And that is never really a place that you want to find yourself in. So, although it's a better situation than in most African countries, I believe, because there's more of an infrastructure here, it's still not good. I mean, the only thing saving us is the openness between the youth with regards to the subject.
Yes, when you mentioned COVID-19, it reminded me of then, actually last year, we were used to deaths being only on COVID-19. When somebody passes on, we know that, it was the virus.
COVID.
It was the virus. Then after that, it decreased, COVID-19 is no longer, it still is, but it's no longer as a pandemic as it was. Right now, the pandemic is mental health. We are losing the youth to suicide. We are losing the youth to depression. Everything mental health illness. And we still need, we're going to come back to this, the understanding on what mental health is and what's the difference between mental health and mental health illness.
True. Okay, cool. Maybe I want us to go into something very quick. Have you ever noticed that there are times when you are fine, you do well, you're good, and then there are times when your mood is low? Well, people get to be at different zones of their time. So let me just talk to you guys about a few types of zones. There's one zone that I know, the first zone, which is thriving. So when you're thriving, you're good. I want you to remember a moment when you felt good. You were fine. Everything was fine. You had no stress. Your appetite was good. Your sleep was good. You had enough rest. Your conversations with people were good. And everything was nice. It was thriving. So that's your thriving zone. And then we get to have the surviving zone. In the surviving zone, you feel worried. I want you to remember a time when you felt worried, you were nervous, you were irritable, you were sad, you were troubled, and your sleeping patterns were not good. You could not eat properly, and everything was not so good. So you have the thriving, which is good, then you have the surviving, which is not so good, then you get to have the struggling zone. In your struggling zone, you feel very anxious. Your mood is very low, you feel emotional. And it's at that time that you even get to feel the physical pain. The people who really get to feel pain because they feel so sad. So that's the struggling stage. I want you to remember that moment when you felt very stressful and you were in a very stressful situation. Then we have the final zone, which is the crisis zone. Now, the crisis zone is the dangerous one. This one, your moods have gone into the extreme levels. This is a very extreme state, and it calls for help, because then you need help. Immediate help, I should say. And it's at this point that you get to feel severe anxiety and depression, and it's at that time that you now need therapy. So these are 4 different types of zones that we get to feel, and it calls for help. So then you get to know that if I get to the crisis zone, I need immediate help. There are 4 types of zones like I have mentioned: the thriving, the surviving, the struggling, and the crisis. Have we ever gotten to find ourselves in any of these zones at a point in our lives?
Mentioning that there's a saying that says we learn every day. Right now in my mind I'm thinking, which zone am I in? I'm
Yeah.
trying to search for a zone. Is it crisis? Is it surviving? Is it struggling? Which part is it? Beautiful people, we are going to take a break right now. And after that, we have an interview, so stay tuned.
We run the streets of Africa, from Ivory Coast to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Niger, and the Central African Republic. You better not touch that dial, because we're here to amplify youth voices. Amplify youth voices. The Children's Radio Foundation.
Gamwamba ina yangu ni Medjobrin Miranda izwa kudoropo ya Mazabo mu chisi za Zambia ndime youth reporter wa ku FM Zambia agampango kabakubushika itwa kuti Youth Link Up Radio Show hotelela Children's Radio Foundation #tusumpula majwi abakubushi.
Hi everyone, my name is Russ, #Russ that guy. I am from Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. I'm a young reporter for Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices. Hi everyone, my name is Russ, #Russ that guy. I am from Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. I'm a young reporter for Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices.
Powerhouse on the mic. Welcome back to the Nostos Conference, thank you. And as promised, we said we have an interview, of course, right? It's shotgun again. I'll take this moment to ask our interviewee to tell us a bit more about himself.
Hi everyone, my name is Russ, #Russ that guy. Yeah, I'm from Victoria Falls. I'm a transgender man. And I'm a paramedic. I'm a student. Yeah, that's me.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah.
Today we are talking mental health. Tell us a bit about what you understand mental health to be. What is mental health to you?
Mental health is being okay. Should I say? Yeah. It's being okay physically, socially, mentally, psychologically. I'm not sure if that ever happens, but being okay in generally with everything.
Okay, so what do you do to feel okay, to feel good with yourself?
I take a walk with my dog.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's what I enjoy the most. When I do that, I feel so relaxed.
Dogs are great.
Yeah.
And what about when you're not feeling fine? So you said when you're feeling good, you take a walk. Or you ask him what he does when you're not feeling fine.
When I'm not feeling fine, I tend to sleep. I tend to sleep. If not sleeping, taking a walk with my dog. Yeah.
Okay, quick question. You mentioned that you are a transgender guy.
Yes.
So my question is, does your sexuality sort of exacerbate or have an impact on your mental health state?
So much, because being transgender, it's me. It cannot be divorced from my mental being. Everything that I do, I always ask people, do you ever think twice when you have to go to a restroom?
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah, it's nature calling. But for me, I have to think, which one do I use, female or male? Because at times the male ones have got urinaries and I can't go there. That's too deep. Yeah, but even using my ID, going to a bank, I have to think twice. My ID says female, I look male.
Okay.
Going through the border, the airport, I have to produce my passport. Everywhere, everything that I do, I have to think twice.
Yeah. Well, so about you being transgender and how it impacts your mental health, a thing that people dealing with mental health issues often come across is an inaccessibility of the mental health services required. And I would assume that's a bit harder for transgender people. Have you ever needed access to mental health services, and what was your experience with them?
What triggered me to study psychology, I said I'm a student, it's because of that. I feel like I need those services, but it's hard to find someone who really understands me as a being, Yeah, like I said, I can't divorce the fact that I'm transgender. So it's hard for people like back home in Zim to understand the type of a person that I am.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what triggered me to study psychology and be of help to other people who are queer like me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said walking your dog. You do that when you're feeling good.
I do that every day.
You do it every day.
I do that.
What happens when you're not feeling good?
I usually sleep, but when I wake up and take a walk with my dog, I feel good.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, it's good therapy for me.
Okay, the sleeping takes away the not feeling good part.
Yes, I just forget about everything. I sleep. Yeah.
That works for me too.
Yeah.
Sleeping works for everyone.
But
It's
some,
how we feel.
but some people cannot sleep actually.
I cannot.
Yeah.
I want to tell you, off the air, I'll ask you more about the dog.
Yeah, lovely.
Okay, Raz, thank you so much. Maybe talk about things in our lives that affect mental health. In generally, what do you think affect mental health?
I'll talk of culture.
Okay.
I'll talk of religion. I'll talk of society. You know, everything around us, even economy.
Yeah.
Everything around us affects our mental being.
Culture and religion, maybe how?
Come again?
You said culture and religion gets to affect us.
Culture, I would say culture, because it's set and it's rigid, you just have to comply. So it puts everyone in a box. You can't be yourself, you just have to follow what is set for you.
And religion? Oh, how has religion affected you really?
Religion is broad and it's different with everyone. And there are set rules that you're expected to live by. Yeah, they become a part of you, and when you think of doing something, you feel guilty. Yeah, so everything that you do, you're thinking, I'm expected to act this way, I'm expected to do this. If I don't, then I'm off.
Okay. Mental health services.
In Zimbabwe.
Yes.
What's the situation?
That's a tricky one. Yeah, being queer, being trans, it's not as easy as that because you have to explain yourself. There are some services that you might need that might not qualify the way you present yourself. Imagine going for breast cancer screening as a transgender man, going for cervical cancer screening, you know, you're going for HIV testing and you have to bring your partner. And the country that I live in is so homophobic, transphobic. In generally, though there are individuals that you accept, but when it comes to those services, it's not easy.
Maybe before we move on, the healthcare services, besides just being a transgender, how's the situation like in Zimbabwe with regards, for everybody else with regards to accessing mental health services?
I should say it's expensive if it's there. Yeah, it's not like you have got a headache, you just walk into the hospital and you seek such services. You have to try and find where you can get such services and at a fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
SNF Nostos Health, what are you hoping to get out of this this whole conference that's happening today and tomorrow?
I'm so excited about it. I hope to interact with other people, learn from other people. You know, when we're talking about mental health, I realize that it cuts across worldwide. Everyone is just talking about it. I would love to hear more about mental health.
Yeah, well, Ras, thank you. Your insights have been very, very useful, especially as a transgender person. As a person in the queer community in general, I think your point of view with regards to mental health is very unique, very different, especially compared to us. And I think the situation queer people face with regards to mental health also brings us gradually to our next topic, really, which is the topic of stigma with regards to mental health. So...
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We could have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
We'll move on. We'll have a short break and we'll be back.
Let's do it. From the stands to the stage, we are the Children's Radio Foundation.
Mulishani bonse inene bomlemba mlando nangola Miss Awesome okufuma kukitwe mu Zambia inene bone mpungwe fe bachitama recording fuma ku Flavor FM 87.7 numsumba wa Copper Belt mle mfwa kuri ba Children Radio Foundation fwe babonfya ama voices yabapungwe.
Hi, my name is Jobin Makone. I am from Panagiotis, Zambia. A youth reporter from Weatherton's Youth Link Up radio show. You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
nchani wonse inechisoni banda nafuma kundola mchalo cha Zambia timsepela ususela kumulabasa uitwa SNF pali programu iitwa Youth Bazi kwa imne kutika kumulabasa wabana abanono ibukisheni ukutila kumulabasa wabanono tukusha ichunda cha mashiwi ya misepela.
Starts at home. Youth Radio Dialogue. Their power to the future.
So out in the streets of Lusaka to capture the voices of the people around today's topic, which is mental health and stigma. Mental health issues stigmatized in our society today. That's the question for today.
Stigmatized tainga yambukira but ifo winga ufiro kwa fa muntu nga ilimu problem yaso ufiro muchitafe inkale and then ta ufiro le museka koze bala firo kuba out kuchitaka mu outfit that lim balanceka balanceka shanshani so bakula bala mfensoni so tababa free.
I actually think mental health patients are stigmatized because people usually don't consider mental health to be something serious when it actually is. So yes, they are to an extent.
I don't think so, due to the fact that people are constantly advocating themselves about mental health.
So for me, I feel like the upbringing of someone really matter in terms of mental health. The reason why I'm supporting the answer is, in most cases, the environment really would play a role in determining what type of a person one would become. For example, someone who's coming from a family that is broken, a family full of gender-based violence, that person tends to have emotional attacks. That person is likely to undergo some mental disorders, some trauma, and to an extent, that really brings about the issue to do with affecting the mental health. So the upbringing of someone really affects or determine the well-being of the mental health of someone.
Okay, you welcome back. We are at the Stavros Foundation. Okay, so that was a good interview we had with Raz there. Yeah, so today we will be having an amazing band, Locomondo. I hear it's one of the most well-known and beloved bands in Greece.
Yeah,
wow,
definitely.
I'm excited. So the band will be performing live here at 10 p.m. tonight. You need to come. Locomondo will be here.
Yeah, it seems very worthwhile, worth your time. Anyway, we're going to gradually, move to our last subject, which of course is mental illness and the associated stigma. Now, what is the associated stigma? Well, basically, it's when people see you in a negative way, in a negative light, because of a mental illness you may have, be it depression, be it something heavier than that.
Mental health requires specific attention, as it's something that is misunderstood, and therefore people living with mental illness often face stigma and discrimination of their conditions. This is why it is important that we we as young people have to correct information when it comes to mental health illness, and this knowledge and understanding is empowering, It helps us take a better care of our mental health and also helps us feel more comfortable to speak openly with others about what we are struggling with. It gives us the opportunity to try and educate people from our communities, our parents, everyone in our family, those who do not understand what mental health is. So that's basically what young people should be doing.
Yeah, 100%. No, the thing is, stigma is a very difficult thing to, shake off, unfortunately, in society. And you see it every day. Mentally ill people, or people rather with mental illnesses, are often, cast to the side. First of all, they have a very hard time actually getting the treatment they need, or, the attention they require from society, and specifically from health services. And so they end up, sort of forgotten, laid aside, as if it's their fault somehow. And of course, it's not their fault.
No, it's not. So maybe we... Sorry, my bad. Maybe we could talk about things that affect mental health, then we get right into the heart of mental health and stigma. Puseletso, what are some of the things that you think affect mental health?
Our everyday lives.
True.
Our everyday lives. Today, I see Puseletso is happy. Today, I see Puseletso as sad. But why is Puseletso sad? Because I know Puseletso as, that bubbly person who's always loud, singing and dancing. So you start wondering, what could be the problem? Am I also facing whatever that she's facing? And then sometimes you'd want to ask Puseletso, Puseletso, are you okay? And then Puseletso just say, yes, I'm okay. But no, Puseletso cannot go to the Acropolis. Puseletso does not have money to enter the Acropolis. So that has an impact on Puseletso's life. We have poverty. Affects what? Your mental health. Yes. We have the pandemic that it didn't pass, but, it's a bit minimized. We have that. And then we have viruses.
True.
So what?
Violence, gender-based violence, trauma, childhood trauma. I feel like there are many things that affect mental health. Like you have said, the pandemic affects mental health, social injustices, racism. There's a lot that affects mental health. And so we are going to talk about mental health and stigma. We asked people to give us their comments on mental health and stigma, and this is what they had to say.
My name is Jürgen Gilala. I'm a medical student studying Bachelor's of Medicine and Bachelor's of Surgery. I also do volunteer work, mental health advocacy, as well as mental health sensitization. Commenting on today's topic, I feel mental health is overlooked in the sense that a lot of people have attached some stigma to this topic. I'll give an example of Chainama, a mental health facility that is provided by the government to people who have mental health issues to go and seek help. But as we all have seen, the stigma around the communities are that Chainama is linked to people who have mental health issues that are beyond the normal notion that everyone has. But that shouldn't be the case, because those facilities are basically built there to help people go and have their issues settled, their mental issues settled, and speaking to someone who's going to help them get over their cognitive challenges that they are having. So I think mental health is overlooked because most of the individuals in this country or in the world at large think mental health is something that is connected to maybe, for lack of a better term, insanity, but that's not the case. The case is that everyone and almost every human being suffers from different types of mental health issues. So just like the way we go to hospitals to seek help when we are sick, our physiology is sick, same thing that we need to do when we are challenged mentally and when we feel like we need help. We need to visit these hospitals and facilities that the government has provided without shame and fear, because that's why they are there. The services are provided specifically for humans to go and seek help.
Okay, that was Yagen, Dr. Yagen, a medical student in the making, telling us about mental health and stigma. He said that mental health is overlooked in Africa, especially Zambia, where he's coming from and where I come from. And I agree, because I'm from there. I know how the situation is. People in Zambia have little or no regard for mental health. Now it's coming up. I love that now we are talking about issues like mental health, like he is talking about it. The thing is that back home, people say mental health issues are a white people thing. You don't get to be sick. You don't get to have depression because those are white people issues. Africans, you're strong, you're brave, just pick yourself up, which is unfortunate. So I'm happy that we could have an expert tell us about how the situation is on mental health and stigma.
Yeah. Well, we've still got a couple of announcements left just before we leave you. First of all, I noticed how I mentioned the basketball game earlier and never told you anything about it. So, first of all, this isn't just your average basketball game, because it's not going to be played on a basketball court. The Cultural Centre doesn't have one. Instead, it's going to be played on stage at the Greek National Opera at the Stavros Niarchos Hall. Now, some players may end up with more points, but this isn't a game where anyone loses, because when it comes to inclusion in sports, we're all on the same team, because this is all about including athletes, Special Olympics athletes, deaf athletes, and, basketball champions. Together we play as organized through a collaboration between Field of Life and the Special Olympics. Don't miss it. It's at 5:15 at the Stavros Niarchos Hall at the National Opera. And just to remind you about the run starting at the Kalimarmaron Stadium at Zapio. It begins there and ends here at the garden of the Stavros Niarchos Cultural Centre. There's a 6-kilometer run starting at 8:30 with personal stakes for me because my best friend is running, so shout out to her. And the 10-kilometer run at 8:45, both of them ending here. Good luck to all the athletes in both events.
I can hear that bragging right. You saying, my friend is in the run as well.
She's great.
So
She's
let
great.
us brag as well. Remember, our very own Marianne is going to be part of the panel. I can see that the conference center is getting filled and filled. But here's one thing that I'd like everybody to keep in mind. Here's a question for everybody here. We're all youth, right? They say, I'm still young in my 40s. So what can we as young people do to support ourselves, our friends, and our loved ones when they're struggling with our mental health? So over to you, my presenters. What can you do? What is it that you can do to support your friend, support yourself as well?
Okay, I can go first. What can I do as Mulemba to support my friend who's having mental health issues? One thing I have learned is that we need to be there for each other. We need to give a shoulder to a friend. If only my friends could be open to me and talk to me about mental health, then I'm being a good friend. So we need to be less judgmental. We need to give a listening ear to our friends. And then when they open up, we need to encourage them. And it shouldn't end on the encouragement. We need to lead them to people who are going to give them the professional help that they need. So we need to link them to therapists, counselors, people that are going to help them beyond just being there for them. We need to keep holding their hands through it all, through that journey, through that depression, through their anxieties, basically just being there for them. That's what I would do. For myself, I'll take care of my mental health because health is wealth. If I'm good, I'm happy, I'm gorgeous, I'm everything nice.
Yes,
so I
Miss
need
Awesome.
to make Miss Awesome. So I need to make sure that my mental health is good. I'll just make sure I take care of myself. I'll make sure I do my running, I drink water, I do yoga, I meditate, I do everything that will bring me back to my normal self.
In my opinion, the one thing that we need to have into account when looking at how we can help ourselves with our own issues, protect ourselves from possible issues we might face, is the one thing that is the most difficult. Accept them. We need to know they're there. We mustn't hide from them. We must, honesty is a very difficult thing when it comes to honesty with oneself, but it's the most important thing in the world, because if you're not honest with yourself, you're not honest with anyone, and vice versa. If you're not honest with other people, you're not honest with yourself. Now, the world might point at you, the world might snub you, might say you're crazy, or might just say, you said it's a white people thing. It's, the fact of the matter is, it's a thing that every single person in the world faces, even the healthiest person in the world. And the first step in being a better and being okay is, being honest with yourself and accepting that you are not 100% okay.
Sorry, before we come to you, Puseleso, I really do agree with what he has said. If you don't get to accept that mental health issues exist and that I could be the victim, you won't know how to help yourself or how to help your friend. If you don't know what it is, you wouldn't know how to work around it.
Indeed. I just want to say this. You said the first step is it's accepting. First step is admitting that I am not okay. That's the first step to getting help. So what I can say, what I can offer to my friends, especially in my society, to be a safe space. Allowing a person to actually come to you and be open about the most, there's something about secrecy. When somebody tells you a secret, you have to keep it all to yourself.
Yes.
And also, you need to pause and listen. You mentioned listening. Sometimes you don't have to, when you listen, you don't have to comment. You just have to be there and hear the person out. That is all that you need to do. Good people, just a reminder, the website name is SNF Health, hashtag snfhealth.org, hashtag SNF Health, SNF Nostos Health. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jobin Makone. I am from Panagiotis, Zambia, a youth reporter from Weatherton's Youth Link Up radio show. You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation, hashtag We Amplify Youth Voices.
nchani wonse inekisoni banda nafuma kundola mchalo cha Zambia timsepela ususela kumulabasa
Hello, good morning. We're going to have to start because we have a very tight schedule. Hello, hello. Okay, so hello, welcome to the Nostos 2022. Thank you all for being here, especially the ones who've come from across the Atlantic, across other countries. Thank you all for being here. Nostos, thank you. I'm a big believer that you should always remember where we're coming from before you go on. So this is the 10th year. We started 2012 with this conference at the beginning of the social crisis, socio-economic crisis in Greece. And I've gone back and looked at a few of the remarks that I had made back then throughout the years, and there's a reason for that. So 2012, we mentioned Anders Aslan, as a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute of International Economics, who said that there's no doubt that in today's complicated and often too polarizing world that we live in, we need all the help we can get. In the last decades around the world, even before the challenges became so interrelated and more complex to solve, the state on its own, as well as the private sector on its own, have both proven, for various reasons, unable to provide the necessary environment for our societies to survive and excel. So there comes the need for a social welfare society, a fair, dynamic, and viable society where all members from all sectors, public, private, have to contribute towards creating a healthy society, able to defend itself against today's many and complex challenges, able to provide for its citizens the basic needs for life itself, to provide for decency, dignity, civility, and last but not least, opportunity to dream, and to make dreams become reality, opportunity for a better tomorrow. And that's back in 2012. 2014, I had mentioned what Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in his State of the Union address in January 6, 1941, where he stressed the importance of the 4 freedoms in helping ensure a better life for all the people around the world. His 4 freedoms included the freedom of speech and expression, the freedom of religion and worship, the freedom from want, and the freedom from fear. 4 essential freedoms that today, although at times taken for granted by many, are still essential and imperative to fight for, if we want indeed to ensure a better life all around the world. This is back in 2014. 2015, we spoke about sustainability at large. We spoke about, the more we looked into it, however, the more evident it became that the use of the words sustainability and sustainable has become pervasive in ways that extend far beyond environmental issues only. Today we talk about sustainable cities and communities, sustainable food, development, sustainable growth, healthcare systems, sustainable education, architecture, and ultimately a sustainable society for a sustainable future. 2017 is the year that we had built this center, the Cultural Center, and we gave it to the state. We gave it to the people. And it was a year also that we started talking about our next step, which I'll talk about later, which became the health initiative that we're here to talk about today. 2018, we had spoken about our big initiative that we had started a year earlier, the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins. It's a $150 million multidisciplinary institute committed to promoting civic engagement and civil discourse and addressing the negative effects of excessive polarization throughout all levels of society. So, and then again, that's the year we started the health initiative. That's the year that we signed the Memorandum of Understanding. At the time, it was a budget of 300 million, and I'll talk more about that. Then 2019, Henry Timms. Is Henry Timms here with us today? No, okay. Henry Timms, at the time, and Jeremy Hymans talk in their book, New Power, about how power works in our hyper-connected world. In an article they co-authored for the Harvard Business Review, they describe old power as currency, jealously guarded, held by a few, downloadable. New power, by contrast, is like a current, more forceful when it surges, open, participatory, peer-driven, uploaded to the cloud and shared. Titles work when power is currency, but not so much when it is a real current. In this new world, genuine human collaboration, conversation across divides, public-private partnerships, and open exchange of knowledge are all important parts of this new power cloud. 2020, we were in the midst of COVID. We had the Nostos Conference, it was all virtual. And last year, we tried for all person. At the end, it was hybrid. And that's when we spoke about, and I quote, another issue that has come to the forefront is the issue of mental health, something that most were unable or reluctant to even talk about before. We all now hopefully realize that as much as we talk and take care of our physical bodies, we do have to do the same for our mental health. This is going to be a major issue to deal with in the next years to come. So what I'm trying to say here is that, we go back 10 years and we're still talking about the same issues. But we're not here to find answers. We're here to just share the issues and hear thoughts from different people, ideas that can help us deal with these issues. But there are common themes about polarization, that if it was a problem 10 years ago, we all know what kind of problem it has become today. And talking about public-private partnerships and partnerships all around, because nobody can do it on their own. I wanted to thank, because what you see today and all these days with the Nostos Conference, it may look easy, may look smooth, but it's taken a lot of work and a lot of human capital. Tomorrow, at my closing remarks, I'm going to thank a lot of people, because they should be thanked, because again, there's been a lot of work by many people for many months. But for now, I'd like to thank a few individuals that have really helped today's presentation in terms of the health initiative. So first and foremost, Eliana Konialis and Panos Papoulias, who've done an amazing job for us to really bring the health initiative to where it is today. I would like to also thank Dimitris Bounias and Thanasis Troboukis from our sister organization, IMED. Panagiotis Pandelatos and Yorgos Bousdoukos. And also the one and only Asimina Koutrouboussis, and also Lenya Vlavianou, who really put up with all of you in trying to make this a smooth trip. And also, before I go on, to say thank you to Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins honored us as SNF, honored Greece. They were here, and we had the board meeting, the whole board meeting came to Greece, and we had the board meetings yesterday at the SNFCC. And I think it's a great honor, and we were celebrating together 25 years plus of a very great collaboration that we've had as the two institutions. So thank you to Johns Hopkins and to everybody who is here from Johns Hopkins. And before we get into the more details, and again, it's going to be a tight schedule because we have a lot of information, and we may forget some things, we may mix up a few things, but it's okay. I'll give you a few information before we start. First of all, I want to say about our Youth Advisory Committee. So one of our goals with this year's Nostos Conference was to involve young people from the beginning. And since the early stages of planning, we have been working closely with the SNF Nostos Youth Advisory Committee, a group of young thinkers and future leaders from around the world that we reached through our network of grantees. These young minds responded to our invitation to shape the discussion together and to equally share ownership of the SNF Nostos vision, knowing full well that with ownership comes accountability and responsibility, something that the older generations have lost sight of. So it is with pleasure that I want to introduce to you Gerald Mbale. Is Gerald here? Gerald Mbale. He's an advisor for Unified with Refugees program at Special Olympics, a refugee to Italy from Cameroon. Next is Joy Fan, senior year student studying biomedical engineering. So Joy is a senior year student studying biomedical engineering and computer science at Columbia University in New York. Next, Marianne Nobel, an advocate. Marianne is an advocate with NGO Gun Free South Africa, radio host and podcaster from Johannesburg. Next is Thibaut Hirsch. He's a humanities and film student from Los Angeles. Our own Yannis Vasilopoulos. He's a lyricist and undergraduate student of history and philosophy of science at the University of Athens. And last but not least, Beatrice Niamwenge Okech. She's a youth advocate. Beatrice is a youth advocate and the advocacy and campaign manager of Transform Health from Nairobi, Kenya. So throughout this conference, they will be all sharing their thoughts and insights and participating at the conference. And I encourage you to listen to them. We have a lot to learn from them. As I said to them yesterday, they have something to learn from us. We are not, we haven't done that bad throughout. They think we have, but they have something to learn from us too. But we have to learn a lot from them. And at the end of the day, this is about their life. This is about their future. Also, the Nostos pop-up radio, which was to bring even more youth voices into SNF Nostos. We are joined throughout the conference by the Nostos pop-up radio, comprising young reporters and presenters under 25 years old from Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Greece. And this was made possible by Children's Radio Foundation in cooperation with Radio Pandion of the Pandion University in Athens. Through their reporting and broadcasting, the young reporters will share with the conference, both on-site and on the official live stream, what health means to them and why we should pay attention. The Health Literacy Project. So discussion on health matters as part of the SNF Nostos, especially with the youth, did not start today, but much earlier. Through the SNF Nostos Health Literacy Project, carried out by the school mentoring platform, The Tipping Point, in collaboration with IMED, our sister organization. During the last few months, pupils at 20 high schools around Greece asked questions and had digital conversations with doctors, psychologists, neuroscientists, academics, nutritionists, and other experts on different health matters that were important to them. Many of the young pupils that actually participate in these health literacy sessions are attending the 2 days of the Nostos, so welcome. The SNF Nostos Glossary of Health Terms. This is this booklet, and I think you all got a copy. And it's a glossary of health terms that will be discussed during the SNF Nostos Health and Beyond, and it's also on our website and on the SNF Nostos web app. It's another token of our strong belief in the importance of health literacy. Johns Hopkins University and SNF present an interactive global health data experience. This is the room next door. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to visit. If not, we strongly recommend that you do it. We believe in the power of facts and data, especially when it comes to health. And when the facts you make sure that the facts do not become disparities. This is why we reached out to members of the scientific team that brought to the world Johns Hopkins Coronavirus Resource Center, the famous CRC, recognized by Time magazine as the go-to data source for COVID-19, naming it one of the top 100 inventions of 2020. Scientists from the team, led by Beth Blower, Associate Vice Provost for Public Sector Innovation, and Lauren Gardner, Alton and Sandra Cleveland, Professor in the Department of Civil and Systems Engineering, Johns Hopkins, Whiting School of Engineering, worked together in collaboration with our colleagues at IMED to bring the SNF Nostos the exhibition titled Johns Hopkins University and SNF Present, an interactive global health data experience. Again, this is next door, so whenever you have a time, you should take a look at it. And in the Johns Hopkins team's own words, and I quote, the data sets and visualization methods throughout this exhibit highlight some of the most pressing health inequalities of today and hopefully encourage discussion of how to address them. The emphasis on publicly accessible and actionable data must persist and be further invested in to address long-standing health disparities and ensure a more equitable world. So these are some of the facts for the next 2 days. And now to start talking about the main theme of this Nostos Conference, which is health, our health initiative. The last time that we were here in actually this room was not for Nostos, but it was for the first presentation of our initiative back in February 2019. It was a month before the world started closing down. And at the time, we had the first presentation of this initiative. This initiative, it's interesting because it started from an idea, and Dr. Roussos is here, he's going to speak later. We were talking about the need to help the nursing school at the Evangelismos Hospital. One thing led to another, and before we knew it, and after a meeting we had with the then government and the health ministers, and Mr. Xanthos is here today, so thank you. We had a very productive meeting, and the beginning of what became the core part of the health initiative was established and agreed to build 3 new hospitals in Komotini, Thessaloniki, and Sparti, to do a lot of training and educational programs for trauma, infections, to help nursing. And then slowly but steadily, we started talking about mental health. So this led to working together with a collaborator of ours for many years, the Child Mind Institute, and they came to Greece to help us provide all the necessary resources to try to start a program and empower the people who are already in the mental health sector in Greece to help them provide better resources. And they were working with us at the 3 hospitals in Greece. And then we started working with international hospitals, and we're going to hear about these later on, both in Jordan, in Barcelona, and then we have some new initiatives that we're going to talk about later. So the whole health initiative started from a nursing school and has become a $750 million project around the world. And this has become now our main focus as SNF. We finished this building in 2017. We gave it to the state. And as I said, we then said, what's next? And although we're an international foundation, we've gone to more than 135 countries in these last 25 years. Greece is still a core of our activities. And we are proud of that. And Greece has gone through a lot of problems the last 10 years, the socioeconomic crisis, refugee crisis, COVID. It's a very wounded society. The whole world is wounded, but Greece specifically so. So we're happy that we can provide our help. We're not here to replace the government. We're here to complement. We're here to work with any government, from the left, the right, up, down. We don't care. As long as we do the work together and it actually ends up helping the people. That's what really matters. So to start the conference, we're going to watch a video which gives a brief overview of this health initiative. Thank you.
Η σκέψη για μια πρωτοβουλία γεννιέται μαζί με την ανάγκη για αλλαγή.
Όταν λοιπόν ανακοινώθηκε από το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Niarchos ότι η δωρεά προς το ελληνικό δημόσιο θα περιελάμβανε και τη δημιουργία νέου υπερσύγχρονου νοσοκομείου στην Κομοτηνή, το όνειρό των Ορδοπαίων άρχισε να παίρνει σάρκα και οστά.
Εγώ προσωπικά, σαν νεογνωλόγος, είναι σαν να ζω σε ένα όνειρο, γιατί δεν πίστευα ποτέ ότι θα μπορούσε να δημιουργηθεί μια μονάδα εντατικής θεραπείας επίπεδου 4. Θεωρώ ότι αποτελεί ένα έργο πνοής, όχι μόνο για τη Θεσσαλονίκη, αλλά και για όλη τη Βόρεια Ελλάδα.
Μια πρωτοβουλία ξεκινάει όταν νιώθεις ότι κάτι πρέπει να σταματήσει.
Οι ασθενείς έως σήμερα ήταν αναγκασμένοι, για να έχουν την περίθαλψη που τους αξίζει, να μεταβαίνουν σε διαγνωστικά κέντρα εκτός Κρήτης, οπότε καταλαβαίνουμε την κλινική σπουδαιότητα αυτού του συγκεκριμένου απεικονιστικού συστήματος.
Across the world, millions of children struggle with mental health or learning challenges. If they get treatment early, their lives can change in incredible ways. The Child Mind Institute is very excited to partner with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation and with healthcare professionals across Greece on this very exciting initiative, the Child Mental Health Initiative, that will hopefully change the lives of children across the country.
Όταν μπορείς μέσα από αυτή την πρωτοβουλία να προσφέρεις αυτό που λείπει.
Με τη δωρεά των υγειονομικά διαμορφωμένων πτυτικών μέσων αναβάθμισε την παροχή υπηρεσιών υγείας προς όλους τους νησιώτες και γενικά τους βαριά πάσχοντες που απαιτούν άμεση διακομιδή.
Όταν έχεις πίστη στον κόσμο, τον εμπιστεύεσαι και τον ακούς.
Οι συνεχείς παρουσιάσεις της εξαιρετικής ομάδας του έργου για την πρόοδο των εργασιών, ανοιχτές στην κοινωνική συμμετοχή, δημιούργησαν ένα αίσθημα ανυπομονησίας για το θαυμαστό αυτό έργο που θα αφήσει παρακαταθήκη το Ίδρυμα στην πόλη μας.
Μια πρωτοβουλία χρειάζεται ανατρεπτικό τρόπο σκέψης. Χρειάζεται να βλέπεις πάντα μπροστά.
Well, it's a great place. It's fantastic. Look at the mountain and the light and the breeze. And well, I start to dream. We all start to dream now.
Χρειάζεται σωστή εκπαίδευση.
Στο μεγάλο έργο του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Niarchos έχει συμπεριληφθεί λοιπόν ένα μεγάλο πρόγραμμα που ονομάζουμε εκπαίδευση στο τραύμα. Περιλαμβάνει εκπαίδευση στους τελειόφοιτους φοιτητές ιατρικής, νοσηλευτικής, στους ενεργούς διασώστες.
Και φυσικά χρειάζεται εργαλεία που θα δουλεύουν ασταμάτητα για να πετύχεις το σκοπό σου.
Η δωρεά του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Niarchos έδωσε τη δυνατότητα να προμηθευτούμε 40 τελευταίας τεχνολογίας προσομοιωτές, στους οποίους οι φοιτητές μας εκπαιδεύονται πριν από την κλινική άσκηση, πριν δηλαδή θεραπεύσουν ασθενείς.
Μόνο τότε μια πρωτοβουλία μπορεί να έχει αντίκτυπο. Και όταν αυτή η πρωτοβουλία είναι για την υγεία, πρέπει να είσαι σίγουρος ότι θα έχει. Η πρωτοβουλία για την υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Niarchos αναπτύσσεται μέσα από μια ολιστική προσέγγιση σε 4 βασικούς τομείς. Την κατασκευή έργων, την εκπαίδευση, τον υλικοτεχνικό εξοπλισμό, και τη φροντίδα για την ψυχική υγεία. Με απότερο στόχο τη βελτιστοποίηση όλων των έργων της Πρωτοβουλίας για την Υγεία, στο πλευρό του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος βρίσκεται το Πανεπιστήμιο και το Νοσοκομείο Johns Hopkins, αναλαμβάνοντας συμβουλευτικό ρόλο και μεταφέροντας τεχνογνωσία από μεγάλα νοσηλευτικά ιδρύματα των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών. Η Πρωτοβουλία για την Υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος, με αφετηρία την Ελλάδα, απλώνεται σε όλο τον κόσμο και περιλαμβάνει την υποστήριξη κατασκευής του Παιδιατρικού Κέντρου για την Αντιμετώπιση του Καρκίνου στο Νοσοκομείο Παιδών Σαν Χουάν ντε Ντέο στη Βαρκελόνη, καθώς επίσης τη συνεργασία με νοσοκομεία στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες Αμερικής και στην Ιορδανία. Το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος στηρίζει επίσης το Πανεπιστήμιο Ρόκεφέλερ για ολοκληρωμένη έρευνα σχετικά με μολυσματικές ασθένειες παγκοσμίως και συνεργάζεται με εξειδικευμένους επαγγελματίες όπως το Child Mind Institute και το Πανεπιστήμιο Κολούμπια στη Νέα Υόρκη σε μια προσπάθεια να ενισχυθεί διεθνώς ο τομέας της ψυχικής υγείας.
The health initiative is our main project as we speak, and it's going to be our main focus at the SNF for the next few years. We have been active for more than 25 years in all areas around the globe, but also, as we were reminded by the recent pandemic, which unfortunately still is going on, how important public health is, and how important it is for the right infrastructure to be available, to be able to provide access to everybody. Health should not be a luxury, health is a given, and every country, every state should do the best it can to provide all of its citizens with free access, good access, quality access for their health needs.
Χάρη στη θέληση για αλλαγή και πάνω απ' όλα χάρη στην ενέργεια, το πείσμα και τη σκληρή δουλειά εκατοντάδων ανθρώπων, ένα πιο ποιοτικό και προσβάσιμο σύστημα υγείας γίνεται πραγματικότητα. Πρωτοβουλία για την υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος για μια υγεία ποιοτική και προσβάσιμη σε όλους. Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος. Επίκεντρο ο άνθρωπος.
So we're going to go through a lot of these areas that we spoke about at the video. And we thank everybody who is here and is going to share with us the experiences and the knowledge of what is going on. So I'd like to start with Dr. Koulouvaris, Dr. Takis Koulouvaris, to come on stage. And we're going to discuss, and again, the health initiative is a special initiative, but we were involved in helping support the health area before that, and we had started a few years ago, and one of our most of the projects that we are most proud of is the mobile medical units, and the mission of them and the impact, and that has been early roots and inspiration for the HI in terms of the main vision that we have and the main mission that we have undertaken, which is basically simple, increasing access to quality healthcare. So Takis, if you would like to give us a few words, and then we're going to watch a video on it. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. It is a great honor for me to have been trusted with such a creative task under the generous grant of Stavros Niarchos Foundation. I'm also proud to be a member of this wonderful team of mobile medical units. Forgive me if I sound arrogant, but after 8 years at 117 missions, I can say that mobile medical units is an epitome of excellence and collaborations. More than anything, MMU is the great result of a great collaboration between the public sector, Ministry of Health at the University of Athens, and the private sector, Stavros Niarchos Foundation. More than anything, mobile medical units, through 3 missions every month, continue to provide tremendous relief to every patient in remote areas of our country that state cannot provide it due to various medical reasons. Allow me to speak with numbers. During the last 8 years, More than 40,000 patients have been examined by our team. More than 89,000 medical appointments have been booked. More than 66,000 imagings have been performed by our team. More than 60,000 mammographies have been performed at 820 women. Out of them have been treated for breast cancer by our team. More than 500 surgeries have been performed in the field. Your attention, please. The cost savings for both the state and the patients for all these exams and imagings is more than 20 million euro. The race is still on. The need is still on. MMU brought together experts from different hospitals under the Stavros Niarchos Foundation support to make an excellence. I believe expertise is the key. The team is comprised of highly skilled individuals and experts. Under the SNF support, MMU became a place that the highest standards are maintained. I can say this is the literal meaning of a center of excellence. MMU provides an exceptional medical service in a specific field with a specific focus, equal access to the state-of-the-art medical equipment for all the patients in these remote areas of our country. Stavros Niarchos Foundation played a major role. The transparency, the modesty, the strict framework that define the SNF philosophy was the main motivation, the main inspiration for our team. After that, it was the gratitude and the love that all the patients have offered to us all these years that was the other motivations. In 2012, we made the research. We were in the middle of financial crisis. There were no doctors in 24 remote islands. There was not any specific plan for medical care of them. That made a sense of urgency to build a capability to provide the highest medical service to 55,000 inhabitants of these remote islands. There was the need to develop expertise at high standard in the area. We created a dedicated team of experts from different hospitals. Individual across the team is involved in identifying, codifying, reviewing, and updating all the processes. Under the SNF philosophy, we created a culture of process excellence that gets everyone involved. MMU is not a team of 5 or 6 consultants that make decisions. MMU is a team, and every member of the team brings a different set of skills, a type of intelligence. Process mapping can empower each one of the members. Under the SNF philosophy, the doctors are free to channel their expertise on a specific task to provide the highest medical service. The doctors have the flexibility to innovate fast. This organization not only has electronic medical record since 2014, but the team has built an application for iOS and Android that the patient can download all the exams, all the imagings in their mobile phones. We are not perfect. We have drawbacks. One main drawback is that although we have established a sound communication and engagement with the local authorities, with the local people, we have not established a good communication with the rest. I believe few people here in the audience know that the team last weekend was for 4 days in Castellorizo. The team examined more than 200 patients, performed 87 mammographies, and 14 patients have been invited in Attikon University Hospital for more care. And I believe you know that the next weekend, the team from the southeast point of our country, which is Castellorizo, the team is heading to the northeast point of our country, which is the mountains villages of Komotini and Evro for a week. We are trying to provide the greatest value, which is the healthcare, with the best resources due to Stavros Niarchos Foundation support at the right time, in a right way, at the right cost. SNF helps us to monitor and track the cost. Before I finish, I would like to share with you the patient satisfaction we had. During the last 2 years, we have gathered more than 5,000 patient responses. Those patients who rate our service extremely satisfactory are more than 19%. And if you add to that those who rate our services satisfactory, we are above 99%. Process excellence is a part of everyone's work. Changes and challenges are inevitable and welcomed. To get ready, we believe that expertise is the key. Years ago, Charles Darwin had pointed out, it is not the strongest or the most intelligent who will survive, but those who can manage the change. Please allow me to share with you the video of Anafi.
And this video is from the 100 missions, is celebrating the 100 missions of the world.
Yes, no, this is from Anafi, before the 100 missions. Let's see.
Okay. Let's go ahead and see the video.
Εντάξει, εγώ θέλω για να δει λίγο και τα φάρμακα που παίρνει.
Εγώ είμαι ο Ανδρέας ο Συρίγος, είμαι εργολάβος και το καλοκαίρι έχω ένα μαγαζί και δουλεύω το καλοκαίρι. Η Ανάφη με έφερε για καλύτερες συνθήκες ζωής, επιβίωσης. Είχα ένα μωρό παιδί τότε στην Αθήνα, είπα να μεγαλώσει σε φυσικό περιβάλλον καλύτερα. Είναι κάποιες φορές όπως είναι η υγεία, ας πούμε, που ναι, το έχω μετανιώσει. Φτάνεις σε ένα σημείο να θες να βγάλεις ένα ανδότη για παράδειγμα και θα πρέπει να μετακινηθείς στη Σαντορίνη, αν έχει πλοίο, να βαστάει η τσέπη σου γιατί θα πρέπει να λείψεις από το σπίτι σου 2 μέρες και όλα αυτά. Όταν ξέρουμε ότι κάποια μονάδα θα έρθει εδώ, ψυχολογικά είμαστε πολύ καλύτερα γιατί λέμε να δεν μας ξεχάσανε. Γιατί πολλές φορές αισθανόμαστε αδικημένοι από την πολιτεία. Παρακαλάμε και δεν ξέρω πόσα τηλέφωνα χρειάζεται να πάρουμε για να μας στείλουν το αυτονόητο αγροτικό γιατρό.
Λοιπόν, θέλω και εγώ να μου πεις ο πόνος που είναι.
Εδώ απλώς.
Και εδώ έπαθε την
Δεξιά. Πάει ποτέ αριστερά.
Όχι.
Πάντα δεξιά.
Πάντα δεξιά. Θα αφήνεις το μάτι, βρέχει το ορθούλι και ο πονοκέφαλος σε σημείο να θέλει να κόψει το κεφάλι σου.
Είναι ένα κοινωνικό γεγονός για το νησί. Στην κυριολεξία δηλαδή, εμείς ταράζουμε τα νερά στο νησί γιατί είμαστε κάτι ξαφνικά που προκύπτει για αυτούς και πραγματικά είναι ένα κοινωνικό γεγονός. Θα έρθουν εδώ όχι μόνο να εξεταστούν, αλλά να δουν κάτι άλλο, να δουν μια ζωντάνια μέσα στο χειμώνα. Τους αλλάζουμε στην κυριολεξία τη ζωή για αυτές τις 2, 3, 4, 5 μέρες όσες χρειάζεται να παραμένουμε.
Πάμε βαθιά ανάσα.
Σε αυτές τις περιοχές, εκ των πραγμάτων, υπάρχουν είτε παθολόγοι, είτε γενικοί γιατροί, είτε γιατροί που κάνουν το αγροτικό και λείπει η εξειδίκευση, την οποία για να τη βρουν πρέπει να πάνε σε μεγάλα αστικά κέντρα και επίσης λείπει και η τεχνολογία των εξετάσεων που πάλι πρέπει να τη βρουν σε μεγάλα αστικά κέντρα. Το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος έδωσε τους πόρους που παρήχαν τη δυνατότητα να υπάρξει η δομή, η οργάνωση, η τεχνολογία. Προφανώς ερχόμαστε γιατί μας αρέσει. Τώρα γιατί αρέσει στον καθένα, γιατί να υποστεί αυτή την ταλαιπωρία. Για άλλον είναι ταλαιπωρία, για άλλον είναι περιπέτεια.
Η αστική μη κερδοσκοπική εταιρεία Αναγέννηση και Πρόοδος συστάθηκε με πρωτοβουλία και δωρεά του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος. Από το 2014 οι κινητές μονάδες κάνουν αποστολές σε νησιά της Άγωνης Γραμμής και σε παραμεθόριες περιοχές με σκοπό να παρέχουν δωρεάν ιατρικές υπηρεσίες στον πληθυσμό. Εγώ από τότε που πήγα στην πρώτη αποστολή είδα καταρχάς ότι η ομάδα αυτή που έχει φτιαχτεί και που τώρα είναι πλέον 5 χρόνια είναι πολύ δεμένη και έρχονται και δίνουν όχι μόνο μια πολύ καλή επιστημονική υπηρεσία, αλλά κυρίως και αυτό που πραγματικά μου κάνει εντύπωση είναι ο χαρακτήρας, η φιλοσοφία πίσω από αυτή την υπηρεσία, η οποία συνάδει απόλυτα με τη φιλοσοφία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος.
Η φιλοσοφία είναι μία. Η μεγάλη αγάπη που έχουμε για αυτούς τους κατοίκους που ζουν πάνω σε ένα βράχο, που πιστεύουμε ότι πρέπει να έχουν ισότιμη μεταχείριση στον τομέα της υγείας και όχι μόνο. Έτσι ξεκίνησε από τον Ιανουάριο του 2014 με αποκλειστική πρωτοβουλία και δωρεά του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος κάθε μήνα ένα ταξίδι σε ένα από τα 22 άγωνα νησιά. Μετά από 2 χρόνια είμαστε πάλι εδώ. Έχουμε στήσει ένα ηλεκτρονικό φάκελο όλου του Αιγαίου. Ξέρουμε τι γίνεται στο Αιγαίο. Αγαπάμε τους κατοίκους και γι' αυτό είναι το μήνυμα που στέλνουμε σε όλους, ότι είμαστε κοντά τους, κατά κάποιο τρόπο τους έχουμε υιοθετήσει.
Thank you very much, Taki, to you and all the volunteers, all the doctors, all the nurses, everybody who is on the team for all these visits. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
As I said, we were here the last time in February 2019 to talk about this health initiative, and a month later the world closed down. As part of our ongoing philanthropy, we took a decision at the time to establish a new initiative of $100 million at the time to try to alleviate all the pain from COVID. And we actually worked in Greece. A big part of it was here in Greece. Among other things, we helped actually from the procurement of molecular testing systems and reagents to increase national testing capacity. We started a helpline for psychological support, 10306, which had tremendous demand over the last 2 years and is now established as the country's first ever national mental health helpline, supported by the Ministry of Health, to large-scale renovations to add 175 new intensive care units, ICU beds, at 15 public hospitals across Greece, as well as other projects. And the new ICU beds are expected to serve over 6,500 patients. Professor Roussos, I'd like to invite him to come on stage. Where's Professor Roussos? As I said before, Professor Roussos was actually one of the first people we spoke about how this whole health initiative started. But I'd like to ask Professor Roussos, who actually is the one who brought ICU care in Greece 40 years ago and has not stopped working ever. And he is one of our advisors in this health initiative. But I wanted to ask, what are your views and your thoughts about how this ICU infrastructure enhancement meant for ICU departments in Greece during COVID? And what does it mean for the long run as we exit this pandemic And hopefully we won't see another one in the next few years, but eventually another one will come. So your thoughts, please.
Okay. First of all, I'm so glad and proud that when I knocked your door to help the health problems in Greece, I never thought that I was going to be today in such a gigantic program. Congratulations, congratulations, and Greece needs it. Well, I will emphasize what really the SNF has done as innovative things in this project. First, with the problem of COVID pandemic, helped in increasing the number of ICU beds in Greece. Greece was very low compared to the number of beds per 100,000 population. It was something like 4 to 5 beds per 100,000. The average in Europe is 11 to 12 per 100,000 population. Today, with the help of SNF and the state and other donors, we are just exactly at the average, European average. So this is something very important because really is changing the culture, the culture of practicing medicine from as is expected to be. So that was the number one, and it was not going to be only a point, a help just in an acute phase. It's going to be good because this infrastructure will stay, and the mentality and the culture of Greek practicing will change according to the needs of the future of medicine. The second innovative thing that was done is that, of course, with these three beautiful platinum ready for hospitals that Renzo Piano is preparing, is designing, we are going to have there a lot of ICU beds. Let me start with the Children's Hospital. The Children's Hospital, which is going to have 247 beds, is going to have 33 ICU and neonatal beds. It's a big number, but not only that. The new thing is that we are going to have another 33 beds ready in case that it is needed. So we are not going to be like the Children's Hospital in Zurich, that all the beds can be transformed to the ICU beds or intermediate care beds, but we are really moving towards this goal. This change is a big change. Now let me go to Komotini. The Komotini has 180 beds. We are going to have 8 ICU beds, but again, another 14 ICU ready in case that we need. So this transformation of medicine is going to be the big step forward that these hospitals are going to offer to Greece. And finally, in Sparta, we are having 164 beds in total, and we are going to have 8 beds ICU plus another 12 ready to become ICU or intermediate care beds. This is very important because the patients from now on in the hospitals are going to be only the sick patients. Most of the patients are going to be outpatients in the outpatient clinics. So we need in the hospitals ICU beds in order to take care of these difficult cases, because in the past the difficult case we couldn't care, but now we can, and in order to do that we need in ICU beds. Another important contribution of the SNF was that, all right, What about education? Well, the COVID pandemic showed that the standards, the average education and practicing in intensive care is not very high. So we are having now a program that already we have done the first preliminary study, and we are starting in July the first try, where we are going to have 2 programs in order to help ICU nurses and doctors, and also doctors in the emergency room and also in the rural area. What is this? There are 2 internationally accepted and accredited programs, one from Hong Kong for the basic of ICU, basic knowledge of ICU, and another from the European resuscitation that really is also accredited and is going to which is called ILS, Intermediate Life Support Program, and is going to be taught by Greeks that have been already accredited for these programs. So SNF has funded this program in collaboration with the Greek Society of Intensive Care. So we are going to have for the next 5 years an education program that is going to improve the knowledge and practicing in 6,000 to 7,000 doctors, so that we are going to improve the standards of practice medicine in these acute cases. Now, if this program, and this is something very good and very innovative, is good, and how it is going to be approved, it is going to be assessed by an international committee that is going to assess whether it is a good. And if it is good, the state has accepted to continue as an obligatory course in the future. So these 3 important points can be done in intensive care from the foundation, and I think that there are 3 big steps forward.
Thank you, Dr. Roussos, and again, thank you for all you have done throughout your career for the health industry. I'd like it's an honor to have with us today Marios Themistokleous. He's Marios. Marios Themistokleous is a neurosurgeon and General Secretary of Primary Healthcare at the Hellenic Ministry of Health. Marios is also the official focal point appointed by the Greek state, coordinating all aspects pertaining to the state's obligations and commitments and agreements with the SNF's health initiative. I said before that we had a very good relationship with the previous government when we started the health initiative by the health ministry, led by Mr. Andreas, and I thank him for all the help at the beginning, for all the good collaboration, and for him being here today. Because what we always say, this is not a political project, this is a project for the people. And I want to thank Marios for daily and excellent collaboration in every regard. And we want to say a big thank you on behalf of all of us at the SNF. Thank you very much, really, thank you. And then I'd like to ask Marios, can you tell us a bit from your perspective, from the state, on the ICU project and how you view it and how you feel that the state can actually collaborate and make sure that all these ICUs are integrated in the permanent capacity of the Greek national health system?
First of all, I would like to thank you for all the good words, and I don't know if you allow me to speak in Greek. It will be more convenient for me. Καλημέρα. Θα μιλήσω ελληνικά. Καλήν, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για τα καλά λόγια και πριν να πω οτιδήποτε θα ήθελα να...
Let me say that representing the Greek government and representing the Prime Minister of Greece, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, I would like to thank the SNF once again for everything they've done. They've done a lot. So there was a huge grant, a huge initiative for health, including many things that have already been mentioned, 3 SNF hospitals, the air ambulance services, the intensive care units, the help provided in the midst of the COVID pandemic, a grant over 500 million in Greece in total. But the most important thing for me in the Greek government is that all these grants help the Greek state. They help the Greek health system make a step forward, a big step forward. So it's not just money. It's not funds alone. It's not just buildings with excellent equipment, and it's not just ambulances and helicopters or airplanes. These are part and parcel of the national health system, allowing us as a Greek state, thanks to the innovation, not only in the architecture and design of the buildings and how they fit in with the environment, how we behave vis-a-vis the environment, but also how we plan the future health system. And this is something we'll look into further with the 3 SNF hospitals, the staff, the innovation carried out, and also how the ICU units were designed. Now, regarding ICUs, let me give you some numbers, but I think the numbers were already mentioned by Professor Roussos. What's important for us, and because maybe half of the people here in the audience are not from Greece, let me just say that Greece has huge problems, a lot of red tape, for example, and sometimes at the end of the day, we don't do as much as we could. We can't properly manage grants that have been given to us, and I know that people in America would think of this as being mighty strange. So when the pandemic broke out, and fortunately the pandemic was an ally. Why? Because it brought together a lot of forces from Greek society, from the state mechanism, and finally we came to the conclusion that we need to do the job. We need to do it properly. The professor already said that Greece was lagging behind. There weren't enough ICU beds. We are at 50% of the EU average right now with respect to the number of beds, ICU beds, and in the pandemic we required a lot of ICU beds. So the thing is, we had to do this in a short space of time. We needed to create the infrastructure, to find the staff, but the second important thing, and this is where the SNF came in, these structures must be sustainable. They must be able to be used in the future as well. It's not going to be done in a roughshod manner, something that will be done haphazardly, and then the Greek state would not, for example, be able to integrate them into the national health system to benefit society. The first time we held a discussion together with the Prime Minister, there was a big Zoom meeting to be exact, and this was in the midst of a very difficult, strict lockdown all over the world. There was an agreement, an MOU. This was signed in the month of July. Now we have 175 ICU beds. This is a good number for Greece. It's a sizable number. And we had, within the space of 6 months, to operate them. This was part of the deal. And it's not just that we had to stick to our end of the deal in conjunction with what had been offered by the SNF, but the faster these beds were activated, the more lives could be saved. So 2 things need to be done here. First of all, we need to think out of the box. We have to see how to resolve problems that were not solved in the past, that were a sticking point. I'm talking about licensing, building permits, how to build a hospital which is already full, meaning how can you renovate or refurbish such a hospital, an old hospital, when your ICUs are full already? And how can you actually find the staff, the appropriate staff that can stay on after the pandemic is over. So we had the first grants from the SNF, and our experience was as follows. You have to do away with red tape. You have to abolish it by law. So you do not follow the old laws. For example, you cannot just stop. You have to create a clear legal framework which will allow you to move forward. We don't want to have too many co-competent services because this may drag you down. So what we want is something very clean and simple. And I know this might sound strange to friends from abroad, from the US, for example, but Greece has such problems. And, for example, there'll be one service that may create a problem and cause a huge delay. So everything is done centrally. You have a centralized body that regulates everything, and then you reduce the number of people, officials dealing with licensing procedures without, however, bringing down the required standards. So the standards were very high. This was a great achievement. There were two legislative proposals which were immediately tabled in Parliament and adopted by the Hellenic Parliament very quickly, so that all the permits required by the Greek state were issued within a week. And then, of course, we chose the right people, the right staff, people who would work day and night and burn the midnight oil until the project would be concluded. And we feel very proud because the Greek state, and I think was a major achievement, and I'm not saying this to the foreign guests and friends, but to the Greek citizens. So once again, I'd like to thank, on behalf of the Prime Minister and the Greek government, the SNF, for its great support. And I'd like to say that a lot of people were saved thanks to these ICU units, thanks to the beds that were made available. So let me say that these beds became part of the national health system. We had ICUs, we had permanent recruitment of doctors and nurses. And if we were to give you a figure, let me just try to do so, because this was between the second and the third wave of COVID in January, February of 2021, where the economy was doing somewhat better, but we had a lot of pressure on the ICU, so we were able to save 3,000 people in Greece thanks to these ICUs. And now, because this is part of the national health system, many more lives will be saved. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Marios.
Thank you. And again, as we said from the beginning, and going back, for years, it's all about partnerships. It's all about public-private partnerships. So it's about everybody helping in their own way to make sure that we have a better health support system. I'd like now, we're very lucky we have with us Kevin Rudd. Kevin Rudd became president and CEO of Asia Society in January 2021 and has been president of the Asia Society Policy Institute since January 2015. Kevin served as Australia's 26th Prime Minister from 2007 to 2010, then as Foreign Minister from 2010 to 2012, before returning as Prime Minister in 2013. And he's also a leading international authority on China. I would say the leading international authority. He began his career as a China scholar, serving as an Australian diplomat in Beijing before entering Australian politics. And he's actually proficient in Mandarin, but he's going to give the remarks in English, so don't worry.
I'm working on my Greek.
As Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd introduced a historic health and hospitals reform plan, one of the largest and most ambitious in Australia's history. The process took him to dozens of hospitals across Australia, where he engaged in public consultations with specialists, GPs, nurses, health professionals, and hospital administrators. He committed his government to lowering disparities in mortality between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians within 30 years and improving health services in remote Indigenous communities. His government also invested $172 million over 6 years in preventative health to combat chronic diseases like heart disease and diabetes, the single largest investment in preventative health ever made by an Australian government. So welcome and thank you. He's going to share with us a few comments.
Thank you, Andreas. It's wonderful to be back in Athens, and this is one of the most spectacular public libraries I've seen anywhere in the world. So congratulations. Great building. So you might ask, what's a former Australian Prime Minister doing in Athens talking to you about public health? A good question. Andreas asked me to. That's the best answer I have. Well, actually, Andreas told me to. That's an even better answer. And I've got to know him well in the time that we now live and work together in New York, where I head an American think tank. But as I listened to the conversation this morning, my friend, this is a conversation about public health which could be happening anywhere in the world today. We're dealing with finite resources and infinite needs. And how do we best organize those finite resources to deliver the optimal public health outcomes? Whether it's in emergency medicine and intensive care, whether it's in mobile health services and health units, whether it's actually dealing in the bureaucracy with the challenges of public-private partnerships and ensuring that it fits within the regulatory framework of the state. These are conversations I'm deeply familiar with. A word or two about what we've sought to do in my country when I was Prime Minister. We engaged in a National Health and Hospital Reform Commission which sought to do the following. One, create for the nation a preventative healthcare system. Most of the costs that we suffer in our healthcare systems have occurred because of failures in preventative healthcare. Not just because of obesity, not just because of smoking, but other causes as well. So getting preventative health care right in the community and in people's minds is a huge contribution to bringing down the aggregate costs of the total healthcare system. The second element, of course, is community-based primary health care, because our objective is to help the community where they are. Hence why I was so impressed with that presentation before on mobile health units out to the islands of this country. Because if they can be dealt with there as relatively minor health problems, you therefore keep these patients out of the acute healthcare system based on hospitals. The place where we spend most of our money as developed countries in our healthcare systems is in acute care. It is massively expensive. Therefore, both for the patient's well-being, but also for the well-being of the state, keeping people out of hospital should be our number one, number two, and number three objective. Hence, preventative health care, hence a network of community-based primary health care services across the country. And then post-acute care, once you have dealt with the most intensive element of hospital-based surgery or intervention, to get you out of that into something which is less cost-intensive. And then, of course, aged care, mental care, mental health care, dental care, the totality of, frankly, human health care. One other element that we sought to address in Australia, which I'd commend to our friends here in Greece, and I know you'll be working on it, is to create an integrated nationwide data service across every element of the national healthcare system, public and private, so that you avoid one thing in particular: massive costs coming as a result of duplicate diagnostics, where you have diagnostic services which are being repeated once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, all within a week by different health professionals because, quote, they want their own images. This is a massive cost to the system. If, however, you have sufficient bandwidth across your national broadband system and can move data quickly, imaging data quickly, from one element of the system to the other element of the system, from your treating general practitioner through to your surgeon based in the hospital, through to those responsible for your post-acute care, the cost benefit is huge to the system. But secondly, if your patients are traveling, being able to move their images around the country, frankly, saves them as well from adverse health incidents. So these are some of our overall national learnings in my country, where finally we got our own highly disputatious political system, almost as disputatious as the Greeks, but you get the gold medal, we get the silver medal. Maybe the Americans get the gold medal, you get the silver medal, we get the bronze medal. But we managed to forge national agreement on this in a system which is 70% public and 30% private, working as an integrated whole. One other set of remarks I'd like to make is, why is it so important for all of us in our democracies to get public health properly integrated with private health and properly deploying on the resources of private-public partnerships? Why is it so important to get it right? Because health is one of the three pillars of the overarching social contract between government and people. What are the three pillars? People want health, basic health services. They want basic education services to get on in life. And they want a humane safety net for when they crash in life through factors often beyond their control, a financial safety net. If you have those three safety nets in place, you have created the fabric of social cohesion. If one of those elements of the fabric cracks, then social cohesion disappears and political populism rises and the polarization of the far right and the far left then ensues. This, therefore, what you are doing here through Stavros Niarchos and with the public health authorities of Greece, is such a huge investment in sustaining the social fabric long term and therefore sustaining our political fabric as well and our democracy. One final set of thoughts, Andreas, is this. Getting the philosophy of healthcare reform right is really important. When we sought to address that question in our own country, we concluded that for the system to be effective, it had to be organized around a single principle, which we simply called patient-centered healthcare. Patient-centered healthcare. Because so often our healthcare systems, both public and private, are institutionally driven healthcare. That is, it's the public institution, either the public hospital or it's the private corporation or the insurance fund, as opposed to the patient. If you put the patient at the absolute center of the system, it brings about intelligent sets of redesigns, for which, again, I commend the folk who have organized mobile health units to go out to your outer islands. But it's also an important element in the philosophy in enabling individual patients to navigate the system. How many people here have had friends or relatives who have got lost in the health system? I have. That is, you go to a general practitioner, they say that you perhaps need this specialist on this, that, and the other. By the way, you need this allied health professional. Go there, maybe there, maybe there. Good luck, goodbye, see you next time. Now, I'm sure that's just an Australian experience. But can I say, assisting a patient in a patient-centered health system is fundamental. Helping them, the term we used is navigate the system. How do we do that in practice? Across our own nation, which is as big continentally as the United States, but with a population half the size of France, it's tricky. But by dividing the country into 150 health regions, we're able to set up a system of what we call Medicare locals in order to provide case managers to assist individual patients to navigate their way through the system. Here is your set of diagnostics from your local general practitioner. Here are the 7 extra steps you need to take. How can I help you navigate each of those 7 steps rather than simply throw you to the wolves? To conclude, Andreas, thank you so much for what you at Stavros Niarchos are doing with this global and national public health initiative. Public-private partnerships are controversial. They are often controversial in various parts of the world because they are either new or you can point to an example somewhere in the world where it didn't work. Often, what I have found when I've looked at the bad examples of public-private partnerships, it's because of bad design, bad data, or the fact there has been an absence of transparency of the reporting of the performance of the partnership. But if you get the design right and you get the mutually agreed objectives and timetables right, the mutually agreed incentives and the mutually agreed penalties, let me tell you, it can work so long as the data is also transparent all the way through. And what we found in our country, not perfect, not nirvana, none of the above, is that it has created a new culture of private and public working almost seamlessly now together. For example, we, the state in Australia, now regularly buy huge slabs of operating time and available private beds in private hospitals as part of the public system, rather than having to build separate hospitals ourselves where the public policy case may not exist to build an entire new facility. That's simply one example of how the system works. So what I'd say is, overall, if you get the design right, PPPs will work. But secondly, while it may be in certain jurisdictions politically controversial, using private capital to do public infrastructure, including in health, is now politically unavoidable because there's a scarcity of global public capital. There is a surfeit of global private capital, properly deployed and with the correct incentive structures, partnered with philanthropics like yourself, you can actually begin to transform the entire system. Our friends in the state have to actually produce the overall design. But working constructively and creatively with philanthropics like you, but also private sector players, we can transform our systems and produce what I would describe as patient-centered healthcare around the world. Andreas, as I leave you and head off, the last week or so I've been driving with my wife around Crete. And so if I get any parking tickets in Crete, I'll send them to you, because I didn't understand any of the parking signs. But I've also been driving around in earlier times in visits to Greece as a private citizen, Peloponnese. I've spent much time in the islands. My wife and I love this country. But as I look around, you suffer the same challenges as many of us do. You have a big urban population in the capital, like in Australia, actually, in our capital cities. You have a vastly diverse rural and regional population, where you have higher levels of inequality as well. So getting your design right through the system to cater for all those regional and functional needs, I see is critically reflected in the presentation you've given us today. What you're doing up in Thrace, what you're doing in Salonika, what you're doing in Sparta, what you're doing with mental health care, what you're doing with dental health care. It's both geographically and functionally diverse. So, on behalf of everybody here, congratulations, mate, and do more of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are a bit tight and a bit behind already. What I forgot to say before, we always believe that the audience should be participating, but we do have a tight schedule. But we said that before the first break, we're going to be collecting some questions, both from the persons who are watching it on the live stream, persons who are at the opera because they wouldn't fit here, and from you also. So before the break, we're going to take just a few very quick questions. Now is the time to get deeper a bit into the HI, into the health initiative. And we're going to start with the main core, which is the 3 new hospitals. And, I would like to invite, how we're going to do it now? We have hold on 1 second, because, so we're going to have the video first. Okay, so we're going to have a video which shows the main items on the hospitals, and then we're going to have a discussion. Thanks.
Υπάρχουν μέρη που μοιάζουν ήσυχα. Αλλά στην πραγματικότητα συγκεντρώνουν την προσοχή χιλιάδων ανθρώπων. Και ενώ αν κοιτάξεις προς τα εκεί δεν διακρίνεται καμία δραστηριότητα, μέρα νύχτα άνθρωποι δουλεύουν ασταμάτητα για αυτά. μπορεί ακόμα και τα γεωγραφικά τους όρια να φαίνονται συγκεκριμένα. Αλλά η αλήθεια είναι ότι εξαπλώνονται σε όλα τα μήκη και πλάτη αυτού του κόσμου. Γιατί τα μέρη αυτά, με τη σκληρή δουλειά, τη συνεργασία και τη συνεχόμενη και ασταμάτητη προσπάθεια πολλών ανθρώπων, σύντομα θα φιλοξενήσουν 3 πρότυπες νοσοκομιακές μονάδες παγκόσμιας εμβέλειας. Η πρωτοβουλία για την υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος συνεχίζει ασταμάτητα τις διαδικασίες για την κατασκευή των 3 νέων νοσοκομιακών μονάδων στην Κομοτηνή, τη Σπάρτη και τη Θεσσαλονίκη. Φτιαγμένα με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο, θα προσφέρουν σε κάθε ασθενή ένα πρότυπο θεραπευτικό περιβάλλον άρτια εναρμονισμένα με τη φύση, με τις υψηλότερες προδιαγραφές περιβαλλοντολογικής προστασίας και σχεδιασμένα ώστε να αποτελούν πρότυπα νοσοκομιακών δομών του μέλλοντος, με συνθήκες που την ίδια στιγμή θα εξασφαλίζουν ένα ιδανικό εργασιακό περιβάλλον για το ιατρικό, εκπαιδευτικό και νοσηλευτικό προσωπικό.
Βρισκόμαστε στο χώρο στο οποίο θα ανεγερθεί το νέο νοσοκομείο της Σπάρτης, που σύμφωνα με τις πληροφορίες και τις ενημερώσεις που έχουμε από το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος, πρόκειται για ένα πρωτοποριακό έργο για τον νομό Λακωνίας αλλά και για την ευρύτερη περιοχή της νότιο-ανατολικής Πελοποννήσου, που θα αναβαθμίσει τις συνθήκες νοσηλείας των πολιτών σε ένα, θα έλεγα, πρότυπο νοσηλείας σύμφωνα με τις εγκαταστάσεις διεθνών προδιαγραφών που θα διαθέτει. Αφετέρου θα εξασφαλίσει σε εμάς το ιατρονοσηλευτικό προσωπικό το βέλτιστο εργασιακό περιβάλλον παροχής υγείας με τον υπερσύγχρονο υλικοτεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό που θα διαθέτει. Πραγματικά προσδοκώ έτσι με χαρά την ολοκλήρωση αυτού του έργου.
Η δημιουργία του νέου παιδιατρικού πανεπιστημιακού νοσοκομείου στην πόλη μας, στη Θεσσαλονίκη, θεωρώ ότι αποτελεί ένα έργο πνοής. Όχι μόνο για τη Θεσσαλονίκη, αλλά και για όλη τη Βόρεια Ελλάδα. Και φυσικά αυτό έγινε με τη βοήθεια του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος, όπως και με τη βοήθεια των υπολείπων φορέων που εμπλέκονται. Και θεωρώ ότι είναι έργο πνοής γιατί ουσιαστικά θα αναβαθμίσει ριζικά την ποιότητα παρεχόμενης υγείας στον παιδιατρικό πληθυσμό, όχι μόνο στον τόπο μας, γιατί πιστεύω ότι μπορεί να αποτελέσει και πόλο έλξης από ιατρική πλευρά από διάφορες βαλκανικές χώρες για την αντιμετώπιση παιδιών με σοβαρά προβλήματα. Εγώ προσωπικά, σαν νεογνωλόγος, είναι σαν να ζω σε ένα όνειρο, γιατί δεν πίστευα ποτέ ότι θα μπορούσε να δημιουργηθεί μια μονάδα εντατικής θεραπείας επίπεδου 4, δηλαδή μια μονάδα η οποία θα μπορεί να αντιμετωπίζει όλο το φάσμα των νεογνικών προβλημάτων σε ένα υπερσύγχρονο νοσοκομείο με την τελευταία τεχνολογία. Και τελικά αυτό το νοσοκομείο θα μπορέσει να αποτελέσει ένα διαμάντι για την πόλη μας και με τελικό στόχο την βελτίωση των υπηρεσιών στο άρρωστο παιδί και στην οικογένειά του.
Όλοι εμείς οι πολίτες του νομού Ροδόπης απευθυνόμαστε για υπηρεσίες υγείας στο μοναδικό νοσοκομείο της πόλης μας, το οποίο πρωτολειτουργήσε το 1937. Όταν λοιπόν ανακοινώθηκε από το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος ότι η δωρεά προς το ελληνικό δημόσιο θα περιελάμβανε και τη δημιουργία νέου υπερσύγχρονου νοσοκομείου στην Κομοτηνή, το όνειρο όλων των Ροδοπαίων άρχισε να παίρνει σάρκα και οστά. Οι συνεχείς παρουσιάσεις της εξαιρετικής ομάδας του έργου για την πρόοδο των εργασιών, ανοιχτές στην κοινωνική συμμετοχή, δημιούργησαν ένα αίσθημα ανυπομονησίας για το θαυμαστό αυτό έργο που θα αφήσει παρακαταθήκη το Ίδρυμα στην πόλη μας. Το ανθρωποκεντρικό μοντέλο της φιλοσοφίας του προωθεί τη δωρεάν απρόσκοπτη πρόσβαση όλων στην παροχή σύγχρονων διαγνωστικών και θεραπευτικών υπηρεσιών. Μέσω των νέων τεχνολογιών και της παρεχόμενης εκπαίδευσης του προσωπικού, επιτυγχάνεται η βελτίωση της ποιότητας των υπηρεσιών που θα απολαμβάνει ο πληθυσμός. Επιπλέον, η ολοκληρωμένη διαχείριση του ασθενούς θεραπεύει την ανάγκη αναζήτησης άλλων δημόσιων ή ιδιωτικών δομών, φιλοδοξώντας να καταστήσει τον τόπο μας υγειονομικό πόλο έλξης. Η ουσιαστική πραγμάτωση των παραπάνω στόχων προϋποθέτει την ενίσχυση του υφιστάμενου ικανότατου προσωπικού και τη βελτίωση των συνθηκών εργασίας, ώστε το όραμα του Ιδρύματος να διαχέεται προς τους εργαζόμενους για τη μεγιστοποίηση της προσφοράς προς τον ακριτικό τόπο μας.
Παράλληλα με τη δημιουργία των 3 νέων νοσοκομείων, το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος έχει προχωρήσει με το σχεδιασμό, την κατασκευή και τον εξοπλισμό 2 νέων κτηρίων στο Πανεπιστημιακό Γενικό Νοσοκομείο Αττικών, καθώς και με την υποστήριξη αναμόρφωσης της Μονάδας Εντατικής Θεραπείας 2 και του Τμήματος Επιγόντων Περιστατικών του Ευαγγελισμού. Πρωτοβουλία για την υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος, για μια υγεία ποιοτική και προσβάσιμη σε όλους. Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος.
When we built this cultural center here, one of the most important areas was the whole process, how the process took place for all the 5 years, not only for the collaboration with the architect, with the construction, with the government, but also in respect with transparency. We tried to have a live timetable. Everybody knew what was going on, how, etc. And we followed this process now. And we started 2 years ago, sending our team to the 3 different areas to have a discussion with the community, to explain what we were doing, to listen to them, and not only to the professionals, but also to the community members. And we took a lot of their comments into our planning. And we are happy today. We have the mayor of Philiron. Philiron is the area in Thessaloniki where the pediatric hospital is going to be built. We want to thank him also for welcoming our team. And we wanted to ask him to say a few words on how he sees these visits and the community engagement. Mr. Kaitezidis, if you would like to say a few words, please, on the value of this community sharing.
Αγαπητέ Πρόεδρε, καλημέρα σε όλους σας. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Εγώ θέλω να πω 2 λόγια σε ό,τι αφορά το ότι εκεί στο Φίλιρο, στη Θεσσαλονίκη, στη Βόρεια Ελλάδα,
in Thessaloniki, in northern Greece, we are about to construct this pediatric hospital, which has been a demand of the past 30 years of the inhabitants of the area. This will be the only pediatric hospital throughout northern Greece. This on its own fills us with gratitude, dear President, for you and your partners. I'd like to thank you for that. This is a national grant, a national donation. And aside from this, a very important event, my experience in the past 4 years through my contact with your partners has created other feelings as well. We are rejoicing with the path towards the destination. This voyage towards a dream that will come true, because we have people with a vision, with coherent views, and who are committed. So I'd like to share with you this publicly. When I first heard from your executives that every 6 months there's going to be an update, not in Athens nor in Thessaloniki, but there in Philiron, people will get to know what's new about this hospital. I thought it would be an exaggeration, but I saw it in practice every time, every 6 months. Even during the pandemic, we had meetings that were held online. So every 6 months, people would meet to get the news and information on what was new. So this made us feel that we participate in this national effort, and it is fact that aside from our gratitude, you have our wholehearted support. This is a hospital that will be state-of-the-art, cutting-edge architecture. It's environmental aspects and the sensitivity for children, because we will be dealing with special patients, children, and this indeed fills us with enthusiasm. Allow me to conclude repeating what I said in our last meeting. This hospital, as I've experienced it, is a hospital that would be easily built in New York to be admired by us in Greece, and it's being built in Greece, and I think that this is spectacular and worth mentioning. Thank you once again, and I wish you luck and success in all of your efforts trying to help us build health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, it's about, public-private partnership sounds easy, PPP, but you have to have respect, you have to have transparency, and it's a dynamic relationship that is not a one-off. So we thank you for the good words, and we're very happy that it really works out. And I do have to say that a thank you goes also to ex-ministers, Mr. Xanthos and Mr. Polakis, because I grew up in Greece, but I didn't know when we met and we were talking about what we can do. They said to me, "Do you know that there's no pediatric hospital outside of Athens?" Which I didn't. And that fact on its own, he said, let's do it in Thessaloniki. It was a 2-minute discussion. So thank you to them also, because again, that's the value of a partnership, to listen, to share, to respect, and to trust. So on that note, I give it to Panos and Eliana now for some further.
And I would add to integrate a lot of the things we heard in Philiro from families with children suffering from congenital heart diseases led us to integrate cardiac surgery in the new hospital, which is a very ambitious goal in and of itself. At this point, I would like to pass the floor to Moritz. He's a core member of the design team, working hand in hand with the architects. Moritz, could you please walk us through the clinical profiles of each of the 3 hospitals with a focus on the enhancements that we worked so closely with over the last 2 years? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Eliana, for giving us the opportunity to talk about the 3 hospitals in a bit more detail. Try to be brief, but a lot of the things that were discussed by previous speaker really is represented here, and I couldn't put it any clearer than Mr. Rudd put it earlier, integrated care systems. This is what these hospitals are all about. And we're looking here at the General Hospital of Sparta, the functional program. So when we started in 2018 to work very closely with the Greek Health District to look at the data, and again, it was mentioned before, it is about data, it's about crunching the data. And our team and comparative healthcare strategic planners of healthcare architects, we looked at this program, we looked at it in conjunction with the design vision of Renzo Piano, and we came up with a functional brief in close liaison with the Ministry of Health, because that's really a shared vision of SNF and the Ministry of Health, to have these hospitals, the Sparti Hospital and the Komotini Hospital, as good community-based secondary care hospitals that play a role in the wider context. On this example here for the Hospital of Sparti, it should be noted there is an existing hospital in Sparti. There is, in the Peloponnese region, obviously an aging population, and there is a geographic difficulty that people have to travel often long ways from the bottom of Peloponnese, coming all the way up to Tripoli, Sparti, Kalamata, or even further to Athens. So what the key was for Sparti Hospital, which is shown here, is to provide a good secondary hospital that provides all these services. So we have a total of 164 beds, and when we talk about beds, it's not necessarily about inpatient beds. So the big shift, and Professor Roussos touched on this before, the big shift is that we looked at possibilities to shift activity to day surgery, that we try to reduce the length of stay, that we try to get people out of hospital or don't even admit them to the hospital. So 164 beds, we have in there the general medical surgical beds, we have the MAF-ready beds. These are general beds that can be upgraded. We've got the critical care beds, and we have a new 10-bedded mental health unit, which is obviously in the remit of SNF's activity. Very important, the mental health aspect to be based at each hospital. The operating theatres capacity was increased, and we should explain here that the text highlighted in red is a text, it should highlight the fact that during the process of the work about 2 years ago, SNF's board of directors in conjunction with the Ministry of Health has decided to even further enhance the scope and the clinical program of each of the hospitals. So what you see here in red is above and beyond what was agreed from the outset. And what is clear here is there is a very distinct aim behind this. If you see, for example, on the left-hand side, the imaging facility. So we heard Mr. Rath talk about the cost of diagnostics and the accessibility of diagnostics. So a strengthening of access to a diagnostic was very important, and the increase of operating theatre capacity. So a lot of day surgery can be worked on very quicker. We have the cardiac cath lab included here, so patients can be seen in Sparti rather than traveling further afield. The pediatric hospital of Thessaloniki here, it was mentioned before, and as the mayor of Philiron mentioned, and it is a very exciting project, and it is the first tertiary pediatric center outside Athens, the first pediatric hospital in Greece outside Athens. And the significance of this is, again, to provide as a part of the integrated care system. This is a central hub, is a stepping stone into the system. So community-based care will be important, but this is the enabler. The new pediatric hospital is the enabler for all this. It is providing tertiary services for the wider region of northern Greece, and presumably in future for the wider Balkan region. As Eliana mentioned, cardiac surgery will be provided here, developed here over the years, and it will no doubt be one of the leading European centers for pediatric care. Again, here we see in red the strengthening, and this is something that the close collaboration with the university is very important, where really halfway through the pandemic, the team worked very hard to increase and bring this to really a world-leading facility to standard. And here we see the addition of the MAF-ready beds that Professor Roussos referred to. We see, again, an increase in diagnostic facilities. We see the addition of an academic teaching center, and very significant for this particular project was the addition of a child and adolescent mental health unit, a 20-bedded unit which provides not just inpatient facilities, but which provides in the remit of the wider pediatric mental health system in Greece, is a reference center, a referral center. It is it's providing community-based care from this particular area. The University Hospital Thessaloniki overall has 247 beds. Again, there is a lot of day activity, but also, as Dr. Roussos mentioned earlier, the critical care beds, which are here, quite a large number. And lastly, it was in fact the first project that we looked at this as part of the health initiative is the hospital of Komotini, and And again, it is an existing hospital which is being reprovided in a different location and being built, as you will hear very shortly about the presentation by Renzo Piano and Mark. But here really, again, it is a secondary hospital which is a hub for all the healthcare services in the area. And we looked at the bed numbers, we looked at activity, we looked at, our colleagues looked at the shifting day activity, surgery activity to day case, and try to reduce the overall number of beds, because at the end of the day, what we're also talking here about is a sustainable healthcare system. So it's not just about building as much and as big as we can, but building as efficient we can, because every square meter we don't build is a square meter we don't need to heat and to put electricity in. Again, you see in red here, very importantly, the strengthening of the services that were undertaken. And again, it stands out, the increase or the enhancements of imaging facilities. And this very much represents a trend to this enhanced access to diagnostic facilities, in this case, MRI, mammography, and nuclear medicine.
Thank you very much, Moritz. So I think if we can synopsize all that, the main goal was to enhance the hospitals with specialized medical services and mental health, as you said. Now, the process of doing that was not easy. It occurred at a point in time when a great deal of the hospitals had already been designed. And this required a lot of parallel work from us at SNF, the architects, the design team, but also stakeholders from the Greek state and the NHS. Emilia Makrialea is representing today the 4th Regional Health District of Northern Greece. Could you share with us, Emilia, just very briefly, in a few words, what was your experience working to integrate feedback from end users, from the university, Professor Zafiriou, you're also here today. So, Emilia, I pass the floor to you to describe a bit the process on behalf of the Greek state. Thank you.
Καλημέρα και από εμένα. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή και χαρά πολύ συνοπτικά να μοιραστώ την εμπειρία που είχαμε τα τελευταία 3 χρόνια.
And perhaps it's been more than 3 years, and we tried to put together the clinical program for the University Pediatric Hospital and the Hospital of Komodini. So this required the collaboration, and the very close collaboration for that matter, for a long period of time between the foundation, the architects, and Hill International, as well as the medical school of the University of Thessaloniki, and the Ministry of Health, and the 4th healthcare region. So a lot of people with different backgrounds and with a different specialization work together. We worked together, and we did so constructively in order to be able to transform a vision into a hospital. What's most important, however, besides the contribution of all specialists, was the contribution of the end users. In the consultation meetings that took place in the Hospital of Komodini and in Thessaloniki, the end users had the possibility not only to have a detailed update about the clinical program and the labs, but also to give us their comments, input that was included in the clinical program, and this made our effort even better. Also, what I wanted to mention is, as Moritz said, things did not start from scratch. Over the last 3 years, a lot of additions and enhancements were made to the clinical programs. So each time that there was a clinical enhancement, we needed to work in order to revise the workforce plan of the hospital. That meant that the workforce that was going to work there would have to be able to utilize to the best possible degree these wonderful buildings and equipment. We are very, very grateful and proud of this facility, and we are very pleased that the Greek state will cover the workforce expenses, and we're very happy overall.
Moving on from the process behind these enhancements and all the work on the clinical provisions of the hospitals, we have the stories.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these projects, their development really relied in many aspects in taking leaps of faith, which at the time seemed a little bit crazy and out of the box, but we're very lucky to have with us Professor Roussos and Dr. Koulouvaris as our health consultants, who always kept pushing the point, consult the end users, speak to the community, see what they say. And that put a very welcome toll on all of us. And Professor Roussos, Professor Roilidis, thank you for joining us. We will never forget the meeting we had just across the Agora here, August 2020, with the consultation of the end users of the Medical School of Thessaloniki about the pediatric hospital, which actually changed quite a few things on the clinical program. And Professor Anastasiadi, President of the Medical School of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, you were there in that meeting and picked up the ball. And when all this is over, I will personally remember, one of the things I will remember is a phone call with you, end of November 2021. It wasn't an easy phone call. I was very stressed. The design team was doing the designs, the bills were running, legislation was on hold. And we spoke on the phone, and you said, we'll get it done. We'll have the agreement by Friday. And I said, there's no way we're going to have the agreement by Friday. And it was raining outside, and it was very late. And I thought, we took a leap of faith, and it's not going to work. But work it did, and thank you very much for doing it. I shouldn't have doubted you on that phone call. Thank you very much for being here today, and we'd love to hear a couple of words from you on how you experienced it.
Actually, I have prepared something in Greek, but I will switch in English just not to take time from what you are doing here. And it's always nice to be in front of not just ministers, but I call them friends, just because I believe we are on the same side. And what we are doing here with you, and of course, with all people that supported this effort, is try to advance patient care, and especially in this pediatric patients, things are very much different, and this is, let's say, an incentive which drive us or boost us to do our best. And what we have mentioned is our collaboration, which ultimately reached to this point that today we may be proud that we are in the process, we are on track. And what I believe is at the end, what I aim as the head of the School of Medicine is that we will build an academic institution, not just an NHS hospital, which absolutely definite that it would prove to be one of the best in Europe, one of the best pediatric hospitals. But for me, accepting international students, as you know from last year, when this thing will be launched, we will have exactly the same year that our international students will have to go for pediatric clinical training, and that's something very symbolic that they will start from this emblematic hospital. And with this very short address, what I would like is, first of all, to thank you, Mr. Dracopoulos, definitely, Mr. Papoulias from all this help, Mr. Themistokleous, that was from the first beginning with us, both these ministers that are really very supportive, Mr. Plevris and Mrs. Gaga, and all of my team, all the professors that actually the 350, and not just the pediatric professors, but all the school embraced this project, and I believe ultimately we will do our best to be as good as the pediatric patients, the society, and you as the donor wanted actually to be for implementing this superb project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Anastasiadi. And just to clarify, the innovation in the governance structure of the hospital that has been achieved with everyone that has worked here is actually quite remarkable for Greek standards. And that's why I was stressed in that call. And Vice Minister Gaga, Mr. Themistokleous, thank you for being here, because part of that governance agreement entails the enhancement of the positions of the Medical School of Thessaloniki, specifically for the pediatric hospital, to an extra 52 over the next few years. And the cost of that will be shared by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health, which in itself is a big innovation in how things are done in the country about it. So thank you all very much for the collaboration. Thank you.
So again, there's a common theme around, which is about collaboration, about partnership, etc. I remember when we handed the SNFCC, this center here, to the state, that day, I remember in February 2017, 5 years ago plus, the questions were, why are you giving it to the state? Our answer was, number one, we're not giving it to the state per se, we're giving it to the people. The state, sometimes governments forget that, they are actually fiduciary for the people. So we believed in it, and there were some people saying, well, it's going to be destroyed, etc., etc. The answer is, here we are, 5.5 years later, with two different governments. And yes, we do have challenges. We had COVID, we have all these crises, but everything is working fine. So the question is, again, we're building three new hospitals, and we give them to the state, yes. And we believe in the state. We believe in the collaboration, and we believe when there's a common mission and a common vision, that people do rise to the occasion. So I'd like to invite again Mr. Themistokleous on stage to tell us a bit on his side. Again, we're going to deliver, we're going to start in January 2023, the actual construction, and they're going to be fully outfitted and equipped and delivered to the state in late 2025. And this is beyond governments. It's the state, and the question is, people ask, how will you ensure that these hospitals meet the vision of excellence and innovation with which they have been designed, and how will they be integrated into the overall system?
Ωραία. Έχουμε τρία νοσοκομεία που πραγματικά θα είναι κάτι πρωτοποριακό και στολίδια για το Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας. Να αρχίσουμε καταρχήν τις υποχρεώσεις που έχει το ελληνικό δημόσιο, που όπως έχουμε συμφωνήσει έχουν αποτυπωθεί και σε νόμο, έχουν αποτυπωθεί και στο Ελληνικό Κοινοβούλιο, έχουν ψηφιστεί και η υποχρέωση από το ελληνικό δημόσιο καταρχήν είναι να παρέχουμε ό,τι είναι απαραίτητο για την κατασκευή των νοσοκομείων χωρίς κάποιο κόλλημα. Τα νοσοκομεία χτίζονται και στην Κομοτηνή και στην Θεσσαλονίκη, σε περιοχές που είναι, αυτή τη στιγμή είναι οικόπεδα, δεν υπάρχει κάποιο χτίσμα προηγουμένως.
And as the Greek state, we have to upgrade the infrastructure, the roads, which are going to be used for the construction. So that means the construction site roads, so that the various crews can arrive at the building site, and also the roads that will serve the patients and the doctors. This is true for both hospitals, Thessaloniki and Komotini, and in Sparta, in order to have improvements, because we are going to build in the area of the existing hospital, so we want to improve the road service there. So we're on time with respect to the Ministry of Infrastructure in tenders, and even the construction of the roads for the construction site, and these will have to be delivered a few months prior to the completion of the hospitals, so that we are more than ready in order to open them. Now, the second large obligation that we have is, in fact, what we have to deal with throughout Greece in all hospitals, and that's understaffing. So there is a very tight time schedule with respect to the staff that the Greek state has to hire, so that we can work at full capacity from day one. This is something that is sought by the local community. They often ask us, how are you going to operate these hospitals? But we've shown in the other grants and the ROPs and anything that we agree upon, that the positions are going to be announced a long time ahead of schedule, so that we will have the staff in place for the first and second year of operation, so that the hospitals are fully operational. Now, what I said in the introduction, and this is that we do not deal with these hospitals as simple structures. I think the mayor talked about this very eloquently. We might have an amazing hospital, the best outside of Athens in northern Greece, and it might be one of the best in the Balkans. So we are looking at the grant and the hospitals as an impetus. This will help us leapfrog and go ahead. There are, in fact, 3 innovations. We have the private law hospitals. This is, in fact, an innovative structure. There are very few such that work. There's a CEO, which is a different system from the existing hospitals. We are going to have the pet manager and other innovations, which are going to be a pilot. And if this goes well, as I'm certain it will, and it's emulating other hospitals abroad. So here we have Mrs. Gaga and Mr. Plevris. Mrs. Gaga has the healthcare map of Greece, and she could, in fact, tell us about this in a very good technocratic manner. These will be a hub and spoke type hospital system, and they will be, we could say pillars, but I'd prefer the word beacons. This will help us take the healthcare system forwards. This might be a PPP, public-private partnership, but we want public health to be good the day after. Thank you.
We warmly thank
Ευχαριστούμε
you.
και πάλι τον Μάριο για την άψογη συνεργασία και να κάνουμε και ένα... in Greek. I wanted to thank Marius again for the day-in, day-out collaboration and say welcome to the Ministers of Health, Mrs. Gaga and Mr. Plevris. And now we're going to move into the core for the hospitals, which is what is the template for future hospitals. A few words before I invite him on stage. A few words for Renzo Piano. Renzo Piano is more than an architect for us. He's a great friend. He's a great personal friend. He's a great friend to the foundation. He's a great friend of Greece. He's the architect of this amazing project here. He's the architect of another project we're doing with Hopkins in Baltimore for the SNF Agora building. And he's the architect for these 3 new hospitals. And as I've said many times, what makes Renzo, in my view, the best architect in the whole world is not only for his technical expertise and his artistic expertise, but it's about the philosophy that he builds something, not just to put his own stamp and say, this is a Renzo Piano building. He puts the stamp with his vision and his respect and his understanding, which is a dynamic approach for the end user. And why is it going to be used? Who is it going to serve? Who are going to be the ultimate owners? And for that, I think that's what really makes him really unique. So I'd like to invite Renzo Piano with Martin Hirsch and Mark Carroll to come to stage, please.
I have to say something. I don't have anything to add to what you said. It's fantastic challenge. We are talking about humanizing hospital. What that mean? I want to give the word to my friend Mark immediately to explain what we are doing, but just a little something before we start. the last century, we were able to make hospital excellent in clinical, in medical sense. That was a great thing, fantastic. Unfortunately, we lost a bit the humanity, the human as excellence. So now this is the big challenge. And you know, in the world, we have a shift, we have a moment of shift, of change. And this is the moment. We know that. Maybe accelerated by the pandemic. But you know, this project started well before the pandemic. So, and the other big shift is the fragility of the planet. And we are in Greece, we have the sun. Those 3 hospitals will be carbon free. They will not consume energy. They will be zero emission. It's another big thing. Now, the way I want to go ahead is to ask Mark, is one of my partners in charge of this job. We can go through some image. Then I want to add something, and I want to ask my friend Martin to talk about something else we're doing somewhere else in Paris. So Mark, can you go ahead and can you explain?
Son, great. Thank you, Renzo. And I'd like to say that we are all very delighted to be back here in Athens and participating in the SNF Nostos Conference. It's a great pleasure, and it has always been enjoyable. The first thing I'd like to say is that we have started this project back in 2018, the spring, and now after 4 years we have finished the design work. That's good news. We're going into the bidding process, or we're actually in the bidding process, and we'll start the construction in the January of 2023. This first image I have, of course, is a map of Greece, and the first project is the SNF General Hospital per Komitini. It's, as you can see, a rectangular site. It's rather flat. It's a couple kilometers outside of Komitini, quite near a small town or village of Mileti. The site's about 200 meters wide by about 400 meters long. And it's a good site, easy, big, generous site. The next site is outside of Thessaloniki. It's the SNF University Pediatric Hospital for Thessaloniki. It's as you can see, it's a site's a bit more complicated due to the contours. It tends to slope to the west, to the south, and to the southeast, so it's complicated. And furthermore, there's a road that passes through the middle, creating Plot 1, which will be dedicated primarily to the hospital services, and Plot 2, which will be dedicated primarily to the educational functions. The third site, Sparti, is also a difficult site due to the contours, but there's a bigger challenge. There is an existing hospital on this site that we have to work around with. Actually, I mentioned that construction will start in 2023. Actually, it has already started. It has started with the enabling works in Sparti. This is to assure that we can actually start the construction of the Sparti Hospital in January 2023. Renzo, we are already behind the curve. I'd like to point out, the image is a Komitini here. I think this image represents very well what we'd like to do. As Renzo pointed out, we'd like to bring a sense of humanity back to the hospitals. We'd like to move away from the model of the 20th century where you had the efficient healing machine. We like to bring back the humanity, and this is done with the introduction of nature, reducing the scale and the massing of the building, introduce transparency, use of materials, etc., etc. Quickly, just going through, we talked about this hospital as a template. The template is quite simple, as you can see here, but all three hospitals, although the clinical brief is different for all three, and the sites are different for all three, they still have some similarities, more similarities than differences. You can see here the layout, the clinical spaces are on the lower levels, the more public functions in the orange are on the ground level, and the inpatient wards are on the upper level. If we look carefully at the Komentini project, that seems to be the more easy diagram to understand. We have the public level, which is dedicated to the public functions, such as the outpatient spaces and the hemodialysis spaces. We also have the very important mental health with the outdoor spaces, and we also have the administration, lobby, etc., and a small part of education. Education is embedded in all three hospitals, but I would like to point out for the Thessaloniki project, it's very important. It's with the space. It's in unison with the University of Thessaloniki, and the medical faculty of the university, I should say. This has functions like laboratories, classrooms, offices, seminar rooms, and a major auditorium, multifunction space for about 300 people. As you can see in every image that I show, light is important, light and transparency, and you'll see that throughout the images that I present. This again, lower level, this is the lobby space, the entrance to the Kometini, and it's important because the light and the views is what guide you through this hospital space. If you look through the next level, the lower level, this is the clinical level. It has spaces that are dedicated to the sorry, I can't see there. It has clinical spaces dedicated to the emergency rooms, the ICUs, and the operating theaters. Of course, there's also imagery, and there's also labs to service these spaces. And we also have I jumped around. I should say we also have these, to bring in natural light into the spaces, we have these sunken patios that bring light in, and they're associated always with the corridor spaces and the waiting areas. Again, labs and imaging, excuse me, I didn't see where I was. The facility management is dedicated with loading docks and the morgue and other spaces similar. As I mentioned, this light is important to our project, and I said this is a lower level space. We are not creating a space that is dark and damp. We're creating a space that is correct for these spaces that, such as a theater. And the operating theater, we will provide natural light that, of course, can be managed with a series of blinds that can close down and create privacy or control the light as necessary. This is a view from the ICU beds. Every ICU, there are 8 ICU beds in this hospital. All 8 of them have views to the outside, natural light, and nature. If we go up to the top floor, inpatient level, you see the building is divided in 2. We have 2 wings here, of course, and they're connected with bridges, glass bridges that connect the 2 wings. And these glass bridges, of course, are naturally ventilated. There's no issue about air conditioning these spaces. The wards are organized along the outside walls for the views and the light. The interior spaces in between the two parallel corridors are dedicated to services and to these patios that also bring natural light into the area of the wards, and also provide an area where even the patients that have issues with mobility are able to step outside, enjoy the natural sunlight or the natural air. Again, light is a key factor in this design, even for the rooms. Light is important. It has to be a controlled light, though. It's not a light that just is uncontrolled. But this all provides views to nature, views out, which is all something that facilitates the healing process. Mental health. All three hospitals have a mental health program. This here is a Komitini, has 15 beds, but the large mental health, probably the first mental health facility center that specializes in mental health for children and adolescents. This is probably the first center in Greece, or possibly in Greece. This, of course, is at Thessaloniki. We talk about nature a lot and the importance of trees and how they change the scale of the buildings, how they create microenvironments, they cool, the trees can clean the air, they take away the CO2 and do many other things that we all appreciate. Here at Komitini, we intend to add or plant 1,300 trees to the site, and we will do the same similarly to the Thessaloniki project, and a similar number to Sparti. We like the notion that the trees have a flirt with the building. They play with the mass, they demassify it. When the leaves fall off, the sunlight comes through in the winter period, or during the summer, they keep the building protected and shaded. But at this point, if we want to talk about trees and nature, I should pass the microphone to Heli, our landscape architect, Heli Panagiotis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. So we're talking about hospitals immersed in nature, and this dates back to the ancient Asclepia, and following Roussos and his team vision of a hospital immersed in nature that actually alleviate the enormous weight of being in a hospital. Nature can make us overcome the fear. As you have seen in the previous slides, the hospital buildings are light structures that actually question the rigid prototype of a hospital. They are set amidst newborn woodlands, and like another organism at this ecosystem, it welcomes and breathes among the surrounding natural elements. We all know that the visit to a hospital can be overwhelming. At times, it can be terrifying. Therefore, we believe that we can transform this experience. The patients, their families, our little patients, will walk across an alley of trees. In Komotini, they will walk between a forest, in Thessaloniki on a hill, and through the forest they will have the panoramic and inspiring views of the sea. In Sparti, the view of the valley of Laconia and the stream crossing. So, to be welcomed at this difficult time, and in order to mitigate the trauma effect, we are welcoming everybody under the canopy of the tree. We have set a series of healing landscapes for everybody, even playgrounds, because one of the most traumatic experiences when a child is entering a hospital is the loss of play. Through play, he can actually find his balance again. You can walk in the forest, you can relax on a sound garden, and you can even do art therapy in the hospital ground. You can sit under the shade of a big tree in a shadow garden, or walk on the footpaths that are actually permeable. And we all believe in the power of the healing garden, the gardens with water, where you can rest. And we all believe that seasonality, being able to experience the changes in season, can actually have a healing effect. And this is not something that we have invented. We are going back centuries in the ancient Greek Asclepia, or even other cultures like the Celtic culture, where trees are more or less a parental figure, a figure that can make us feel secured and make us get in balance with ourselves and with nature. Dating back to Hippocrates, but also other cultures in relation to medicinal plants, we have used all around our hospitals different medicinal plants that actually can improve and reinstate the healing process. I would like to end this small presentation by reading an excerpt from a Secret Garden bench diary. Hello, I am sick and staying in hospital, and I came up here to have some fresh air and enjoy the view. I feel like I'm in the botanical garden because it is beautiful here. The view is great and relaxing. I forgot that I'm sick when I look around. So this is the impetus, the driving force for the template of the future hospital. Thank you very much.
Control. Yes, okay. I'd just like to mention a few more points about the hospitals. This is a timber construction that we are applying to all three hospitals. It's a great material. It's a renewable material, but it's also great for other reasons, structural and seismic resistance. We worked a lot on the detailing. We worked with our engineers, consultants, et cetera, to find the proper way to make these materials come together, column, beam, and slab. This is the mock-up that we had produced in Geneva. It's one of the first studies, full-scale studies that we have made. And moving on in the process, we have also introduced a timber facade to our project. And of course, timber facade, as you can imagine, has many, many challenges. But working with our colleagues, we have found a way to make this mock-up and respond to the issues of fire resistance, durability, maintenance, and beauty, of course. The other big challenge we have is that the building, although it has a domestic scale, it is not simple. It has a very complex mechanical system, as any hospital has today. And we would like this hospital to be sustainable in many ways, and particularly in the energy consciousness that we in our office are all concerned about. The notion is that you have to make these strategies at the beginning of the project, and the big strategies that we have applied to this project for energy is the use of a photovoltaic panel array on the roof to capture the energy from the sun, and the geothermal to capture energy from the earth. As you can see, this hospital here, the Komitini, has solar panels of roughly 10,000 square meters that produce 1.6 megawatts. Thessaloniki is much smaller in size, but has the same concerns and is producing energy to keep this building as sustainable as possible and to become a carbon zero ready when they are finally completed. Well, with this, I'd like to say thank you. I'd like to thank everyone that worked on this project, this great adventure that we've had. And at this time, I'll pass the the microphone to Renzo. Thank you.
Well, making the building in wood, in timber, makes a lot of sense in this country. From the point of view of seismic, it's perfect. It's a renewable material. We use wood and we plant the trees. In 25 years, we have back the wood we have been using. It's fantastic. There are so many things to say. But there is one thing that I should probably say. You know, why this happened in Greece, in Athens, here? Well, this is something, well, it's happening also somewhere else. We are trying to do something like that. But it makes sense to happen in Greece because, you know, this is, you know better than me, this is a place where everything was invented a long time ago, 2,500 years ago. This town is the place where democracy came up. Democracy. The people, power to people, to elect those people that are more competent to run the community. Everybody will probably remind the oath, the promise made by newly elected Athenians, newly elected. I promise you, Athenians, to give you back Athens more beautiful than you gave to me. Huh? Beautiful. Kalos, of course. Kalos is more than beautiful. It's good and beautiful. This is a fantastic thing. And this is the country where everything was invented. I love this country for that reason. It's deeply in my heart. You know, justice was invented here. Justice, that time, instead of working by vengeance, by punition, was working, exploring the truth. That's something important. But even for health, Greece at that time didn't get the medical science, but differently from other countries where people try to reach solution through sorcery, magic, this country looking for a solution through beauty, beauty. The Asclepieion, you know, Asclepieion were the hospital. They were a place of beauty, just simply place of beauty. It makes a big difference. Not sorcery, beauty, serenity. Well, I'm not saying that you solve the problem by beauty, for sure. We solve the problem by medical science. But we have to bring beauty back. And that beauty, not the frivolous beauty, but the real beauty, the primary beauty, the one that was born here in this country. So that's the reason why, Andreas, I think it's making especially sense to do this in this country. It's part of Europe, it's part of the modern world. At the same time, it's a place where you can develop a bit more flexible way, especially working with everybody you listen to. This is not myself, architects, it's everybody, but it's a modern country with that kind of heritage. So that's a very important reason why making this in Greece, in Athens, actually in Athens, this is what we do ourselves in Athens. That was Pericles' speech, famous speech, do here in Athens. And that's what we do here in Athens. We try to solve the problem that way. Now, I don't want to talk too much, it will be too long. But what that means, humanizing, is not about shape. It's not about that. It's about the most subtle things, like nature. If you are in a bed in an hospital, and through the window you see leaves, trees, that makes a big difference, because nature is a metaphor of healing. It's something that keeps changing, renewal. It's a beauty. It's that beauty we are looking for. It's about light. You know, light is probably the most essential material in architecture. It's the most immaterial, but in the same time is so important. Light, transparency, the sense of solidarity, of community, even place of a civic behavior between doctors and everybody. So that beauty is very subtle to define. But this is the reason why we are doing 3 hospitals. Because you don't solve those problems by talking or by making programs. You only solve by making real things. And in some way, they are small. Those buildings are small. But they will be like labs, like a specific case, where we test in reality things. Now, I don't want to take too much of time. We've just finished, another hospital that you helped, by the way, in Uganda, in Africa. And it's a pediatric hospital. Only 72 beds, small, very small. And that's an hospital where we try to reach that beauty. And there is not another big hospital going on. This one is not 72 beds. It's more than 1,000 beds. And that's the reason why I asked Martin, my friend, Martin Hirsch, to be here to talk about something we are designing in Paris, in the North banlieue. That is probably the most difficult banlieue in Paris, is the hospital of the Grand Paris. And so, thank you, Martin, for coming. I just addressed to you to say something about that big challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas and Renzo. It's a privilege to be in between both of you and to say a few words about this project. When we talk about hospitals, when you are responsible for hospitals, you know 2 words: constraints, uncertainties. If you want to build an hospital, you have to deal with tons of constraints. You have the finance ministers who say that it will be too expensive and who needs for many details on what will be the construction. You have to place it in a special location, and the location is found for this hospital in an industrial suburbs. The only place we found was a car factory. And we had to transform a car factory into the largest one-block hospital in France, with 1,500 beds in this ancient car factory, with no trees, with no space. And when you have to do that, we use your expression, we need more than an architect. We can't solve the problem just with an architect. We need more than an architect. And so we launched this competition with a jury where we gathered the mayor of the city, who wanted more nature in the city and less buildings, the nurses, the medical doctors, the representatives of the patients, to choose a project. Before choosing the project, you have to make a brief to the different candidates. And I know that you remember my brief, which was very clear. We don't know how it will turn in the future. That's the word uncertainties. You have to imagine, 25 years ago, we knew that we needed beds for patients with AIDS. Now we just give them drugs. Same thing 5 years ago again. When you have patients with hepatitis, the answer was liver transplantations. Now it's drugs. So the way you conceive your hospitals with the disease of today and the technology of today won't be accurate in 5, 10, 20 years. And what we wanted to do is an hospital who could last 1 century or 2 centuries, not 3 years. So when we saw the candidates, we say, we don't know what will happen. You have to make something which is adaptive, that we can transform. Even what we see now, which won't be the reality when we will open the hospital. And that because you gave the answer to this issue, that you were chosen anonymously with all the competition. But 2 or 3 other things. A few years ago, 5 years ago, my team come back to me and said, we have a problem, we have forgotten something. What did you forget? We need underground parkings. I said, don't bother me with underground parkings. What's the cost of it? Well, around 30 million euros. And we just forgot them. I said, it's wonderful, you forgot them, but when we'll open the hospitals, we'll have Google car without driver. They will just put the patient or the nurses in front of the hospital and go back. We don't need them. I said, you can't say that. It's not certain that it will work. So you need that. But I couldn't decide to put 30 million just in underground parkings with the hope that we won't use them 20 years later. At this time, I visited hospitals in Tel Aviv. And they showed me that because of the fear of the air attacks, they have used their underground parkings to be transformed in 2 hours into an hospital's underground. So I came back and I said to my team, I know how we will use, yes, we'll build the parkings, but adaptive parkings to put ICUs then. You know what was their reaction? Our boss is crazy. And I said, I'm crazy, but I'm your captain. And so no choice. And we put in the brief this obligation. I was totally crazy. And then, you know what happened? COVID crisis. We opened ICUs in the restaurant of the people. They came back to me and said, crazy? Maybe not. I said, don't worry, I'm also crazy for other things. But on these things, we were right. I tell you this story because it's really the story of hospitals. And I will end with something. You put these wonderful hospitals in the middle of the trees of Greece. As I said, in the industrial cities of Saint-Ouen, north of Paris, there is no one tree. But you know what the miracle is? That usually you destroy trees to bring a building. Here, we bring the building and the trees, all included 2 forests. One on the foot of the hospital, which is seen by the patients when they are in their rooms, and one on the roof of the hospital for the visitors, for the staff, for the patient, and for the people of the city. And the result of that is that the most popular personage in this city of Saint-Ouen is Maestro Renzo Piano. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really great presentation. And we have now, Renzo spoke about the fragility of our Earth and the fragility of the environment. We all talk about it, we worry about it. So we are very happy that we have a special announcement. And Panos, would you like to take care of it? I think it's a really great news for Greece, for the environment, and for the whole project.
Thank you. So, as we understood while we were working on these hospitals, we realized that they lend themselves as a test case for future templates of hospitals. And we're very happy to have with us today Kai Kilman. He's heading the GBCI. You will all learn what GBCI is when Kai presents it. Kai, thank you very much for being with us. Floor is yours for the announcement. I think we have a podium ready for you to speak there, or wherever you want. What's important is the announcement, and we're really looking forward to it. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, SNF, for inviting us. We have been following the activities of their organization for a while, not just because you're friendly people and you know how to throw a good party. So it's because of your big vision and how to implement sustainability with all you're doing, and especially with your construction project. These are assets, real estate assets, and that's actually the angle I am coming from. All of these assets will include major components of sustainability. Now, how is the organization doing this as a client, together with the ambitious force of a world-known architect? They are using an international rating system. The international rating system is called LEED. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. This is a rating system that got created and developed by the United States Green Building Council. The first LEED certified buildings in the world could be seen in 2000, 2001. LEED follows a little bit the Olympic spirit. You can achieve a silver, a gold. We added a platinum level. So the foundation decided, if there are no other requirements on a national level building codes, we need to use a system, data came up, that can be transparent, that can be data tracked, and they embedded LEED for all of their real estate assets. We've already seen the 3 hospitals today. This culture center has been LEED certified. If any of you noticed the round sticker LEED at the door, take a selfie. This is a sign. And to be best of class, of course, they decided we all want to have our assets to be LEED Platinum certified. Now, this is, from a client's perspective, also a future-proofing step, and we talked about the next future of hospitals. It's risk mitigation, financial risk. These hospitals will be moved over in the hands of a state, but it's also climate management, climate risk management. I was told today we are achieving about 40 degrees Celsius outside, so we all feel the impact of that. So with this, the organization is pushing to be best in class. But we're going to do the next step. They approached us. We want to do more. We not just want to be the best within the framework, LEED Platinum certified. No, we want to future-proof our activities in the real estate environment. We are here in Europe. The European Commission had, through the Green Deal, a framework provided that we are targeting and aiming to be the first net zero, carbon zero economy on a continental level by 2050. If these hospitals are going to be handed over to the state, the government, it's important for them to have the security and the safety that what has been built can last forever and meets legal requirements and avoids any risk management. So that is the big step and the foregoing thinking. And what Andreas already mentioned in the beginning, you cannot do these things alone anymore. I'm representing the USGBC and their verification body. A LEED certification does not just get approved. It moves over to an independent third party called GBCI, the Green Business Certification Institute, and we are reviewing the design process as well as then the construction process. The Komotini project is currently under design review and it's on good track to achieve platinum. They are not over yet. We still need to get all the design documents later. They also implemented special social pilot credits that address communities that are disadvantaged, and that was really nice to see how the mayors, the government is here and works hand in hand in a public-private partnership program. So that is pushing the envelope to the next step. Again, you cannot do anything alone anymore. Things are too complex. Healthcare facilities are probably the most complex construction and design projects that you can have. They reached out to us, what can we do to make sure that the government later on, the public, has this next step, a net zero ready hospital. There are materials that flow in while you're constructing. Renzo Piano addressed why the choice of timber is one reason. That's one way to reduce carbon, because that's the big currency we're all going to talk about. Decarbonization of an economy, decarbonization on a building level. And the foundation reached out to us, the United States Green Building Council, and asked us, can we work together hand in hand? And I'm very proud to announce a partnership in the form of a memorandum of understanding that we, for all of these 3 projects, are going to work closer together to make sure once these projects are completed, they are ready to achieve a net zero footprint and under the operation scheme. So the design team is right now doing all of this, and this is a big moment for the organization as well as for us. So the partnership is between the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, the United States Green Building Council, and the verification body, GBCI. It will also have a digital platform called ARC Embedded that then, once it is in operation, is able to track data and make sure the building stays top of the art through the years to come. So thank you very much. I want to congratulate it. Thank you very much, Andreas. And for Piano, this is thank you. You have made that.
Thank you. And before we close, we're going to see we're getting close to the first break, but we're going to close this session watching the video that RPBW prepared on the hospitals. The call was easy. The call was to Renzo Piano. We had just worked with Renzo Piano in doing the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center. Renzo Piano is a great human being, number one, a great architect. We worked fantastically for the SNFCC. We then also worked together, and we are working together, for the building at Johns Hopkins for the SNF Agora. And the discussion was very easy, at least from our part, to call Renzo and ask him to come and help us build the 3 new hospitals. Renzo played difficult for a few seconds, but then he was all in it. And we're very happy to have him as part of that project and that effort. Renzo is like family, and Renzo understands most of all that it's not only about putting a stamp on a building, but it's about respecting the end user, respecting the vision and the mission of the project. And there's no better architect or human being for that. So we're very honored and happy to be working with Renzo for the HI.
Costruire un ospedale è un'esperienza veramente intensa, molto particolare, perché un ospedale è un luogo di passione. Passione nel senso greco della parola proprio. È anche un luogo d'ansia, che tu sia un malato, che tu sia un parente di un malato, un medico, un infermiere, è un luogo di attesa, è quasi un luogo in cui si vive in apnea, è un luogo di grande intensità emotiva. A me piace molto costruire edifici pubblici, perché sono edifici dove si impara a stare assieme e si impara a convivere, insomma. E se c'è un luogo dove questo è necessario e dove le diversità spariscono, è proprio l'ospedale. La grande scommessa è come riuscire a rimettere l'umanità dentro alla macchina ospedaliera, perché purtroppo l'ha un po' persa. Ed è la scommessa che sovrintende a questa operazione, costruire 3 ospedali modello in Grecia. Perché in Grecia? Perché in Grecia? Intanto perché la Fondazione Niarchos è in Grecia e ha avuto questa generosa iniziativa, ma poi perché in Grecia gli antichi ospedali, nell'antichità greca, si chiamavano Asclepeion. Erano luoghi di bellezza, di serenità. Questo significa che quella greca è una cultura per cui, in assenza di una scienza medica, che a quel tempo non esisteva, la medicina a salute non si affidava alla stregoneria, come in tante altre culture. Si affidava alla bellezza. La bellezza nel senso greco della parola, ben inteso. Il kalos dei greci. La bellezza, ma anche la qualità della vita. E quindi è un clima culturalmente adatto a questo.
So you're taking the best of the 19th century, the best of 20th century, and then you're borrowing a concept from ancient Greece to apply it to the 21st century? Okay?
It's a bit ambitious, but it will work. It will work. Nelle prime discussioni con Andreas Dracopoulos e con i medici che lui aveva già chiamato attorno a questo tema, si parlò a lungo di Atene, si parlò di diverse possibilità e pian piano prese forma invece l'idea di costruire questi ospedali in situazioni marginali, direi periferiche. Sono quelle situazioni complesse nelle quali è ancora più interessante creare un prototipo. Se c'è un tema che va costruito con un team interdisciplinare è proprio l'ospedale. E allora fin dall'inizio si cominciò a parlare con i medici. Naturalmente abbiamo lavorato anche con ingegneri specialisti sul campo climatico e sul campo costruttivo. Questo lavoro d'equipe ha richiesto anche un tempo di avvicinamento relativamente lungo, perché questa sintesi tra l'umanesimo e la scienza medica è una sintesi non facile da trovare. Nella sostanza, il modello funzionale è fatto di 3 livelli. Il piano terra, che è il piano, diciamo, pubblico, è quello che si connette con la comunità locale, anche con l'università, con le scuole, naturalmente con la medicina giornaliera, lì c'è il ristorante, lì c'è la vita comunitaria. E sotto, ma non sotterraneo, perché in realtà prende sempre luce, c'è la vera e propria macchina ospedaliera, quella che consente l'altissima efficienza medica del sistema, dove naturalmente ci sono le sale operatorie, c'è la terapia intensiva, ci sono i laboratori, ci sono tutte queste funzioni che connettono, mentre invece sopra vola, sul piano pubblico volano le degenze, le camere dove sono i malati. E queste camere sono immerse nel verde, perché il verde ha la stessa altezza di questi edifici. In questa logica si recupera l'efficienza dell'ospedale monoblocco del Novecento in quella che io chiamo la macchina, che sta sotto il piano pubblico, ma si recupera invece l'umanità dell'ospedale a padiglioni al piano terra e con le degenze che sono in piena luce. Al piano inferiore, che chiamo piano inferiore perché non è interrato, in realtà qui arriva la luce. Le terapie intensive e le sale operatorie che si trovano a questo livello guardano fuori, c'è la luce, anche perché sia Salonico che Sparti sono sulle colline, quindi questa parte, la macchina ospedaliera, quella che si trova sotto il livello pubblico, ha comunque la luce perché guarda verso valle. E a Comotini la collina l'abbiamo fatta noi, per cui a Comotini anche si guarda fuori. La luce è uno dei materiali più importanti dell'architettura, forse il più importante. Pur essendo così immateriale è estremamente importante. Naturalmente non è solo la luce in queste attività che sono prevalentemente mediche, è anche la luce nelle degenze, nelle stanze dove stanno i malati. E a guardare fuori dalle finestre, dovunque tu sia, al primo o secondo piano, sei in mezzo agli alberi. E questo è importante perché la natura è metafora di guarigione, la natura, è il rinnovarsi delle cose. Il tutto è costruito di legno, la struttura, ma anche la pelle dell'edificio, anche la facciata dell'edificio è in legno. E questa scelta è una scelta che ha una duplice valenza: pratica, perché è costruttiva, perché il legno è un materiale sismicamente perfetto, e poi anche ecologica, perché evidentemente se si usa il legno poi si ripiantano degli alberi che producono in 20-25 anni la stessa quantità di legno che si è consumato. Inoltre è molto bello, è un materiale molto frugale, sobrio, che porta con sé l'innocenza, se posso dire, di un edificio che ha un'identità chiara, limpida. Gli edifici sono sempre sovrastati comunque da un grande captore solare, tutti e tre questi edifici captano l'energia solare, e questa energia solare, essendo la solarità greca molto elevata, consente di fare edifici che sono a emissione zero, cioè non emettono CO2, e questo è un elemento di grandissima importanza. Anche questa è un'importanza pratica, al tempo stesso anche culturale, insomma. È la logica, è giusto che un ospedale che si occupa di salute si occupi anche della fragilità della terra.
So just because before we go to a couple of questions, because again we are very late on our schedule. The good thing is we're not late on our schedules for the hospitals and the buildings. We're late for this one, which is okay. I forgot a couple of things. We were talking at the opening remarks about the Johns Hopkins University and SNF's what we have next door about. About the whole data, how we believe in data, and the data visualization of the physical exhibition, which is right next door. And you can visit till July 3rd. This is going to be here until July 3rd, so I'm saying for whoever lives in Athens. And we'll continue also living online for the public to study and interact with them. And moreover, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., because tomorrow we're going to start the conference at 10:15. So at 9 a.m. tomorrow, whoever is here and would like, we welcome you to a tour of it where both Beth Plower and Lauren Gardner can talk to you about the vision and the implementation. And also for the alternative stage, which is next door at the Opera House, we have created an immersive experience with thematic 3D sceneries and soundscapes. And in the afternoon, you'll be able to see it. And then it will stay on also after tomorrow, after the conference ends. At least until midnight tomorrow, Friday. We're trying to extend it, but it's been difficult. So before we close for the first break, just time for one or two questions. So anybody from the live audience would like to ask any question about any of the speakers before, or us as SNF or the government? Would anybody have any question, especially from the young? Hi.
It was mentioned just a moment ago that hospital design is really a matter of risk avoidance or risk assessment. And I wondered, as you've created these magnificent designs, to what extent or how you have made decisions that will help avoid one of the scourges of hospital care, infection risk.
I mean, I don't know and I don't know anything about it. I'm not a scientist, I'm not an architect. But what I would say is that, yes, everybody knows that infections, and you're going to be speaking to us later on about it, infections are the biggest problem in the modern world and the whole world in the hospital. That's why nobody wants to stay there more than they need to. But is there anything that you can do as an architect? I don't think so, but they can say, but I think this is more like a medical, but Martin, okay.
But it's a very good question, because you know that in the past, last century and the century before, they invented the one small building unit hospitals just for that, with the idea that the circulation of air between the buildings will save the infections. And now it's a quite different challenge. It's huge building. with different services and the presence possibility of infection. So the problem is solved, and the architects know that, with the way you can separate different activities, put certain kind of doors and walls and so on and so. But how you make the life of the hospitals with the teams who do the job for the bio-cleaning of the hospitals. And we see that the risk is quite different than the risk we used to assess last century, in the 19th century. And then the truth happens because we measure every day the rate of infection. And we had a huge experience with COVID, where we saw how to avoid the transmission of COVID to one unit to another unit. So it's major risk, but it's a major challenge which is addressed by the new project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Anybody else from the crowd would like to ask any questions? So, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond from the design team's perspective in regards to the infection control. And of course, it's not just infection control, it's infection prevention. And what we say here is that from the first designs, the infection prevention happens by design. It happens by the right space standards. It happens by the right processes, the flows in the building, dirty lifts, clean lifts. But moreover, and I think this is one important cornerstone of the health initiative as well, is educating people, educating processes. And we work very closely with Emilia and her team together to create a set of operational policies, something that we see is international best practice, how people work. Because the biggest risk in infection, of course, you have materials, you have spaces, etc., but it's about people, how people work. If you don't have enough staff, people cut corners. So part of this initiative is the workforce that Emilia mentioned. So if there's a well-educated, well-trained, well-resourced workforce, hopefully these things can be eliminated.
Thank you. Martin, you want to add?
Maybe if I just can add a word, it's very important to have beautiful and functional buildings. But it's also, and I'd say that to the young part of the audience, it's also quite important to have people working in these buildings. We need nurses, we need medical doctors, we need computer engineers. In all countries in the world, there is a lack of health professionals now. When I was in New York last month, they don't have psychiatrists during the night to go in the emergency room, so they just do telemedicine for psychiatry. And so on. So we have 15% of our beds who are closed by lack of nurses. And it's the same thing in Karolinska, in Stockholm, and in different countries. So we need to push young people to go in this profession, to foster the training programs, and that's very important to have the best use of these wonderful buildings.
Thank you, Martin. And then, okay, gentlemen.
Hello. Regarding the effort of mobile medical units and significance, it's not only humanitarian reasons, it's also financial reasons and ethnical reasons. For example, anecdotally remember, in Agrafa, a small village, remote in the mountains of Greece, we have one patient, 35 years old, that was infected from colon cancer. And we pick it up exactly at the point that she avoided operations and medications and radiotherapy. The whole financial benefit of this effort was about 20,000 euros for the health system. And the whole mission out there in Agrafa cost for 35 physicians and nurses and associates, and staying there for 3 days was 70,000 euros only. So we have a benefit from one patient, 3,000 euros. On top of that, ethnical regions. let's say at the village of Nika.
Sorry, I don't want to be rude, but what's the question?
There's no question. There's a proposal for the representatives of the country to take this effort, this initiative under their skin and make it practice for Greek government and not only for a humanitarian organization.
Thank you. And I think, again, a philanthropic organization can usually bridge things and start projects. And you're right. On the other hand, I think what Mr. Kevin Rudd said before about the value of preventative medicine. And that's something which also is it's a big part of how you can do that. But if you have any comments from the ministry about this.
Allow me one more detail. When you go to remote islands like Castellorizo or Niarchos, you find little villages with 1 or 2 inhabitants. And they are very happy to see people that come from the mainland and support them, like doctors. If those people live from those remote areas, we don't have any more inhabitants in the islands. So the islands will not be Greek anymore.
So it's about humanity and about preventative care. And it's something which we started about, 8 years ago. And I think we are actually growing it. And it's an area where at some point we could work more with the state if the state wants to take it to a much bigger level. Because, again, we started with all doctors being basically totally volunteers. And they would leave their job to just do that. So it's a big project. And, at some point, maybe the state wants to make it into a bigger state-owned organization. I think it's important for the mobile units, and I think many other countries were talking with a hospital in England, and they are doing the same thing. And I think other hospitals also. If people cannot come to the hospital, you take the hospital to them. It's about, as we said from the beginning, it's about accessible and quality health. So that's it. So the break was supposed to be 45 minutes ago for 20 minutes. So if we can, 15 minutes, and then we come back. Thank you.
Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Niger, and the Central African Republic. You better not touch that dial, because we're here to amplify youth voices. Amplify youth voices. The Children's Radio Foundation.
Ke le dumedishe yo a bolela go mo puseletso shotgun Gianni ke tswa ka ga tloporo lefatsheng la Afrika Borwa ke o mongwe wa bagashi ba baswa go tswa motse community radio station ka fasa ga lenaneo la Tswada ga jale o theleditse Children's Radio Foundation #we amplify youth voices.
Hi everyone, my name is Russ, #RustThatGuy. I am from Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. I'm a young reporter for Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices.
Gamwamba inangu ni Medjobrin Miranda izwa kudoropo ya Mazambuka muchisiza Zambia. Ndime youth reporter waku FM Zambia. Agampangwa kabakubushika itwa kuti Youth Link Up Radio Show. Mutelela Children's Radio Foundation #tusumpula majwi abakubushi.
Welcome back, or rather we are back, and I hope we're welcomed back. Here we are, the Children's Radio Foundation. I'm Andreas Skinner on the microphone, and alongside me are...
Puseletso Powerhouse Shotgun Gianni.
And?
Mulemba Mulando, a youth reporter all the way from Zambia.
So, after a couple of hours really, we're here for a brief number of announcements. I hope everyone's had a good time. I've seen quite a number of people have visited the Cultural Centre already. I couldn't help but notice and pick out some very specific faces that I recognize, like the Minister of Health, Mr. Thanos Plevris. Good to see him here. So a couple of announcements. I'd like to remind you, of course, that we do have the SNF Nostos run. I got the times wrong earlier. First, it's the 10-kilometer run at 8:30. and then the 6-kilometer run at 8:45. Of course, we also have the inclusive basketball game at the opera stage, here at the alternative stage of the Greek National Opera, not on any basketball court. So that's something you should not miss at 5:15. And that's going to be followed by a brief conversation with Panagiotis Giannakis, the Greek and international basketball legend.
Yeah, cool, interesting. And at 1:30, we're going to have the pop-up training on Stop the Bleed by Matthew Tashwell, founder EMS Access. Now, this you need to attend. You don't want to miss it. 1:30, you need to attend the Stop the Bleed pop-up training. And at 2:30, we're going to have the Voice of the Youth on Reproductive Health Services by Beatrice Nyamwanga Okeche. This you don't need to miss. The SNF Nostos Youth Advisory Committee. 2:30, you need to attend this show.
Yes, on the Voice of the Youth, I would like to emphasize, I would like to brag about one of our own from all the way from South Africa, from the Bigger Than Life show in Alex to an international platform. We have our very own Marianne Nobele, and she'll be speaking on health privacy in an era of extreme transparency. Beautiful people, and also please do not forget our platform, our website, the SNF Nostos organization, snfnostos.org. The hashtags are hashtag SNF Nostos, hashtag SNF Nostos Health.
Very good. So, I'd like to ask you two friends, so far, what's been your impression of the conference?
We amplify youth voices. That's who we are. Children's Radio Foundation. So far, a lot of people, you know,
Yes.
a lot of faces. It's an excitement that like a lot of people are attending this thing, which is about health. It shows that we are moving in the correct direction.
Yeah.
It shows that we are ready to see change in our lives, to bring about change internationally.
Yeah.
Earlier on, we looked at how we, the young people, can be the change that we want to see. I'm happy that we are here to talk about mental health as young people, and we did have a show earlier on, a pop-up show on mental health, and that was like my main highlight, and seeing that we have a home minister come in at the SNF conference, which is very impressive.
No, I mean, you've seen other personalities of the Greek health, let's say, environment, ecosystem, rather, show their faces. I've got various reports that I've not been able to confirm yet, so I won't say any names. Is this my phone? Yes, it is. So, but yeah, definitely. I mean, it's sort of to be expected because this is a big thing. It happens every year, but it's definitely nice to see expected things to come to fruition.
Yeah.
Now, I'd personally like to focus on something that's curious because it goes to show how multifaceted a thing such as health can be. Because we're here for 2 days to speak about health, but we've started speaking about subjects that are more closely related to civil engineering and architecture and all that. And I couldn't not focus a bit on the whole thing with Mr. What's his name? Mr. Renzo Piano. Yeah, the architect of this very building, and also the architect of 3 upcoming hospitals here in Greece. And first of all, that's kind of nice to see, you know, because it's the same foundation building all these.
Yes.
So, the retention of the same people is always nice to see. And also the buildings, I don't know if you looked at the buildings at all, but they're very similar to this building. Now, 2 days ago, you had a tour of this building. So what was your impression of the cultural center?
It's beautiful. It's very beautiful.
I really want to talk on the library. I was like, I've never seen anything like this. This is... I have never. I cannot wait to get back to South Africa and say like, oh guys, you do not know what I saw there. You have no idea how beautiful that place is. And then it also gives that vibe of knowledge, you know. You can go there, when you get there, you get to learn about Greek. Yeah. And also we visited the Acropolis. And the Acropolis, you know. I was... such buildings. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's a
I
fun
love
thing.
the hall. It's so big. It's huge. It's massive. We don't have such a hall back home. And seeing the SNF hall, it's huge. When you stand at the center of it, you could literally see it going up, and the beautiful red, comfortable chairs. That was really good.
I just want to say one thing, though, because you mentioned going to the Acropolis. I've never been on the Acropolis, so you got there before me. Yeah. Anyway, one last thing about Mr. Renzo. You notice the buildings. They look so similar to this one, you know, the same design, the plants on top, the garden on top of the roof. So that's just excellent. Excellent. I love that, you know. Anyway, I think we can go for a little break right now. A little bit of song.
I am from Zambia, a youth reporter from Weatherton's Youth Link Up radio show. You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Hello, my name is Purity Mafunga and I'm a youth reporter from Kitwe, Zambia. Flavor FM 87.7 on the Copperbelt, 96.9 in Lusaka and 92.1 in Solwezi. Coppola's most loved radio station. You are listening to Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Mulishani bonse inene bomlemba mlando nangola Miss Awesome okufuma kukitwe mu Zambia inene bone mpungu efe bachitama recording from Flavor FM 87.7 umsumba wa Copperbelt mle mfwa kuri ba Children Radio Foundation fwe babonfyama voices yabapungwe.
Shotgun on the mic and # We Amplify Youth Voices all the way from Children's Radio Foundation. Good people, I'm talking drums, I'm talking guitar. Stand a chance, you are going to enjoy later on, you know, we'll have Locomondo. And it's awesome ska and reggae music. So please do stay and then come and enjoy with us such music. I mean, like, we don't have such music in South Africa. Well, I've never seen any band perform such music. But rest assured, you're going to enjoy, definitely.
I'm looking forward.
Are you?
Yeah.
Because he was just explaining that, like, it's going to be like boom, 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 you know?
Yeah,
so the excitement in me, I just cannot wait. You know, I cannot wait for it.
Yeah, it's very upbeat music, yeah.
How is it?
Very upbeat music, you know?
Upbeat.
Yeah, upbeat. I'm not going to sit here singing the songs.
So you're going to be able to dance?
Oh, definitely.
Do you have like certain moves that you have named? Like, we have a move in South Africa that's called Vosho. Do you know what Vosho is?
No, but I don't know anything of dance, so just do not. Like, Sia was yesterday laughing at my dancing, so don't pay any attention.
Interesting. So today we'll have Locomondo and tomorrow we'll have a concert. It will be nice, it will be live, it will be fire, it will be dance and music. We'll have the amazing Georgia Smith. Interesting. We'll have Masked Wolf. Good job, Nikki. You can't miss this concert tomorrow. Be here at 8 p.m. for the concert.
So I think the takeaway from both of these situations is that we've got wonderful concerts on both days, so be here. And we've got a various number of wonderful things anyway, like we've got a bunch of parallel activities alongside the various talks taking place, like we have the, you know, I talked earlier about Renzo Piano and how I like the architecture we talked about.
Yes.
So we've got the a template for future hospitals, an exhibition from his workshop. It presents 3 new hospitals being created, these hospitals that we talked about just earlier on the video. We also have the remote pulse and recorded assembly across the canal, an interactive installation by Mexican artist Rafael Lozano Hema. And we also have at the SNFCC Dome a VR headset so you can, you know, experience virtual reality tennis, dance, surf, yoga, and climbing. Also, at the library, we have the interactive global health data experience. Essentially, it's a 3D globe that you can touch, and it brings up data, you know, related to COVID or in general. It's an exhibition from the Johns Hopkins University, and we also have a photo exhibition from Theodore Nicolaou, Wish Peace Your Mind, I butchered the pronunciation there. I said peace instead of peace, but I hope they forgive me, for a multifaceted view of the world of mental health. Stuff we've talked about today. We've talked a lot about mental health, and later on today we'll be talking about the connection of mental health to COVID-19.
Yeah.
One last thing about mental health, there's also a brief talk about mental health and early prevention. So it's definitely an important thing, an interesting thing, and an interesting day to come.
That's good. So I've heard all of you talk about these things that we have and all the programs that we have. Are you planning on attending any of them or taking part in any of them? So are you going to run? There's the 6 kilometer, the 10 kilometer. Do you play basketball, Andreas?
Miss Awesome. I am one. I'm not lazy, but I cannot run. I cannot
You're
run like
model, your feet.
You see, I'm a princess. I'm a pageant princess. What I do is walk. You understand? I have to sway there, so I cannot run. I can run in hills. Well, when trying to show that, like, you know, what queens do, of course. But run.
Andreas, any activities that you're looking forward to?
Look, first of all, you asked me if I play basketball.
Yeah.
No, I play football, but not well. No, I'm looking forward to the run, especially the 6 kilometers, because as I mentioned earlier, my best friend is running. So good luck to her and all the other runners. And beyond that, I'm not really going to be taking part in anything, because I'm watching the whole thing from the screen we have right here. That's how we get to comment on the affairs. What about you, Malemba? Are you going to partake into anything?
I look for, and not participating in the activities. I'm very lazy when it comes to running. So 6 kilometers and 10 kilometers is such a huge mile for me. So as opposed to that, I look forward to attending the Stop the Bleed at 1:30. So all of you should attend the Stop the Bleed at 1:30. It's going to be interesting. I really want to attend it. I want to know what it's about.
Yeah, that would be a great experience. That would be a great takeaway from this whole thing. Not that the others are not a great takeaway, but this specifically. What is Stop the Bleed? What is that? We won't understand. It's like, what's
it got
that?
me thinking, is it blood when I cut myself, stopping it? What exactly are we stopping?
I thought it was going to be like on donating. And they're like, no, it's not donating blood. It's Stop the Bleed.
Oh, don't worry. This country tends to have fairly common, blood runs anyway, so you can donate blood very often. It's not a worry. That's a thing we do here quite a bit, yeah. So what's the situation with first aid in South Africa, Zambia and stuff? Because Stop the Bleed's about first aid, so what's the situation? Do they teach you anything there? Do you have any contact?
The basics.
Okay, so CPR, what is it?
Well, I learned the basics of first aid at church. We get to have conversations on first aid, being the first help that you give to a casualty or a victim. So I have a little knowledge about it, not vast, not much, but at least I can know how to stop the bleed and how to save a life. So this is why we really emphasize that all of you should attend Stop the Bleed at 1:30.
What about you, Puseleta?
That is very great. I'm from the Bundus. We call it the Bundus, village Kuvuki land kind of that. So I'm not knowledgeable on that one. I still need to learn more about donating blood. I only learned this at school, that it's good and you are saving lives when you're donating, So that's basically all I know. I still need lots and lots of information on that one. And you mentioned the podium, the hall there,
Yes.
I'm a very good singer. I would like to say that. So I was like, when we were in there, I was like, no, but I'd love to perform in here.
Singing.
I'm not a performer, but I'd love to perform in here. It's just it's a beautiful space and it's very huge. Imagine performing for thousands of people, especially these ones here.
The beautiful people that we have here.
Well, I'll give you a minute to perform to yourself because we're going to go to another break, and you can perform for me and Malemba.
No problem.
Hi, my name is Vigelela Kolom. I am from Rebecca in South Africa. I am a young reporter from Relay FM in a show called Live Wire. And you are listening to Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Hi, my name is Jobin Makwane. I am from Madabuga Township, Zambia. A youth reporter from Weatherton's Youth Link Up radio show. You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Nchani bonse inekisoni banda nafuma kundola mchalo cha Zambia timsepela ususela kumulabasa uitwa SNF pali programu iitwa Youth Bazi kwa imile kutika kumulabasa wabana abanono ibukisheni ukutila kumulabasa wabanono tukusha ichunda cha mashiwi ya nisepela. Hi everyone, my name is Russ, #RussThatGuy. I am from Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. I'm a young reporter for Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices.
And we're back after that break, and I believe Pusaleta has one more announcement for us.
Yes, I would like to announce that Sender Marks, the Director of Precision Psychiatry in Columbia University of Medical Center, will also be sharing his piece with us. So it's very important to listen to the doctor, good people.
Okay. Now, I'd like to tell you a couple of things about what's coming up, because we've got quite the schedule. So start slowly. We're going to go towards the SNF talks. These are brief talks. They're not long discussions that last 2 hours. They're about 5 to 20 minutes each with various speakers. Now, we've got like a 30-minute talk about mental health and early prevention, etc. But then we've got, a discussion about international collaboration, between, Greece and other countries, like international hospitals and various other, procedures the SNF is actually taking part in. So that's all before our next break, and that's when we're going to come back and talk about, as I mentioned earlier, COVID-19, how that affected mental health.
Okay.
So, what do you think so far? What do you think?
Well, so far so good. I'm happy that we have a lot of people that have come all the way from different parts of the world to come and be a part of the SNF program that we have now. So many people around here, and this is very beautiful. It's good. We are going to get out and leave this place with a lot of knowledge that all of us will be of great benefit to us. So now we are going to end it here, and we'll come back after some time. Thank you.
Yeah, back to music now.
Gamwamba inangu ni Medjobrin Miranda izwa kudoropo ya mazamo gamushisi za Zambia.
So you can go and enjoy it if you want, and you can watch from the opera also. There's live streaming, or come back, or whatever you want. So sorry for that, but again, we have been, it's a tight schedule. So lunch 1:30 to 2:30 remains, but we will continue with the program because at 2:30 the program continues at the alternative stage. So we're going to start immediately with as we said, we spoke about the hospitals. We know that the hospitals on their own don't work. They need to be equipped, number one, and you need the human capital to be trained and empowered. So you get the whole package to work. So first we're going to see a quick video on the equipment that is being provided. And just as an opening there, you're going to see, and we spoke about the aeroplanes and the helicopters, because again, you have the hospitals, you have the patients. Yes, we have the mobile units. At the end of the day, you have to bring one to the other. You either bring the patient to the hospital, or you bring the hospital kind of to the patient, and then you need to link. And to link, you need transportation. And we started 5 years ago providing 143 new ambulances to the state, and that has worked very, very well, together with whole digital communication system. So without any other comments, let's start with the video, please, about the equipment for the hospitals. Thank you.
Αποτελούν τα εργαλεία ενός σημαντικού σκοπού. Συνεισφέρουν δουλεύοντας διαρκώς και κάτω από οποιασδήποτε συνθήκες. Εργαλεία που δίνουν σε κάποιους τη δύναμη να δράσουν και σε όλους εμάς τη δυνατότητα να ωφεληθούμε και να νιώσουμε ασφαλείς. Ο υλικοτεχνικός εξοπλισμός της Πρωτοβουλίας για την Υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Niarchos βοηθάει στην ενίσχυση και καθιέρωση ενός πιο εξυγχρονισμένου, πιο προσβάσιμου και πιο αποτελεσματικού εθνικού συστήματος υγείας. Μέχρι τώρα έχει συνδράμει με ιατρικό εξοπλισμό σε 4 πανεπιστημιακά νοσοκομεία στην περιφέρεια.
Είναι γνωστή η προσφορά του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Niarchos στη δημόσια υγεία. Σε αυτή την τεράστια προσφορά έρχεται να προσθεθεί και το τεράστιο έργο, μια πολύ μεγάλη δωρεά, η αγορά και η εγκατάσταση ποζιτρονικών τομογράφων σε 4 μεγάλα πανεπιστημιακά νοσοκομεία της χώρας. Ανάμεσα σε αυτά είναι και το Πανεπιστημιακό Νοσοκομείο Ηρακλείου Κρήτης. Ήταν ένα όραμα πολλών ετών που λόγω υψηλού κόστους δεν καταφέραμε να το έχουμε στη φαρέτρα μας για τη διαγνωστική και θεραπευτική αντιμετώπιση. Το 2018 έρχεται με πλήρη χρηματοδότηση από το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Niarchos η δωρεά για την εγκατάσταση αυτών των συστημάτων. Ποια είναι τώρα η κλινική σπουδαιότητα αυτού του συστήματος, ιδιαίτερα για την Κρήτη? Εγώ θα μιλήσω για το νησί μου, στο οποίο εργάζομαι και στο οποίο προσφέρω τις ιατρικές μου υπηρεσίες. Στην Κρήτη έως σήμερα δεν υπήρχε αυτό το σύστημα και αυτό είναι ένα μεγάλο βάρος, ιδιαίτερα για τους ογκολογικούς ασθενείς. Οι ασθενείς έως σήμερα ήταν αναγκασμένοι, για να έχουν την περίθαλψη που τους αξίζει, να μεταβαίνουν σε διαγνωστικά κέντρα, είτε ιδιωτικά είτε δημόσια, εκτός Κρήτης, που αυτό συνεπάγεται και ψυχολογική φθορά και οικονομικό κόστος, αλλά και κυρίως ότι ένα μεγάλο ποσοστό των ασθενών αυτών, λόγω της ιδιαίτερα κλινικά επιβαρημένης κατάστασής τους, δεν είχαν τη δυνατότητα να μεταφερθούν εκτός Κρήτης. Με τη δωρεά αυτή όλα αυτά θα σταματήσουν. Οι ασθενείς της Κρήτης θα μπορέσουν να έχουν την περίθαλψη που τους αξίζει. Οπότε καταλαβαίνουμε την κλινική σπουδαιότητα αυτού του συγκεκριμένου απεικονιστικού συστήματος.
Η Πρωτοβουλία για την Υγεία έχει προχωρήσει στην προμήθεια συστήματος κλήσης νοσηλευτών και υπόλοιπου ιατρικού εξοπλισμού στον Ευαγγελισμό, αλλά και με έδρες και προσομοιωτές για την Οδοντιατρική Σχολή του Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών.
Η δωρεά του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Niarchos έδωσε τη δυνατότητα στην Οδοντιατρική Σχολή του Εθνικού και Καποδιστριακού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών να προμηθευτεί 24 υπερσύγχρονες οδοντιατρικές έδρες, στις οποίες οι φοιτητές μας ασκούνται σε ασθενείς και παρέχουν πρωτοβάθμια υπηρεσία οδοντιατρικής φροντίδας με μια πληθώρα οδοντιατρικών πράξεων σε συμπολίτες μας που κυρίως δεν έχουν εύκολη οδοντιατρική πρόσβαση. Επιπλέον, έδωσε τη δυνατότητα να προμηθευτούμε 40 τελευταίας τεχνολογίας προσομοιωτές, σαν αυτούς που βλέπουμε εδώ, και και στους οποίους οι φοιτητές μας εκπαιδεύονται πριν από την κλινική άσκηση, πριν δηλαδή θεραπεύσουν ασθενείς. Έτσι, η δωρεά αυτή έδωσε τη δυνατότητα να αναβαθμιστεί κατακόρυφα τόσο το εκπαιδευτικό έργο, όσο και το κοινωνικό έργο που επιτελείται στη σχολή μας.
Παράλληλα, η Πρωτοβουλία για την Υγεία έχει συντελέσει στην ενίσχυση των αεροδεκομιδών του Εθνικού Κέντρου Άμεσης Βοήθειας με 2 αεροπλάνα και 2 ελικόπτερα, αλλά και με τις αντίστοιχες εκπαιδεύσεις των πιλότων και μηχανικών της πολεμικής αεροπορίας.
Ως υπεύθυνη των αεροδιακομιδών του ΕΚΑΒ, οφείλω να εκφράσω ένα βαθύτατο ευχαριστώ προς το Ίδρυμα του Σταύρος Νιάρχος, γιατί με τη δωρεά των υγειονομικά διαμορφωμένων πτυτικών μέσων 2 αεροσκαφών και 2 ελικοπτέρων αναβάθμισε την παροχή υπηρεσιών υγείας προς όλους τους νησιώτες και γενικά τους βαριά πάσχοντες που απαιτούν άμεση διακομιδή. Επιπλέον, με τη δωρεά των ασθενοφόρων και των κινητών μονάδων, αναβάθμισε και τις χερσαίες διακομιδές με τη σωστή υποστήριξη των βαριά πασχόντων ασθενών.
Πρωτοβουλία για την Υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος. Για μια υγεία ποιοτική και προσβάσιμη σε όλους. Ίδρυμα Stavros Niarchos. Επίκεντρο ο άνθρωπος.
So now Eliana and Panos will follow up.
So when we procure the equipment and we evaluate how the equipment is used, we look at data and we speak with the people that use the equipment, but we think there is no better way for us and you to see how the equipment that was shown makes an impact in the lives of patients and the doctors than hearing from the doctors themselves. So we're very proud and very honored to have with us today Dr. Pyros and Dr. Mariola, who also appeared in the video, to share a couple of stories of how they've lived this equipment. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Καλησπέρα, σας ευχαριστούμε για άλλη μια φορά. Δημήτρης Πύρος, ο Διευθυντής των Ιατρικών Υπηρεσιών, Άννα Μαριόλα, η Διευθύντρια.
Who is the head of the air ambulance services. We have 2 points in common. We are flying doctors from 1994, and we are also teachers in terms of such hospital and healthcare. We could say a lot of figures, but we would like to give you some real stories. Let us start from the very first story. When time that, in fact, tames all, in fact, was very crucial. We had to have an 11-year-old boy go from Zakynthos that had, in fact, amputated, had lost his hand. It was amputated. So you know that time was of the essence. We had to take him to the hospital in Elefsina. The time was in favor of the child, and we managed to join his hand to his arm, and that was in the pediatric hospital of Hagia Sophia. So even minutes count in this operation, and now the child has his hand and it's properly mobile. So, collaboration. The various flight devices, that means the helicopters and the planes. But we needed to have a great collaboration with the pilots of the Hellenic Air Force and ourselves as the medical staff. So you might not know that we also have flights abroad, and we'd like to share one with you. As of January 2022, in excellent collaboration with the pilots of the Air Force, we managed to repatriate a Greek female patient from Hanover in Germany. She went there to a neurosurgical hours to bring her back from Hanover to Elefsina. And this was an excellent operation. These are impressive stories, but it's not a deus ex machina when we're talking about these air ambulance services. Nothing could be done if we don't have people at the point which will, in fact, give first aid and will give the pre-hospital care. This is Foundation, and I'd like to thank Mr. Koulouvaris for what he's done for the training, and they were able to deliver in practice what they had learnt in theory. So this is a chain, and we can say that there can be a medical practitioner in the provinces and who's been trained by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, a case and to the air ambulance services, and there will be a nurse there on board that will be also trained by this program. And we have, in fact, been trained on the various helicopters and planes, and we already have a helicopter, 109 helicopter in Rhodes. So there's also the support for 5 years. We want to continue the collaboration with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to the benefit of the patients. And we see them at the most critical moment in time. They haven't chosen us, but we have chosen to help them. So I would like to close with the exact same that the former Prime Minister of Australia said. Thank you, sir.
You well enough, but keep doing what you
Dr. Mariola, thank you very much. And Dr. Mariola, you fly with this equipment. You have lost colleagues in the past. You're at the front line of this. It is our honor to have you here with us. Thank you very much for being here and for using the equipment. And it's stories like the stories of yourself and stories like the stories of Professor Roilidis in a different context that are the people behind the efforts that make all these things happen. So I'd like to thank both of you and all the other people behind the scenes that do this work. Thank you.
A bit about the equipment. Next comes the most important thing, which is how do you empower the human capital? They mentioned a bit about the educational programs, and it's in areas which are very important in today's realities. We're talking about trauma, talking about infections, about nursing, which we have a sweet point for nursing because we think that it's being under-respected. And ICU care. It's about empowering the backbone of the health system, which is the human capital. So we're going to see a very quick video on the trainings. Thanks.
Όταν υπάρχει γνώση, υπάρχει πρόληψη. Υπάρχει σωστή αντιμετώπιση και εξέλιξη. Με τη γνώση ο άνθρωπος μπορεί να προστατευτεί, αλλά και να προστατεύσει τους συνανθρώπους του. Η γνώση είναι ο σύμμαχος που πρέπει να διαθέτουμε σε κάθε αγώνα. Και ιδιαίτερα στον αγώνα για ένα πιο αποτελεσματικό και αξιόπιστο εθνικό σύστημα υγείας. Γι' αυτό, η πρωτοβουλία για την υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος εστιάζει στην εκπαίδευση του ιατρικού και νοσηλευτικού ανθρώπινου δυναμικού της χώρας. Με την ενίσχυση, διαμόρφωση και υλοποίηση πολλαπλών εκπαιδευτικών προγραμμάτων πάνω στο τραύμα, την αντιμετώπιση ενδονοσοκομιακών λοιμόξεων, την ενίσχυση ιατροτεχνολογικού εξοπλισμού και εκπαιδευτικών πρωτοβουλειών για τις νοσηλευτικές σχολές του ΕΚΠΑ και του Ευαγγελισμού, καθώς και προγράμματα εκπαίδευσης στην εντατική θεραπεία.
Το τραύμα αποτελεί πρώτη αιτία θανάτου σε ηλικίες κάτω των 45 ετών, αποτελεί δεύτερη αιτία θανάτου σε ηλικίες άνω των 45 ετών. Είναι βασικό μέλημα σε κάθε σύστημα υγείας, εθνικό σύστημα υγείας, η εκπαίδευση όλου του προσωπικού που ασχολείται με τον πολυτραυματία. Γιατροί, νοσηλευτές, διασώστες. Στο μεγάλο έργο του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος, Πρωτοβουλία για την Υγεία, έχει συμπεριληφθεί λοιπόν ένα μεγάλο πρόγραμμα που ονομάζουμε εκπαίδευση στο τραύμα. Περιλαμβάνει εκπαίδευση στους τελειόφοιτους φοιτητές ιατρικής, νοσηλευτικής, στους ενεργούς διασώστες. Εκπαιδεύονται με ειδικά πιστοποιημένα σεμινάρια από την Αμερική, με προπλάσματα ειδικά, με πρακτική άσκηση και έτσι κάθε ένας φοιτητής πριν ακόμα φτάσει να αντιμετωπίσει τον πολυτραυματία να έχει πάρει αυτή την εκπαίδευση. Η εκπαίδευση διαρκεί για 5 χρόνια με τη δωρεά του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος και στη συνέχεια με νόμο που έχει ψηφιστεί από την Ελληνική Βουλή η εκπαίδευση θα συνεχιστεί από το Υπουργείο Υγείας που έχουν παραχωρηθεί από το Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνών στο κτίριο Ακίσα, βλέπετε εδώ στο Πανεπιστημιακό Νοσοκομείο Αττικό. Έχουμε ειδικό διαμορφωμένους χώρους με προπλάσματα εξειδικευμένα και υπάρχει μια πλήρης εκπαίδευση και για το διασώστη που φτάνει πρώτο στον τόπο του ατυχήματος και για τον νοσηλευτή και για τον γιατρό.
Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος και την πρωτοβουλία του για τα προγράμματα για την υγεία. Προσωπικά παρακολούθησα το σεμινάριο ATLS Advanced Trauma Life Support πριν 1 χρόνο και δεν πίστευα ότι θα είναι τόσο χρήσιμο στην καθημερινή μου ζωή στο νοσοκομείο. Αποτελεί ένα πλήρως οργανωμένο σεμινάριο με εξαιρετικούς εκπαιδευτές που προσπαθούν να σε βάλουν στην νοοτροπία αντιμετώπισης πολυτραυματία. Θεωρώ ότι οποιοδήποτε νέος γιατρός, είτε ειδικευόμενος, είτε
Σταύρος Νιάρχος, για μια υγεία ποιοτική και προσβάσιμη σε όλους. Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος, επίκεντρο ο άνθρωπος.
So, Dr. Koulouvaris, obviously you're implementing a great part of these training programs, and we have here with us today Professor Themistokleous and Mr. Charalambos, and the floor is yours for a short discussion about how you go about implementing these very important projects for, supporting human capital in the health sector.
Thank you very much, Pano. I think Dimitris Spiros mentioned everything. He is the most experienced person who can discuss for the trauma. Also, the video gave us everything about trauma. I would like to emphasize that we proposed 2 educational programs, trauma education for nurses, for medical students, and for rescuers. We designed fellowship in South Africa for general surgeons and orthopedic surgeons. We also proposed a program for hospital-acquired infections. I would like to give the floor to Professor Themistokleous that he made an innovations. He put the advanced trauma courses for nurses in the school of nursing. This is very, very important and unique. And then Mr. Charalambos will give us some details about the hospital-acquired infection program. Please, Pavlos.
Many thanks. Good afternoon to everybody. I'd like to thank the SNF family for this kind invitation. So we are very happy and proud to Stavros Niarchos Foundation for giving us this opportunity to endorse in our academic program the ATCN program, which is actually the Advanced Trauma Care for Nurses, a program regarding nursing students' education and certification, and of note, it's for free. ATCN is an innovative project about the timely and unfair deaths, but also disabilities due to trauma, emphasizing to the first golden hour. ATCN is an initiative of the AMKE Regeneration and Progress and Professor Koulouvaris in the context of Health Initiative for Greece. So we have already the first certified nurses who are enthusiastic about this project. Also, every donation in the area of continuous education and healthcare, and especially on trauma, accomplish the goal of coming back to the society. Since it results to an improved healthcare delivery to the people through better education and updated education in nursing students or practicing nurses. Thank you very much.
Mr. Myrianthevs.
Yanni, please. Could you give some details about the
Dr.
program?
Koulouvaris, if I have a second, I would also like to say thanks to Mr. Myrianthevs, because Mr. Myrianthevs, this program started with Ms. Lemonidou, and when you took it over, not only did you continue it, you built on it. And it's a very good example of how our counterparts in the Greek state understand the institutional continuity in the programs. And this is a testament to you and your colleagues, and thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koulouvaris. Good evening to all of you. I will go very quickly through the program, because we're late on the schedule. So the GRIP SNF program, the Greek Infection Prevention Program, was launched 18 months ago and has four action pillars. The first of all, and the most important, I think, is the educational program for the nurses and, of course, for all healthcare workers, which is very ambitious program. We are collaborating with Athens University, the Department of Nursing, and we have gone through 3 cycles already. 312 students, nurses, have attended the course, and 2,036 are already certified. This is a very important program. The second pillar is the development of a national database, a platform for the surveillance of healthcare-acquired infections and AMR. It's the first time in Greece we are using an online tool for the monitor and measure the rates of the highs. This tool is already installed and in use in the 10 hospitals of the collaborative. These hospitals are all over the country. There are 5 university hospitals, 2 public hospitals, 2 pediatric, and 1 oncological. Okay. The third pillar is the recruitment of nurses, infection prevention nurses for these hospitals, for the collaborative. And the last one is the interventions we're planning to make after the monitoring and the baseline period. I have to say that this is not an ambition program, it's a delicate program, because we aim to change the culture. We're not going to teach healthcare workers best practices. Of course, we will remind them best practices, but we aim to introduce best practices to their routine. So it's a very delicate, I would say, program. But also, I would like to point out that there are 2 important issues. For the first time, all stakeholders in this country dealing with infections, prevention and control has joined efforts and forces in order to tackle this silent pandemic, as highs are so called. And I could say that this program has worked as a Trojan horse. It's the first time that a serious conversation about the prevention and of hospital-acquired infections has started. And we have now several smaller initiatives for the prevention of highs. But the most important is that GRIP has backed the state. This program, GRIP, is the spine of a national action plan for the prevention of hospital-acquired infections that was designed by the Minister Neodhi, and along with the adoption from now of the national platform for the monitoring and surveillance, and of course the reform the reform of an independent prevention department within the hospital is showing that it is very sustainable even before its completion. Thank you very much to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I'd like, as I said, we spoke about collaborations, we spoke about sharing information, sharing knowledge, and connecting the dots. And I think I'd like to ask Betsy McCoy, who is chairman of the Committee to Reduce Infection Deaths, to say a few things, a few remarks. Again, it's sharing knowledge that helps the whole industry. So, Betsy, thank you.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be with you today. Here is an alarming fact. The number one predictor of which hospital patients contract a deadly infection, it's not the patient's age, it's not the diagnosis that brought the patient to the hospital, no. The number one predictor of which patients get a hospital infection is what room or what bed the patient is put in. If the patient is put into a hospital room or placed in a bed where a previous patient had an infection even 2 or 3 weeks before, the risk to the new patient goes up geometrically. In fact, according to the Columbia School of Nursing, the risk goes up 583%. That goes for methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, vancomycin-resistant Enterococcus, Clostridium difficile, and Acinetobacter, all 4 deadly infections. Why? Because of inadequate cleaning. In fact, a survey of 1,100 hospital rooms on the eastern seaboard of the U.S., from Washington, D.C. to Boston, some of the most prestigious hospitals in America, found that over half the surfaces in a patient's room that are supposed to be clean, disinfected, when one patient is discharged before the next one's brought in, were left untouched by the cleaners, including the bed rails and the over-the-bed table. In fact, if you have to eat your lunch in a hospital room, probably the safest place to put your sandwich is on the toilet seat. They never overlooked that. But this inadequate cleaning can be mitigated. Numerous studies we have now show that. For example, researchers at Rush Medical College in Chicago worked with the cleaning staff to show them the objects they were overlooking, used fluorescent markers to monitor how well they were getting to all the places in the room, and reduced the spread of vancomycin-resistant Enterococcus by 2/3. Robert Ornstein at the Mayo Clinic reduced Clostridium difficile, the #1 infection in the U.S., by 85%. And at Stanford Hospital, where one of our board members is head of infection control, we brought down surgical site infections 55% and Clostridium difficile 56% through this practice of carefully training and monitoring the environmental services staff. So why isn't every hospital doing that? Well, because staff are very short in supply and turnover very quickly. I see people who work in hospitals nodding in agreement. But now, fortunately, there are new technologies available that can help us mitigate this problem. For example, 2 new technologies that allow us to continuously, automatically disinfect hospital rooms with the patients and the staff still in the room, non-toxically. One is called dry hydrogen peroxide. It comes out of the HVAC system. The other is called far UV light. UV light, but of a new, different wavelength that does not hurt the eyes, the lungs, or the skin. Those are just 2 examples that hospitals that are in the design process can make selections like that. In addition, using silver alloys and copper alloys for the metal in the hospital, the push plates, the doorknobs, the bed rails, naturally antimicrobial, so the bugs can't linger for weeks waiting to attack the other patient. So my message to everyone here today is embrace the science and clean with rigor. We have the knowledge to defeat this deadly problem. What has been lacking is the will, but clearly not in this room. RID, my organization, has only one goal: to save lives, and I know that's your goal too. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you. Thank you. As I said earlier in the morning, we have been collaborating with Johns Hopkins for over a quarter of a century in many fields. You heard before about nursing, about what a significant role it plays in hospital and in the follow-ups. I'd like to invite Sarah Santon. She's a Dean, Patricia Davidson, Health Equity and Social Justice Endowed Professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Nursing, to highlight her views and the crucial role of nursing and moving beyond traditional stereotypes, and maybe talk about the Capable program. Hi, Sarah, thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the partnership with the Niarchos Foundation. We're so pleased to be 25 years partners. I think after this morning's film and presentation, many of us in the audience are hoping to volunteer on the islands, on the mobile vans. I'm just about ready to quit my job to come over and provide nurse practitioner care. In all seriousness, I want to say that nursing is at the center of health and well-being in any health system, whether it be hospital or out in the community or in the schools or in the prisons or under the bridges with people who lack homes. And I think we would go farther than saying we should be patient-centered, but be thinking about person-centered care. So thinking about the people as humans, and I know in the design of the building and so much that you're doing, you're already accomplishing that. But I think for the rest of the world, we often think of people only as patients and only as what's wrong with them, when really what matters to them, their goals, their ambitions, their siblings, their parents, their communities matters, and whether they have enough to eat, whether they have stable housing, transportation, all of those things are part of what makes up what we call a patient. And so we really advocate for person-centered care rather than just patient-centered care. I also wanted to just underscore that investing in nursing lifts all communities. Many times nurses are first generation to go to college, and it's a way that you can invest in the whole community's education to create more nurses. And that the world needs all kinds of people, all backgrounds, all genders, all experiences. At Johns Hopkins, our nursing program is for people who've done something else first. We've had lawyers become nurses, bartenders become nurses, stockbrokers, all different kinds of people. It's such a meaningful career where you touch people's lives either preventively or acutely or both, that I wish I could convince everyone here in the audience to become a nurse and help solve the nursing shortage. And so I thank you for this time and look forward to further partnership.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now it's an area where we have been focusing since last year, and we believe it's going to be with us for the next decades. It's about mental health. If COVID did one good thing, is taking the stigma off mental health, which is huge. Before, everybody would be, or most people would be embarrassed to talk about mental health. Now I think through COVID, as an excuse more than as a cause, has again brought the stigma off. Mental health has touched many homes, many households, many families, and the good thing is that people are now willing to talk about it. At the same time, I think all these, maybe the last decades, we've taken so much good care of the body, going to extremes, and we have left mental health behind. We take it for granted. And it shouldn't be taken for granted because it has huge consequences to the quality of life. So we're very happy. We have been collaborating with Childmind Institute for many years, for I would say 20 years plus, in trying to help support programs that deal with mental health for youngsters. And we're very happy that Harold Koplevich, who is the founder and CEO of Childmind Institute, came and is with us today. He's going to speak about a few words about the current program, which is part of the health initiative in Greece. And then we will also talk about a much bigger, as we say, dream big type of initiative. But for the time being, I guess if we can, Harold, if you can join. And then, so we invite everybody else? No. Okay, and then also if we can have Vice Minister for Mental Health, Zoe Rapti, join us. And also Dr. Giovanni Salom. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and we can, if you don't mind, we're going to see a quick video on mental health first. Thank you.
Γιάννη, έχεις τραυματιστεί ποτέ?
Εδώ έχω χτυπήσει. Και εδώ. Όταν ήμουν μωρό, έτρεχα και χτύπησα στη γωνία στο τζάκι και έκοψα εδώ. Ήταν σε πλατεία. Εκεί όπως ήταν έκανα ποδήλατο και έτρεχα. Πήγα να δω τι έχω. Είδα ότι μου είχε σκιστεί κάτι σαν το δέρμα. Και σπάω το πόδι μου. Και πόνασε πολύ. Με φρόντιζε η μαμά μου. Με φρόντιζε η μαμά και ο μπαμπάς. Και τα κατάφερα.
Οι μαθητές μου συνήθως με κορόιδευαν και ένιωθα πάρα πολύ άσχημα γι' αυτό. Στους γονείς μου δεν το είπα ποτέ.
Σίγουρα μεγαλώνοντας η φράση το κινεζάκι τρως πολύ ριζάκι ήταν κάτι που άκουγα καθημερινά στην παιδική μου ηλικία.
Στα 25 μου χρόνια έλαβα ένα γράμμα από κάποιον με τον οποίο είχα μία σχέση και με αποκαλούσε Νόθα.
Αυτό ήταν κάτι που με στιγμάτισε για αρκετά χρόνια.
Το διαζύγιο των γονιών μου και το κακό κλίμα στο σπίτι λόγω της εντάσεως που υπήρχε, νομίζω είναι κάτι που θα με ακολουθεί σε όλη μου τη ζωή.
Δεν μπορούσα να καταλάβω γιατί τα άλλα παιδάκια με κοροϊδεύανε για κάτι το οποίο ήμουν διαφορετικό από εκείνους.
Άρα τι ήμουνα? Ένας άγνωστος χ.
Να πω την αλήθεια, το νιώθω πολλές φορές να υπάρχει κάπου κρυμμένο μέσα μου.
Τουλάχιστον προσπαθώ να το ξεπεράσω.
Η πρωτοβουλία για την υγεία του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος ενισχύεται και στον τομέα της ψυχικής υγείας με αιχμή τη φροντίδα των παιδιών και των νέων σε όλη τη χώρα.
Ψυχική υγεία. Όλοι μεγαλώσαμε ξέροντας το νους υγιής, εν σώματι υγιή. Αν κάτι καλό, που τίποτε καλό δεν έχει βγει από τον κορονοϊό, αλλά αν κάτι καλό βγήκε, είναι ότι αρχίζει πλέον και φεύγει το στίγμα, το οποίο είναι κολλημένο με τα θέματα ψυχικής υγείας. Είμαστε εδώ λοιπόν, το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος, μέσα πάντα από τις δυνατότητές μας, ό,τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε, να βοηθήσουμε τις υποδομές, ώστε να μπορεί ο κόσμος ελεύθερα να μιλήσει, αλλά και να βρει τους κατάλληλους ανθρώπους που έχουν τις ικανότητες να τους βοηθήσουν για θέματα ψυχικής υγείας και να μην φοβούνται να μιλήσουν για αυτό και να κοιτάξουν να βρουν βοήθεια.
Σε συνεργασία με το Child Mind Institute των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών και ελληνικούς φορείς και με την υποστήριξη του Υπουργείου Υγείας, βρίσκεται ήδη σε εξέλιξη η ανάπτυξη ενός πρότυπου δικτύου αναφοράς για την ψυχική υγεία παιδιών και εφήβων.
Across the world, millions of children struggle with mental health or learning challenges. If they get treatment early, their lives can change in incredible ways. The Child Mind Institute is very excited to partner with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation and with healthcare professionals across Greece on this very exciting initiative, the Child Mental Health Initiative, that will hopefully change the lives of children across the country.
Η πρωτοβουλία θα συνδυάσει διεθνή και εγχώρια τεχνογνωσία για τη δημιουργία νέων εκπαιδευτικών προγραμμάτων, την ανάπτυξη κλινικής τεχνολογίας, την ανταλλαγή βέλτιστων πρακτικών και την αντιμετώπιση σύνδετων περιπτώσεων.
Είναι ευρέως αποδεκτό ότι δεν υπάρχει υγεία χωρίς ψυχική υγεία. Πόσο μάλλον όταν αναφερόμαστε σε ιδιαίτερα ευαίσθητους πληθυσμούς, όπως είναι τα παιδιά και οι έφηβοι. Οι επιπτώσεις των ψυχικών προβλημάτων είναι σύνθετες και μπορεί να επηρεάσουν τη ζωή στο σπίτι, στο σχολείο, την οικογένεια, τους φίλους, ίσως να έχουν αντίκτυπο και στην ενήλικη ζωή. Έχω την χαρά και την τιμή να έχω γνωρίσει και να συνεργάζομαι με εξαιρετικούς επιστήμονες του Child Mind Institute. Η πρωτοβουλία του Ιδρύματος Stavros Niarchos να προσφέρει το έδαφος για συνεργασία συναδέλφων από όλη την Ελλάδα και του CMI είναι την ευκαιρία να ανταλλάξουμε ερευνητική, κλινική εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία με έμφαση τη δημιουργία προγραμμάτων έγκαιρης παρέμβασης και πρόληψης. Γνώμονος είναι πάντα το συμφέρον του παιδιού.
Η ψυχική υγεία είναι ένα ζήτημα που μας αφορά όλους και μαζί θα βρούμε τους τρόπους να τη διασφαλίσουμε. Ίδρυμα Stavros Niarchos. Επίκεντρο ο άνθρωπος.
Andreas, I've been awestruck sitting here and recognizing how much Stavros Niarchos is doing to transform healthcare throughout your nation. And I want to thank you for addressing the issue of mental health. For the past year and a half, we have been working closely with some of the best mental health professionals that we have ever worked with, and they happen to be Greek mental health professionals, but they have tackled a problem that is facing all of our kids and teenagers. And I want to say a word of thank you to the team, Panos and Elianos, who have worked steadfast in creating a collaboration between the people at Child Mind Institute and here in Greece. But I think that the most important thing we did was recognize that no one knows better about the mental health challenges of children and teenagers in Greece than the professionals in Greece. And so we've worked together to do a landscape analysis to figure out where we need to build capacity, where is the greatest need coming from local communities. And we've also done something else as a group. The Child Mental Health Initiative has literally read every single published article on children's mental health in Greece, implementation studies, prevalence. Every nation should have this archive about their country. And in fact, we are convinced that what we're doing together here can be a template or a blueprint for every country in Europe and possibly in the world. So thank you. We look forward to deepening our partnership with the professionals here in Greece and really figuring out ways to provide care not only for kids and teenagers in Greece, but specifically where there's the least amount of resources so that we can reach them as well. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President Antonis Samaras, dear President, Mr. Dracopoulos, dear General Secretary, Mr. Themistokleous, dear Professor Koplevits, esteemed professors, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I'm attending the Nostos event that brings into the spotlight the paramount issue of health. The past 4 years in the Ministry of Health, we have built a strong collaboration with SNF, and I would like to thank Mr. Dracopoulos for his constant support in the fields of health and mental health. Under the umbrella of the SNF Health Initiative, as we already heard, SNF has contributed in the reinforcement of our hospitals with infrastructure, equipment, programs, and approval of scholarships to health professionals. At the same time, recognizing the importance of mental health and the impact of the pandemic on our youth in particular, we are developing a special program for the promotion of child and adolescent mental health with the strong support of SNF and in collaboration with the CMI, Child Mind Institute of New York. I would like here to thank, first of all, our colleagues now, Professor Roussos and Mr. Papoulias and Mrs. Koniali, and to congratulate you, Dr. Koplevits, who you are here today, and with your contribution and dedication to the support of children, adolescents, and their families struggling with mental health and learning disorders, you are giving them the help they need to thrive. During my stay in New York in December 2021, I had the opportunity to visit the Childmind Institute's headquarters and met and worked along with Dr. Koplovits and his team. They were so kind to present us the tools and applications they had developed for the prevention, psychosocial treatment, and progress monitoring of the children and adolescents they do support. During the pandemic, we all realized the need to develop new, modern services in the community for the general population, and especially for our children and adolescents who suffered the most. In this framework, we realize the above-mentioned 5-year scientific program for the promotion of child and adolescent mental health in Greece. Guided by the belief that every child in Greece should have access to evidence-based diagnostic evaluations and treatment, this model focuses on the potential to transform the standard of care for children and adolescents across the country. The 3-tiered program is comprised of the following pillars: training and education on basic and advanced principles of youth behavioral health, establishment of a national referral network for child mental health across the country in collaboration with general hospitals in Alexandroupoli, Giannina, Pedona, Hagia Sophia, and Pagny, and the development of telemental health and online clinical tools. In parallel with this innovative program, through the creation of a digital map we made in the Ministry of Health, we found out that the facilities that are mainly missing in our country are the ones for prevention, especially for the youth. To this end, in 2020, we legislated the units for early intervention in psychosis, an innovative model to support our children in the community, because more than 3,000 children experience their first psychotic episode in Greece every year. With the proper and early intervention, they have better chances of treatment and rehabilitation. The pandemic also showcased the gaps regarding the accessibility of citizens to mental health services. That is why, with the great support of the SNF, since the early stages of the pandemic, we have operated the national helpline 10306 for the psychosocial support, which has become now the national helpline of the general population that provides services free and with anonymity 24-hour a day. Up to now, we have received more than 400,000 calls from citizens and health professionals who ask for strong support having to do in subjects and issues having to do with stress, with depression, with anger, fear, and of course with domestic violence. At the same time, we realized the need for digital tools, and we are creating a telepsychiatry network throughout the country, starting with Castellorizo and Simi, and continuing now in Halki and other remote islands. Our goal is to address the needs of every citizen, even in the most remote mountainous areas and islands. At this point, I would like to congratulate SNF for the mobile units that have given so much support to health problems of the citizens of the islands, and I would be delighted if we could also have strong support for mental health with these units. The mobile units proved to be very efficient because they provided immediate services to victims also on the wildfires we had last year in Evia and in earthquakes in Crete. The pandemic taught us also that in order to achieve our visions, we need to build strong synergies and collaborations both in the private and public sector and on a national and global level. Therefore, we need to support in every way we can and promote the exchange of know-how and best practices and develop policies and structures for robust healthcare systems. We also need to make good use of the private donations, such as the ones offered generously by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. And for this reason, we warmly thank once again Mr. Dracopoulos. Our main goal is to work together alongside to create a people-centered, high-quality, and, as he said, stigma-free mental health system, which will also meet the unique needs of children and adolescents. We aim to leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
So now I would like to ask if Ms. Aspasia Serdari from the Alexandroupolis Hub, Dr. Koumoulas, the Greek team leader, Professor Kotsis from the Ioannina Hub, Professor Basta from the Crete Hub, to come in and join with Dr. Saloum to have a discussion about the program. Thank you.
Okay, so it's really my privilege to be presenting to you today the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Initiative here in Greece. We are starting this presentation as to understand a bit the needs, then we're going to go to the aims, and then we are going to have a conversation with all the Aspasia Serdari, Professor Aspasia Serdari, Dr. Koumoulas, Professor Maria Basta, and Professor Konstantinos Kotsis. So, starting from the needs, can we have the next? The next slide. So we know, oh, great. So we know that 1 in 7 children and adolescents in the world have a mental disorder. The second fact is that 75% of mental disorders in adults begin before the age of 18. And the third important fact is that 80% of children with a diagnosis of a mental health condition do not get any treatment for their mental health problem. So this is data from the whole world. If we go deep for Greece in a more general way using global burden of disease data, mental disorders are the top-ranked conditions that impact children's lives in Greece, being responsible for 23% of DALYs. So what are these DALYs measure is a way in which we take all the health conditions and we try to understand their burden in terms of mortality and disability-adjusted life years. So we combine those two measures and we pick all the problems, the medical problems you have, mental disorders account for 23.3%, being the top ones in children to be solved. So with those needs in mind, we designed the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Initiative, which have those 5 aims. The first is to establish a child and adolescent mental health network with regional hubs across Greece. The second, to raise awareness about mental health. The third, to increase access to evidence-based mental health resources. The fourth, to enhance capacity for delivering science-supported mental health care. And the last, to develop technological resources to use tools and deliver cares digitally. And when we think about the networks, the network of hubs, how we are going to achieve that, this is our approach. The first is that we are building that, as you are seeing the map of the network before, is a regional approach, 5 regional hubs geographically distributed all over Greece with professionals working to ensure wide community outreach, care, and training to local communities. The second is, we, as Harold mentioned, did an extensive systematic review of 5,073 scientific papers on prevalence, assessment tools, treatment, as well as a review of child protection laws and policies. And everything we are going to do in the program will be measured as an impact evaluation. The third point is also generating new data about the country. So we are doing a survey with more than 3,500 participants, so listening to communities in 14 focus groups, including adolescents, parents, teachers, health professionals, and all the data is open, will be delivered openly to the community, the scientific community, to broad use. The third piece is a dedicated website. It's a much-needed website with family resources, with evidence-based information for the public about mental health conditions, and to house anti-stigma campaigns that have been so successful in other countries. The fifth is to produce, together with Greek professionals, evidence-based treatment manuals constructed in collaboration with Greek professionals and global experts to treat children and adolescents in resource-limited settings and without paywalls, because in general, those treatments are beyond paywalls and require payment. So we are building them for free. And last, and most importantly, perhaps, is nothing about us without us. So we are constructing the voice, we are constructing youth advisory boards to listen to the voice of children and adolescents since the beginning, to shape all the aspects of the initiatives by means of participatory youth advisory boards across Greece. And we'll hear more a bit about that with Mr. Mossos in a second. So now I would like to start by introducing and by starting a conversation with all our amazing partners that we did here in Greece. It has been really a privilege, and we have been learning a lot, so much from the interaction with all those professionals, and it's really my privilege to be here and also to thank all the people from the hubs that are here, people from the CMI, both in New York and Brazil. So it's really an amazing time. During COVID, that's the first time that we are together. So we always been doing Zoom calls for a year and a half. It is the first time that we are together, so it's a very special moment for all of us. So that we are sharing with you at this point. So I'd like to start the conversation where the program starts. So I'll start with a question for Professor Serdari. Professor Serdari was the first one joining our network in Alexandroupoli. It was our first trip to Alexandroupoli. And I'd like to ask you, Professor Serdari, if you could share with us a bit of, your desire to join the program, and also how do you think that the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Initiative can benefit children and adolescents in Greece in a more general way? And also, this session will be conducted in English and Greek, so I'll be conducting the questions in English, but the panels will be responding in Greek in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone, dear all. I would like to thank you as well for this significant meeting. Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή για μένα να συμμετέχω. Ευχαριστώ, Τζιοβάνι, για τα πολύ ζεστά και καλά λόγια. Ευχαριστώ θερμά. Ο προσανατολισμός της σύγχρονης παιδοψυχιατρικής πατάει στις αρχές της κοινοτικής παιδοψυχιατρικής. Με άλλα λόγια,
child psychiatry, meaning to have a continuum, sectorization, and this has been discussed widely in the last few years. So we're talking about the geographical distribution and provision of services depending on the geography of each area, and early intervention in the community setting with the provision. So what we want is to provide full services, i.e. to provide care, and I'm not talking about treatment of a disorder, to the best possible extent to have the best outcome. So this is the theory, but this is a basis, and it is a precondition for child psychiatry, more in cases like the one I'm in Thrace, for example, because it has its own geography, but it's very multicultural, and undoubtedly nothing can function in a vacuum. So we need know-how, and we also need collaboration and exchange of views, and of course support by the state. This is very important. So I believe that one of the things we're missing and that we are trying to fill the gap, and I think that this initiative is very important, is to map the particular needs in Greece, particular needs in relation to child psychiatry, the mental health of children and adolescents. And this analysis must be conducted by us, by the mental health professionals and the children and their carers. So this is a great need. And I think that if I may say, this is at the heart of the matter. It's at the heart of this initiative. And I'd like to pause here and say that this is very nice, theoretically speaking. It's a beautiful way of seeing things, but people matter, faces matter. And here I'd like to warmly thank and say that I consider myself very fortunate, very lucky to have worked with a very good group of people, Mrs. Iliani Koniali, Mr. Panos Papoulias, Giovanni Saloum, and Sarah Burka from CMI. So thank you very much. I feel that I'm extremely fortunate because I can share everything with you. I can share my vision, my thoughts, my concerns, and the hope that we will be able to take good care of children and their families. So care and not just treatment of the disorder with evidence-based practices and know-how and expertise in order for us to give the best possible care to these children. And of course, by training all those involved, everyone in their own way, with children and adolescents. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Serdari. And I'd like to pass to you, Kostas. So, Professor Konstantinos Kotsis. So, one of the things that, can you talk a bit about, Kostas, about the barriers to accessing care in Greece in a more general way, and also perhaps how the pandemic ended up worsening this situation?
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Να πω και εγώ λίγο εντάχει ένα μεγάλο ευχαριστώ.
I would like to thank everybody. Indeed, it's a great honor and a joy for me to be part of this cooperation. And I believe that indeed it is cooperation per se between the state, the child mind institutes, and SNF, as well as among professionals, which will act as a multiplier in our efforts for better mental health for children and adolescents. Many steps have been taken in child psychiatry, but the great problem is understaffing of services for mental health of children and adolescents. And the obvious impact is the huge waiting lists. It's what we have. And therefore, it's very difficult to have early intervention, which is what we need. Now, geographical borders, if you like, with the exception of the large urban centers, indeed, in the other areas, there are no relevant services for children and adolescents. And nevertheless, well, steps have been taken, but I'm sure that this cooperation and initiative will help in this direction. But still, there is stigma to some extent, which only makes it difficult for many parents and children to come to the services. Now, as regards the pandemic, obviously the lives of children have changed, and the child of adults has changed. Therefore, children were, of course, in a very bad position. They were affected, not all of them the same way. Some of them were affected more or others less, especially mostly vulnerable children that were faced with difficulties before, or children in families with difficulties. Therefore, we have to focus on these populations to assist them. And let us not forget that the public health crisis and the pandemic have come after a financial crisis in Greece. So children that are 12 now, in the beginning of adolescence, were born and they have experienced only crisis. The financial crisis was part of their lives, their childhood indeed, and now they have to experience the coronavirus crisis. But in a more positive spirit, indeed, the pandemic has offered something, and it's up to us to see how we could take it a step further, because we want to do things about the mental health of children and adolescents in order to ensure a better future for the next generations. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Professor Kotsis. So, Professor Maria Basta, could you talk a bit about to us? In Heraklion, you have a very large catchment area. Could you talk a bit about to us about the major mental health needs in Crete, and also, and mostly also in the isolated places, in the isolated islands around there?
Thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy to be around you and be part of this great team, which is supported by our ministry. and by the Child and Mind Institute of the United States. I'm going to speak in Greek. I'm sorry about that. Να πούμε ότι το δικό μας το τμήμα εδράζεται στο Ηράκλειο της Κρήτης, στο Πανεπιστημιακό Νοσοκομείο, σε μια περιοχή.
The University Hospital in an area which covers a population of 600,000 people. And it's not just the island of Crete itself, it also covers the southern Aegean, basically, the southern Aegean islands. So this is a huge challenge for those that practice medicine and child psychiatry in particular in Crete. And some of the main problems we encounter, and Mr. Kotsis mentioned them briefly, first of all, what we have is a lack of the suitable services, child psychiatry services. And the second problem is accessibility, because among other things, Crete also has many mountains. And we mustn't forget that. And the child psychiatry services are found mainly in the large cities of Crete. So accessibility is not always easy, meaning from the surrounding islands or for some mountainous villages. Sometimes you have to cover 200 kilometers to get to the services. So it's not a small island, it's quite a big island. But I think that these problems are a challenge for this initiative that we have embarked upon, because this project is already underway. And why am I saying this? One of the things that Giovanni talked about is training. And we aim at training professionals that deal with children, not only as far as education is concerned, but also in relation to the healthcare sector. For example, in Crete, one of the groups we are targeting is GPs and pediatricians who work in the health centers of the island. Why? Because we want them to detect problems that are linked to mental health of children and adolescents. So if they can intervene, fair enough. Otherwise, they should refer it to specialists in order for us to have an early intervention and achieve prevention, to prevent mental disorders. And if they are caught early, they will not lead to more serious problems later on. So this is one of the aims. Now, the other problem is that there is a small number of specialists, meaning child psychiatrists, in Crete. So the waiting lists are very long, as was mentioned before. And with the help of the network, I think that we will be able to improve the situation. Why? Because we will be able to have more people who are trained who can provide such mental health care services to children. And with the help of the network and the collaboration we are carrying out, there will be provision of specialized child mental health services for more difficult cases. For example, some treatments, psychiatric forms of treatment, and so on and so forth. So psychotherapy, etc. Now, in relation to accessibility, the use of telemedicine, which was used extensively during the COVID pandemic, will be for us a great opportunity, because we will be able to intervene in areas that are very far away without having necessarily each time to have these patients, the children and adolescents and their families, to come all the way to the place where these services are carried out. This is a very ambitious plan, but we are very, very optimistic. We have a great team, and I hope that at the end of the 5-year period, we will have achieved great results, significant results, and these will be the basis for a new era in child mental health in Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Basta. So, and now I'd like to pass on to Dr. Koulouvaris. Dr. Koulouvaris, as I call her, my best friend here in Athens. Dr. Koulouvaris, can you talk a bit about to us? You spend a lot of your life training generations of child psychiatrists. So, can you talk a bit to us about the importance of training, and also how do you envision that the initiative can help on training professionals?
Ευχαριστώ, Giovanni, για τη φιλία σου.
Thank you for your friendship. You are one of my best friends indeed. Hello, everybody. It's a great honor and joy to participate in this huge project, in this initiative for the mental health of children and adolescents. Let me say a couple of words. Let me express my ideas on training. Okay, I would like to make a brief introduction. Most of these things have been mentioned by Mr. Kotsis, but I just want to say that in the last years we see more requests for mental health services for children and adolescents. The financial crisis, the pandemic, war, movement of populations of refugees and immigrants have led the system to its limits. Public mental health services have a huge workload, and human resources are not enough. The professionals of the field are becoming less and less, or rather they only focus on diagnostics, and treatment is done in the private sector. The result being a further financial burden to the families. Waiting times for assessment, diagnosis, and treatment have considerably increased, and this delay is a burden of the young patients and their families. It makes their problems chronic, and the window of opportunity for an early intervention is lost. However, we're also very, very lucky because we know more facts now, and we better understand diseases and treatments. So, the great number of children and adolescents with diagnosed mental health problems make it an imperative to train good therapists, high-quality therapists. This is an obligation of the state and its bodies. Implementation of specific psychotherapeutic treatments for children and adolescents is an integral part of a multi-layered treatment. The initiative on mental health of children and adolescents in the framework of promoting their mental health in our country is part of the effort to train young professionals in mental health, because we need a very specific program for special treatment. For example, we need guidelines and manuals for therapists, as well as teaching, implementation, and supervision by experienced psychotherapists. Drafting manuals is a very important means to further implement and communicate our empirical knowledge on treatments, that is, treatments that have been proven effective.
For example, a special psychotherapy for adolescents. And I'd like to say this, I'm very pleased to be part of this special team of mental health, and I hope with my new position I'll be able to help train our young colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Koumoulas. And also, so I think now we are finalizing the session, and we are calling Mr. Nostos to be here and provide a bit of the initial results of the focus groups.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Thank you, everyone. Another very important group that is participating in this program are the children and the adolescents themselves. Change wouldn't be possible through this initiative unless we hear their views, their voices, and integrate them in everything that we're trying to achieve here with the next 5 years. Mr. Nostos served as ombudsperson for children's rights for over 15 years in Greece. We are honored that you are leading this youth engagement scheme of the program, and I think you have some very interesting results to share with us from a first session we held right here a week ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you help me a little bit with this? Can you hear me? Yes. So I'm very glad to be with you to share in the next few minutes how we try to combine the attempts of the health initiative to reach the challenges and issues regarding mental health of children and adolescents with the voice, listening to the voice of children. And can I? Okay, I don't need this. Thank you. Technical issues. So the question is there a way, can we find a way to systematically listen to children, to be able to give them a role in planning, in evaluating, in delivering our plans? So we said we hope to be able to listen to children through this, what we called youth engagement scheme. The answer is yes, the initials, youth engagement scheme, that hopes to build, to start operating in every city where the program is going to develop activities, to form youth advisory panels that will support our goals. So, Article 12, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, has established an obligation for us to listen to children. So it's not a choice, it's an optional procedure that we can do if we want or if we don't want. It's something that we have to do. It's an obligation, especially in particular personal cases, but also at policy level, we have to listen to children. We have to make sure that we find a procedure and a way to make children feel comfortable and become really engaged when we do any kind of activity for them or we plan something for them. The systematic listening to children was something that we also adopted at the Greek Ombudsman. I've served in this position for nearly 15 years. We followed the example of other European and global, at global level, examples of listening to children. We visited schools, we visited institutions, we organized special events, and of course we also had our youth advisory panel. And also after I left the Ombudsman, I had also, with some colleagues, I continued this procedure of listening to children. We created an initiative, an association, promoting children participation and establishing such practices, consulting children. So I was very, very happy when the proposal came to me to become part of this team and have the youth engagement scheme implemented. In the SNF Child and Adolescent Mental Health Initiative. As you can see, we organized an event because we wanted, we hoped that through listening to children, it's organizing, before talking about the event, the general scope is by listening to children, we could first filter our work, see how children can see our work being developing, but also demonstrate to society and a way that we can improve and safeguard children's mental health by carefully listening to them. So we organized a consultation workshop last Saturday here in the Cultural Center by inviting a number of kids from schools in collaboration with a lot of teachers that we had already worked together. And before that, we had already, through an online questionnaire, asked their opinion about the most popular topics. And of course, we heard from the kids some things that we knew, but also things that we didn't think how important young people believe that they are, and including everyday stress, self-harming, and suicide attempts, very high in their preferences. rejection, aggression, bullying, eating problems, anorexia, family conflicts, domestic violence, body shaming, loneliness, communication problems, lack of self-confidence, persistent sadness and depression. So young people are very touched by these issues and by others. Of course, in order to listen to children, you have to make the atmosphere, work. So we first, together with the support of our young people, we have some young people, former members of our youth advisory panels, but still working with us in Arts 12 Association. So we organize games, discussions, plenary in small groups. We distributed to them the issues, and we had listened to their opinion. We also listened to their proposal where we have to invest and what issues we have to be more careful about. And have a look at some proposals that they suggested that we have to make sure that we don't underestimate. Meeting in person rather online, no more Zoom. Stress on the group atmosphere and bonding. Organize games. Without games, we cannot feel friendly. Freedom of expression, gathering in various places, also outside. Go to the park, they told us. Meeting and communicating with decision makers. We need to interact. Meeting, researching, and consulting with other children in schools. Perhaps visit vulnerable children. Create a website and digital material that can be used by schools. Using theater, music, and the arts. Very friendly and very attractive, but useful for children to express themselves. Organize entertainment activities, making trips and exchanges between different groups. So they told us things that we know, but also things that we need to have more stressed. It's so important to have the atmosphere, the appropriate atmosphere with kids, and this is what we plan to do in the time to come. During our meeting, Ms. Komoula was there listening. Dimitra Moustaka, also a member of the team of SNF. And we ended up this meeting with a big smile. A big smile connected with also an expectation that through this project we will manage to be listening to children, but also respond to their needs. And this is what we need. And I'm also very happy to be with you here and part of the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move now to the next chapter, which is the international hospital collaborations under the health initiative. Just a reminder that lunch was 1:30 to 2:30. You can go and have it if you want and come back because of the schedule being so tight. Also, there was supposed to be a pop-up training, Stop the Bleed. It was supposed to be at 2 or 2:30. Because of the heat, we have pushed it back to 6:30 p.m. tonight. So we're going to talk about our international hospital collaborations, and we're going to come back to mental health, because this is, as we said, a very important area under our HI. So worldwide, an estimated 19.3 million new cancer cases occurred in 2020. 75% of new cases are in developing countries, those least able to deal with the cancer burden. Founded in 2001, the King Hussein Cancer Center, in the leading cancer center in the Middle East, having changed the landscape for adult and pediatric cancer care in the entire region. It is accredited by the Joint Commission International, JCI, as a disease-specific cancer center, making it the only center in the developing world and the 6th worldwide to carry such a distinct accreditation. The efforts of the King Hussein Cancer Foundation to ensure dignity and provide access to screening and quality care are a lesson for all. These efforts extend to making sure that care reaches those lacking any access whatsoever and with no means to fight their disease. Thousands of underprivileged patients in the Middle East, including displaced people and refugees in the region, have had a lifeline thanks to the tireless work of the Foundation and the leadership of Her Royal Highness Princess Ghida Talal. μπορούν να κάνουν λίγο ησυχία, δεν ξέρω ποιος είναι πίσω. Anyway, in this next video, we get a small taste of the King Hussein Cancer Foundation and Center. Can we watch the video, please?
"20 years since the establishment of the leading cancer center in the Arab world. 20 years of the best medical minds gathered under one roof. 20 years celebrating strength, survival, and new beginnings. Bearing the name of Jordan's legendary leader, the King Hussein Cancer Center was established by King Abdullah II with a mission to provide the most advanced cancer care to every Jordanian and every Arab patient. Our internationally accredited center provides integrated space for patient care, education, and research. Our patient-centered approach to cancer care is enabled by a highly qualified medical team. In state-of-the-art facilities, which offer privacy and comfort, and an outdoor sanctuary to promote healing. Children at KHCC receive specialized attention in child-friendly spaces dedicated to treatment, recreation, and continuing education. KHCC's jewel in the crown, its bone marrow transplantation program, is one of the largest in the Middle East and is able to perform 300 procedures annually with success rates commensurate with international standards. Our center is equipped with the most advanced cancer care technology available, including a cutting-edge robotic surgery system, the first of its kind in Jordan, and an innovative brain lab which integrates the most sophisticated brain navigation system with advanced MRI technology. Our cell therapy and applied genomics lab delivers highly advanced personalized medicine through cellular therapeutic and genomics-based technologies. It is home to the only public umbilical cord stem cell bank in Jordan. KHCC is certified as a teaching hospital for hundreds of medical students at Jordanian universities, and our Education and Training Academy has made the KHCC a regional hub for superior oncology training through its academic offerings. KHCC recognizes research and innovation as the future of the fight against cancer at both the individual and institutional levels. To advance these efforts across the region, we launched the King Hussein Award for Cancer Research in 2020. Our efforts have no boundaries. The King Hussein Cancer Foundation supports the treatment of thousands of underprivileged patients, including refugees, through our Goodwill Funds. Looking to the next 20 years and to ensure that no one will be deprived of treatment due to lack of capacity, KHCC is embarking on several groundbreaking expansion efforts. Satellite centers providing accessible care to patients across Jordan through the construction of a new center in Aqaba named in honor of His Majesty King Abdullah II, a standalone pediatric center in Amman, and a new ambulatory care center with integrated research laboratories. This is our story, a Jordanian institution that has grown into a world-class, life-saving cancer center. This is the legacy of King Hussein. This is the vision of King Abdullah II. This is the pride of Jordan.
Her Royal
Highness Princess Gira Dalal of Jordan has devoted her life to leading the fight against cancer in Jordan and throughout the Arab region. She founded the King Hussein Cancer Foundation and Center, which she currently serves as chairperson, over 20 years ago in Amman. Princess Gira is a passionate advocate of cancer research as the key to defeating cancer. In 2020, she established the King Hussein Award for Cancer Research with the goal of promoting and recognizing cancer research from across the Arab world. We are honored to have her with us today. Please join me in welcoming Her Royal Highness Princess Gira Dalal.
Thank you, Andrea, for your wonderful words. And it is really thrilling to be with you here today and with your great team, to be at SNF Nostos and to have the opportunity to celebrate our incredible new partnership between the King Hussein Cancer Foundation and Center and the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. And it is even more incredible to be in this magnificent National Library designed by a genius called Renzo Piano. And I feel that any word uttered in this space turns into magic. So we saw the magic this morning when all morning actually, we saw this magic when we listened in a fascinating way to the incredible magic that the Stavros Niarchos Foundation does on a daily basis. And especially listening to the health initiative and the colossal efforts and resources that the Stavros Niarchos Foundation has poured into improving the healthcare sector in Greece, across Greece, but also across your borders. And I wanted to just take a minute, I will be brief, I promise, to just take you a little bit to the east, to my country, Jordan, to highlight a story that may be less familiar to you, which is the story of the King Hussein Cancer Foundation and Center. And it is the story of a center that literally changed the landscape for cancer in our region. It is a story that started about 21 years ago when His Majesty King Abdullah tasked me with establishing and leading the King Hussein Cancer Foundation and Center. And today we have a cancer center of excellence that addresses the cancer needs of an entire population spanning the Arab world, because cancer care was and still is practically non-existent, at least advanced cancer care. And we all know that without advanced cancer care, there is really not much point in getting treated. So it addresses the needs in terms of early detection and prevention, in terms of treatment, in terms of research, and in terms of refugee help. And we have a lot in common with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. We have, from the beginning, paid attention to giving the best. And of course, we cannot have a cancer center of excellence without having focused on state-of-the-art treatment to our patients. This is what we did all along, before even venturing into research. And we, of course, partnered with the best in the world of cancer worldwide. We started with NCI, and now we are very close partners with MD Anderson Cancer Center and St. Jude Children's Research Hospitals. And we never forgot, like you, mental health. Mental health plays a very important role, specifically for cancer. So in our case, what we did is we had to even fight the stigma and the taboo that are linked with cancer. And I have to give enormous credit here to the #1 person who started the fight against the stigma of cancer, and it was our beloved King Hussein, who fought his cancer with so much courage and continuously spoke openly and publicly about it in order to shed the elements of shame or fear that can be attached to it. At the same time, our country started hosting an enormous number of refugees from many Arab countries, from Syria, from Iraq, from Palestine, from Yemen, from Sudan. And these refugees are, of course, underprivileged, and they have not only lost their country and their homes, but they also find that they are afflicted with cancer. So this is where the King Hussein Cancer Center stepped in, and we made a humanitarian call to treat every single one of them at our best capacity. And this is where, once again, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation heeded our call for support and help. And because of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, we could immediately start the treatment for 40 children that were on a waiting list. And we all know, anybody who knows the world of cancer knows that you have to get treatment right away. If you don't get treatment right away, you don't have much of a chance to survive. So it is impossible to highlight to you, Andreas, and to your team, how invaluable your support to us has been. And I really, really hope that we can keep on cooperating on mental health, on refugees, on anything that is humanitarian, because really after what I have seen and heard and read, it is so clear that the core of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation is a humanitarian one. And I would like here to say that this is also our goal, our mission, and we are proud and honored to be with you. And because we are now partners, I'm going to borrow a motto of yours, because in the field of health, like so many people have said, it's filled with challenges and distress. And so I'm just going to say what Andreas says, that it is all good.
We're looking forward for future collaborations and the current one, and thank you very much. In the same spirit, we go back a few years, and it's for Barcelona. It happens that some of us like Barcelona, the football team. So we thought about, let's get involved with Barcelona. And Maria Valles, who used to work at the foundation, is here. I don't know if she's here or in the other room. So we actually sent, and it's interesting, we actually sent an email on the general info email. And we didn't hear back at the beginning. After a while, we got a call by Ignacio Mestre Nacho, who used to be the chairman of the foundation. And the rest is history. We started on many programs together about refugee camps, soccer, and using soccer to really help refugees. And through the Barca Foundation, we got involved in the pediatric cancer center at the pediatric hospital in Barcelona, where it's with a history of spanning 150 years. The new pediatric cancer center at SJD, it's the San Joan de Déu. And SJD ranks in the top 5 pediatric hospitals in Europe. And for us, what really made a difference is a paradigm of family-based care and humane approach in treating young patients. And this is evident in all aspects of the hospital's operation, from how family spaces and elements of play are thoughtfully integrated across the hospital. I think you can all see there's a common theme around. To how children are escorted into the operating rooms, even to mastering resources such as the fantastic team of therapy dogs to create the best possible experience for patients and staff. SJD is a true source of inspiration as we develop the SNF University Pediatric Hospital in Thessaloniki, and the design team has already incorporated important lessons from that hospital. As I said, the story is one that started from an email and through Barca. And through Barca, we also had Leo Messi and Panos. I think do you have the picture? I think there's Panos and Leo Messi and his father, Jorge. They have their own foundation, and they committed significant amounts together with us to help build the pediatric wing. And we have a close relationship with the Messi Foundation, and he's doing really great work. So thank you to Barca Foundation, thank you to Messi, among other things, for what he does at the hospital there. And we're going to see a quick 2-minute video, and then I'm going to introduce Manuel de Castillo, who is the managing director at the Barcelona Children's Hospital. Thank you.
This is the story of an enormous dream which came true. A dream of those who fight relentlessly. Of people who look after us with heart and soul. Of people who research so that we can go back to enjoying our childhoods as soon as possible. Of people who hold our hands tight. Of people who take away our worry with laughter. Of people who spoil us so we feel at home. Of people who support us with their kindness. And of people who laid the first stone in this great project. A dream of each and every one of them, for all of us. For those who don't understand yet, but who feel. For those who have had to grow up too soon. For those who have just arrived. For those who are from here, because this is our home and we are very proud of it. And for those who come from afar, because they have a right to opportunity and hope. For those who left us before their time. And for those who don't yet know that they will need it. SJD Pediatric Cancer Center. By all, for all.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Foundation for several reasons. First, for the privilege to be here in this wonderful venue. And second point is because your initiative, the health initiative, wonderful, such great initiative. And also for the support that our hospital has received from your foundation, thanks to which we can open last week the Pediatric Cancer Center Barcelona. That will be one of the biggest cancer center pediatrics in the world. For sure, a referral hospital in advanced therapies, but in humanists. That is the topic that I want to speak today. This is the hospital, the Pediatric Cancer Center. This hospital is part of our SJD Pediatric Hospital, the Barcelona Children's Hospital. We are a pediatric monographic hospital affiliated to the University of Barcelona. We are a private non-profit organization that works for the national health system in Spain. and we are one of the biggest centers in Europe. You can see here some our main figures. Our hospital has been in a process of transformation during the last years, and we have become a global hospital that in this moment receives a lot of patients from over the world. And the key points to achieve this goal, to this transformation, are based in basically these 3 points, all of them related with the quality of the professionals, the knowledge, the talent of the professionals, the humanism, and the commitment with the project and with the organization. But today I want to speak about humanism. For us is the most important point on this transformation. Perhaps we can speak about one thing that perhaps not everybody knows, that a child never forget an hospitalization. And this hospitalization could be or can be a traumatic event for life, or it's possible to create a good experience even in the most difficult times. Perhaps this video can help us. I don't know if we can raise the volume. This is Nora, one of our patients. I don't know if it's possible to listen.
Exponentially our mental strength. The key summary of my message is I wouldn't change my past to avoid cancer, because without the difficult I wouldn't be who I am. I'm proud of myself and about everything they have done to help me. It was difficult, but looking at the balance, there is more weight in optimism, resilience and gratitude.
That Nora says this is that although she passed through a difficult situation with a leukemia, she realized that for she was a real opportunity to grow. And that is our objective. It's not only prevent the negative impact that have the hospitalization in children, but to take advantage of the hospitalization to provide an opportunity, and that is the more important thing that I want to share with you today, is to provide an opportunity that helps patients to grow, to mature, and make them more resilient, more empathetic, and even better person. This is not easy, it's complicated, it's difficult, but it's not impossible. And we have, in the last 20 years, we developed a program that we call Friendly Hospital that have this objective to increase the capacity to children to grow up and to mature. This program, the Friendly Hospital, is based in 4 pillars, the 4 Ps: parents, play, pain-free, and professionals. Parents have to be with children anywhere and any time. They have to be with children, of course, in the rooms, in the wards, have to be with children in the intensive care. In fact, in our boxes, in the intensive care unit, we have 2 beds. One is to children and the other is to parents. Even they have to be in the theaters. And although it was not easy in this moment, the parents can go into the theaters until the children are asleep. Perhaps the video, you can launch the video? Can you launch the video? It is possible?
Cuando un niño llora, su corazón también llora. También lo pasa mal. La angustia te sube todo lo que es la catecolamina, produce hipertensión, produce taquicardia, produce como tal aumento el consumo de oxígeno. Todo eso va creando una situación de angustia que tanto física como psicológicamente afecta al niño y a todo lo que le rodea. Intentar que esto pueda ser lo más minimizado posible, es una labor de todos los que trabajamos en sanidad.
This happens 30 times a day in our hospital and has changed radically the operating room atmosphere. This is very, very important for children and very important for parents. The second P is play. Play, that means that children should continue being children even when they are admitted in a hospital. And therefore it's necessary a lot of things. A cheerful architecture is necessary, for instance, a CT scan that is a rocket, slides from going from one floor to another, hiding animals in the hospital, art therapy, Santa Claus coming down to the hospital, through the hospital facade, in Christmas, etc., etc. All of these kind of things, although it seems a circus, is a part of a project that we are trying to really possible to children enjoy the hospital. The third P is pain, pain-free. Our objective with this program is to decrease or to minimize the pain in all the little procedures in the hospital. And to achieve that, we need, of course, medication like Entonos, as nitrous oxide in the wards, pain distraction, for instance, putting screens in the ceiling of the radiology rooms, musicians. Look the age of the children in this picture. Dogs. We have a staff of dogs. They are very, very useful for patients, especially with special needs like autism. And even we monitorizing the level of pain in our quarter room. You can see here, it's like our control tower that is in the hospital. Perhaps we need another presentation to explain better what is this tower of control. And finally, the 4 P are professionals. Professionals who have to realize the importance that the way they care could have in the future lives of the children. This is really important. In our hospital, we strongly believe in that, in the importance of the way that they care, the professionals. And we always say that the better professionals are like giraffes. It's like a joke. But the giraffe is a very inspiring animal, at least for 3 reasons. The first reason is as the tallest animal in the earth, they have a long view. That means that we need professionals with a long view, with a strategic point of view, that understand, that have the capacity to understand well the global project of the hospital, the global project of humanization, and not only the project of his own department, or their own department. Second reason is giraffes are very social animals. Practically they don't have enemies, and we need professionals with the same great capacity to have good relationships with colleagues, with families, and with patients. And finally, giraffes are the land mammal with the biggest heart, and that means that we need professionals with this big heart, with the capacity to be compassionate and passionate with the project. In summary, we need parents, play, painless, and professionals. In summary, we say that being admitted in a hospital sometimes is inevitable, but suffering because of that is an option. And our job as professionals in pediatric hospitals is to prevent this suffering and even turn the hospitalization into an opportunity to grow. Enjoy the hospital is possible, and I think is our duty. Thank you very much.
We're coming to the close. The last chapter is going to be about 3 major announcements about some new programs and collaborations. But before we go there, we were supposed to have with us Joël Messot. He's a professor and president of the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, ETH Zurich, and Martin Petterli, professor and president of the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. We have recently collaborated with them in a program that they're going to be speaking with us about. Due to COVID, they couldn't be with us today. But it's all about research and technology at the service of humanity. So without further ado, I give you the floor. Thank you both for joining us. And the floor is yours if you would like to say a few words about the program that you have undertaken. And we're very honored and happy to be able to support and be part of it. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. First, I would like to say how touching the various presentations were, and I'm discovering the fundamental works that Stavros Niarchos Foundation is doing. It's very humbling for us to see this. And maybe Joël can say a few words too, I'm sure.
Yes, I want to thank you also for the invitation. And we apologize for not being in presence. We have been so much looking for this, but the little virus has both prohibited both of us to come. As Martin said, this is really impressive what you are doing. And it's bringing so many memories. I just want to mention 2 things that I did when I was in my former function as director of the Paul Scher Institute, where we have launched this big synchrotron in Jordan called Sesame, where the idea was to really gather all the countries together. And that was inaugurated in 2017, I think, by the king and the princess. So I just wanted to mention this, even if it's not the main topic, but it is related to what we are talking today. Maybe just very shortly, the mission of a university can be described very simply. This is to serve society. And what I mean society, for the 2 polytechnical schools, this is not Switzerland, this is the society at large, and this is also the weakest in our society. This is really central to our mission. And we do that through various means, for example, education, research, know-how transfer, and there are essential questions that are now raised. How do we promote this know-how transfer as fast as possible in the future? How do we enhance the acceptance of such technologies, which is becoming a huge issue? How to educate the necessary workforce? And I guess those are 3 questions that are also central to SNF. And just want to give you a few examples of how we proceed. So maybe 2 central topics, one in the health sector, which is the central for SNF, and the other one in the sector of development. So we have a long tradition to work with a unit called ETH for Development, ETH4D, together with the Swiss Department of Foreign Affairs. And in the health sector, we have introduced recently a master in medicine, and we have programs around tumor profilers where we develop new technologies and the use of AI, for example. The first results are really spectacular. Just want to say a few words about the COVID time, because that was so interesting for a university like ours. First of all, the mental health that you discussed today is indeed an enormous issue, also in our universities. Imagine we have students who came to Zurich International who have no connections to anyone. The damages done to their health, mental health can be enormous. So we had put special programs together. During COVID, we launched 70 projects with the hospitals nearby. And there is one I would like to mention, because it's just exemplary of what you try to do. When you remember at the beginning, 2 years ago, there was a big question: do we have enough respirators for the world? And we said at ETH we want to create a cheap respirator that is affordable worldwide, so something that costs less than $1,000 per piece. And we did that within a few months. And the irony is that this product was, and you understand why I say was, produced in Ukraine. And after the breakout of the war, of course, the situation has changed completely, and they are using these respirators for other means than for COVID, as you can imagine. Maybe another point that's connecting to SNF, the Cybathlon. I know that Robert Sriner is part of the audience here. This is an initiative that we launched a few years ago under his leadership, where we bring together about 100 teams worldwide, and where newest technologies are developed and competed against other teams for people with strong handicaps. Finally, we don't forget all the ethical questions, because I mentioned these around the health issues, because Effie Baena is also in your audience today. Martin, maybe you want to say a few words about what we started with ICRC.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. Maybe just also to give a little bit of background. So similar to ETH, we have, of course, a unit that works on technology adapted for low and middle income countries. And as a group is called Essential Tech, and has worked for many years in taking technologies that is relatively standard in Europe, but is not available in developing countries. So, for example, they developed an X-ray machine, which is very resilient, is not dependent on having constant power supply, can be maintained easily, and so on, and is much more affordable than X-ray machines that you would not see in low and middle income countries. For another example, which was actually done with the ICRC, so I come to the ICRC story next, is development of prostheses, which are much more adapted to the patients, and with a new manufacturing method and measurement method and so on, and which was adopted by the ICRC in zones of conflict. Maybe back to just quickly to COVID, even though everybody would like to forget about COVID. So we are in the middle of it right now in Switzerland again. Together, the two schools, ETH and EPFL, developed a contact tracing method that was actually widely deployed. It was an open source project, and it was the basis for contact tracing to try to do the following of the epidemiology during the crisis in an efficient way. And this raised also for that particular application. This being said, one reason we are here is a program we do together with the International Red Cross, which is based in Geneva, and both schools have a long-standing interaction with the ICRC. And it turns out ICRC is actually quite technologically sophisticated. They are in environments that are, of course, extremely dangerous, but also exposed, for example, to data leaks, to spying on their reserves of knowledge about refugees and so on. And so, members of our schools have worked for a number of years on projects, for example, on this topic and others. And so this has led to a combined program that we have launched a couple of years ago, and which is now in the second phase with a number of calls and so on. And this is actually, we feel, a very interesting program where we reach out to regions of conflicts with an organization that is extremely well present in these regions.
I wanted to really thank you both, because we are running a bit late. But I really wanted to thank you, first of all, for the collaboration. We're very happy to be able to support your project. And again, I think it's a big theme about bringing science and technology to society, bringing it to the people in an impactful way. So thank you for the opportunity for us to be part of that effort, and we thank you for joining us today. Sorry we missed you coming here, but maybe next time.
Next time.
We will come soon to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great meeting. Bye.
So we are at the end, at the last chapter, which in many ways is a very important chapter, and because again of the time constraints. So there are we're going to be announcing 3 big initiatives. 2 of them in the area of mental health, as we discussed. We believe a lot that this is a real issue and a real problem that we can all contribute for the next, not only decade, but for the next decades. And one about the infectious disease research. So first I'd like to invite Dr. Harold Koplovich to join me. We're going to talk about our first initiative. So we spoke about the importance of mental health. We spoke about our amazing collaboration with Dr. Koplovich going back, again, almost a quarter of a century. We have been supporting programs in the mental health area. And we have become friends also. And friends that come out of working together. They're very strong friendships. And we have our New York lunches, which sometimes go long, but good ideas come out of them. So during the last year, as we're coming out of COVID, we're talking about mental health issues and the need for mental health support. And we both agreed to think big. And out of these discussions and a lot of back and forth, we are very happy to announce the new SNF CMI Global Center on Children's Mental Health, which is going to be based in New York. But I wanted to let Dr. Koplovich describe a bit the program. And the idea always is an open platform, because we talk about a lot of initiatives. And I think most of our grantees and what we try to do is collaborate with projects that are really open platform for the whole society, for everybody to benefit. And what we saw also here in Greece is, as you saw before, this collaboration in Greece will act as a blueprint for the Global Center. But I'll leave the floor to Dr. Koplovich.
Well, I think this Global Center grew out of 3 things. One is your remarkable vision and Stavros Niarchos Foundation's generosity. And literally at lunch, Andreas must be the only person that I've ever met who told me that I should lean in. Most people who know me say, step back. And so he really thought about what 9/11, the mental health ramifications for the kids of New York City lasted about 4 years. It took 4 years for us to leave the school mental health programs that we started immediately after 9/11. And our prediction is that it's going to be at least a decade for kids to bounce back from the mental health effects of COVID. So that was one. And then number 2 was the fact that our Greek Child Mental Health Initiative, while challenging, has been remarkably rewarding. And as I said earlier, I think could be a template for other countries in Europe and possibly the world. And last is the need. The need is staggering. The state of children's mental health in the world was alarming before COVID. In fact, we knew that in the United States, where we watched the number of hospital visits, that kids and teenagers in particular who are going to hospitals for suicidal thought or suicidal behavior went from 600,000 a year to 1.2 million in 2018. So pre-COVID, we had kids coming every 30 seconds. One child was showing up in a hospital in New York. And that the death rate from suicide jumped from 5,000 to 6,600. So it is, and worldwide, the leading cause of death for young people is suicide. That's totally unacceptable. And it's particularly that most of those deaths occur in low and middle income countries. So the need for a global center for child and adolescent mental health is quite evident, and the vision should be that we should finally pay as much attention, give as much resources, as much respect to a child's mental health as we do to their physical health.
Thank you. Would you like to talk just briefly about the 6 pillars of the project? Because I think it's important.
Speaking about transparency and also openness, while we want to improve access and improve quality of care and improve equity of care, I think it's important that we need to recognize that what we did here together with partners in Greece is to build region and countrywide needs assessments that are of the country, but simultaneously transparent to their ministries and to their health systems to know what the need is. And we also need to adopt and adapt informational resources that are culturally sensitive. And that is important because if people don't realize that these disorders are real, common, and treatable, that these are the most common disorders of childhood and adolescence. People, there are in the United States, we have 7 million kids who suffer from asthma. There are 7 million kids who have a peanut allergy. There's 200,000 a year who have diabetes and 15,000 who have cancer. But there's 17 million kids who have a mental health disorder. And the situation, the numbers are actually worse globally. We also think we need to test technology. We need to come up with new apps and devices because there are going to be lots of kids who are not going to be able to get to a clinic. And if we don't think out of the box, we're not going to be able to solve this solution. When Dr. Koulouvaris was speaking earlier, the shortage of child mental health professionals is great. There are so few. There are 8,500 child psychiatrists in the United States, and there are 17 million kids. The math doesn't work unless we make this army much larger. And then we also think we need to create fellowships for researchers, for clinicians, and we have to identify these new leaders and communicators in low and middle income countries so that there's a network of leadership that is true. And last, we really think we need to enhance global collaborations. We have to have non-conferences, that are Zoomed around the world. We need to have gatherings that are particularly good at destigmatizing mental health disorders. We have spent a lot of funds at the Child Mind Institute on doing May campaigns of how to destigmatize, how to get influencers to tell us their stories. We have one in 2017 that was called #MyYoungerSelf. When COVID came around, we had one hashtag, We Thrive Inside. This past year, we did Dare to Share. And it's truly amazing that this last month of May, starting with Pink, talking about her anxiety, our U.S. Surgeon General talking about being bullied as a child, and how when you open up and tell someone something is wrong, change can happen. That 1 month, we got 10 billion media impressions. We used to get 3 billion or 4 billion. So the need is great. There is a need for parents to find a resource where they can find out information that's scientifically sound, that's not pharmaceutically industry funded, that's not funded by anybody else but science. And I think that's going to be one of the most important things to build those kind of collaborations with translations, with true global collaboration. So I'm so glad that we're partners, and I treasure, by the way, not only our friendship, but those endless lunches where you tell me I should be more assertive. So,
and I think given the needs, as you described, we may have to have more lunches and think even bigger. But it's a big initiative, and thank you, and we are very honored to have this collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you. So staying in the field of mental health, we have been in constant discussion with Sander Marks and Joseph Gogos at Columbia University. And here I want to say thank you to ex-Prime Minister Andreas. He's the one who put us in contact, and he was worried about the mental health overall also. Joseph is Greek, that also helped about making connections and talking about issues that worries us all. So I want to invite Sander to come here to discuss a bit on the new initiative, which we're going to be announcing officially very, very soon. And it's going to be called the SNF Center on Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health at Columbia University.
Thank you, Andreas, for, first of all, showing what a tremendous amount of investment you personally and the foundation have made into mental health projects. It's really extraordinary. And thank you for the lunch 2.5 years ago when we sat together. Lunch is a common theme, and I remember this very vividly. Joseph and I were there, and I said, Joseph, who's this Andreas mythical guy? And you come on, and around the corner comes a guy on a scooter, and it was you. And you sat down, and you graciously gave us your time, and you gave us our running orders and our instructions at the time. I remember this very vividly. You said, why does this need to happen? Why is this important? So we talked about that. And then you said, well, why does it need to... Mental health, obviously, you agreed is a priority, but why at Columbia? And I was sort of giving you my best sell, which is the truth, which is that Columbia is uniquely positioned, as we believe it, to lead a center for precision psychiatry, because we have arguably one of the, if not the top psychiatry department, the top neurology department, and certainly the top neuroscience department. But the crosstalk between the three of those and the idea of combining the expertise amongst those three to something greater than the sum of its parts, to truly have an opportunity to create a new field, the field of precision psychiatry, and by partnering with New York State, a public mental health system larger than any in the United States, from which you can then catapult into the world and find vulnerable populations and combat social inequality and create a new form of mental health, what better place than Columbia? And I remember you taking it in, and you looked at us and you said, okay, well, let's take the time to get it right. And you said, I ask for time, because if we do this, we got to do it right. And so here we are now, and I think we're about to do it right. So we're very excited, we're very honored, we're very inspired. Dr. Gogos, Dr. Kushner, my co-directors here, Dr. Axel from Columbia. We're very grateful, and this is going to be an extraordinary opportunity for us to try to create a new field as we know it.
Thank you. Would you like to say just a few words on the precision part of it?
Yes.
On the precision part of it, and also the help from the genome, side of the.
Yes. Yes. So as a lot of you in the audience might know, precision medicine, or precision as a word within the field of medicine, is a buzzword now that gets a lot of airplay, if you will. Precision medicine is based on the notion that you can customize care to the individual by using novel technologies. And so what precision psychiatry means is that you essentially take a precision medicine-based approach and that you essentially tailor novel treatments to the individual sitting in front of you in your office. And what that requires is that you have an understanding of the underlying cause of the individual sitting in front of you who's presenting with a mental struggle or a mental condition. So you have to focus on the causes, like genetic causes, like you're referencing, or autoimmune causes that can present as mental illness. And so you need to use novel technologies to find out, for the person sitting in front of you specifically, in N of 1, the individual person right there, what is that person's condition and what is causing that condition right now. And then once you know that, you can tailor your treatment and your search for treatments to targeting that specific mechanism of disease in that individual's condition. And the idea is that the more precise, hence the word precision, the more precisely you target your treatment to the cause, the greater your chance is that you have a larger efficacy and that you can alleviate suffering. So that's true for all of medicine, but for psychiatry this has not been realized, and we believe the time is exactly now, because of the technological advancements and the opportunities and the momentum and collaborations with you, to truly implement this in psychiatry.
And maybe, because I think that makes it really, really special, say a few words about the Zuckerman Institute and about neuroscience and about also the New York psychiatry collaboration that you have.
Yes.
Captive.
The Zuckerman Mind-Brain Behavior Institute is undoubtedly houses the best department of neuroscience. I'm clearly biased. I'm at Columbia, but the knowledge capital and the people that work there are the brightest in the field. For us, it's a privilege to be partially basing our center at ZMBBI, the name of the institute, also designed by the same architect as this building. And to work with some of the greatest minds and trying to work towards clinical impacts is going to be one of the greatest privileges of our careers. But to have that kind of knowledge base in collaborative construction with us is going to be vital, absolutely vital. In terms of the partnership with New York State, that's another key partner. The Department of Psychiatry at Columbia is unique in that it is actually technically housed in a building called the New York State Psychiatric Institute, which means it's the Department of Psychiatry, which is part of the Columbia private hospital system, is also part of the New York State system. And the New York State system tends to take care of the most vulnerable, least fortunate individuals who come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, oftentimes who have usually more challenging lives and go through really rough things. So the New York State system has to take care of some of the sickest and most vulnerable in the New York State system. So Columbia Psychiatry is housed in a building that's part of that state system, and our department's building, the New York State Psychiatric Institute, is the flagship site of New York State's public mental health system. Because of this positioning, our center will be directly engaging throughout the entire New York State system to find the most vulnerable and sickest patients who usually have the least and try to tailor the treatment specifically to those individuals. So we think the New York State is a key partner to find the patients that need the care the fastest and the most. And from there, we hope to expand throughout the world and sort of take that model and take that global and worldwide.
And always, as we say, under the open platform.
Yes,
basis.
always.
Because I think it's very important. Sometimes we take it for granted.
Exactly.
But I think it's a big issue about having open platform.
Completely agree.
So thank you very much to
It's
you,
a pleasure.
Dr. Gogos, Dr. Kirsten, Dr. Axel, everybody, for the collaboration. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And then last but not least, we have a long relationship with Rockefeller University for many years, and we also contributed to the new campus. And recently, after COVID, we spoke a lot about the need. What do we do about the next virus, and what do we do about infectious diseases overall? And the Rockefeller University is a unique research center. If it was a country with all the Nobel Prize winners, it would be, I think, in the top 5 or top 7 countries of the world. I mean, the human capital is unbelievable, and the research. And they do have their own internal hospital, which always helps to bring science into the clinical area. And again, we have been partners for over 2 decades. So it was an easy call when they came with the idea to start a new institute for global infectious disease research for us to say yes and to collaborate. And Dr. Barry Kohler is here, who runs the hospital within the Rockefeller University, to talk a bit about the initiative.
So thank you very much. So we just showed show another version of the beautiful Stavros Niarchos Foundation, David Rockefeller River Campus, which is really a fantastic addition to our institution and really reflects Andreas's important role, leadership role on the Board of Trustees and the support of the foundation for our institution. And just say, I just want to add my deep admiration for the health initiative and its transformative effect on Greece's medical infrastructure and health, but really globally now. And I just want to emphasize that we share the core values of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. And I know that Andreas has summed up the health initiative in a single word: humanity. And our institution was founded 120 years ago with the motto, science for the benefit of humanity. So for 120 years, we've been focused on trying to actually do that. And we think that medical research is really a key element in achieving social justice. Since it really has the potential to have an impact on the lives of people around the world. We're really thrilled about the new institute, and we just want to emphasize that the scientific founders of the Rockefeller Institute knew the central truth that has been painfully reinforced for the last 2.5 years, No one on this planet is safe unless everyone is safe. We're all in this together. Infectious disease has actually been the primary focus of our institution since its founding, and including having developed the first treatment for African sleeping sickness back in 1920, vaccine for yellow fever, and also the HIV cocktail therapy by Dr. David Ho, which has had a tremendous impact. Just say that we have an enormous amount of infectious disease research ongoing right now. The director of the Institute will be Dr. Charlie Rice, who's world-famous Nobel laureate, whose work on hepatitis C led to cures for hepatitis C, and that's why he was so recognized for his work. Michelle Nussenzweig, who will be one of the co-directors, has done groundbreaking research. And here he's taken the patients, the very few patients who are making good antibodies against HIV, and his lab developed methods to actually find those antibodies and then produce them in mass amounts so that they could actually be given to patients. And those are now in therapy around in many clinical studies. And that exact same technology is what we were able to do at Rockefeller when the COVID epidemic occurred. We very rapidly were able to find patients who could come to our hospital and to be studied, and we could actually take their blood, find the antibodies that they were making, and then in less than a year begin clinical trials at Rockefeller to test those antibodies for their effectiveness. And I think having our research hospital, we're the only private research hospital in the United States, and there's only one public research hospital, and that's the one at the National Institutes of Health. And that gives us the opportunity to really focus precisely on making sure that what I consider my job, making sure that every discovery at Rockefeller has its very best chance of having an impact on human health. And so we also have experts, Dr. Leslie Vosshall, who works on mosquitoes and how they actually appreciate odors with a view toward having an impact on trying to prevent mosquito-borne illness. With the climate change, we know that mosquito-borne illness is going to increasingly be a major problem. Vince Fischetti works on a very interesting set of molecules that come from the viruses that invade bacteria, using those very same molecules as antibiotics. And since these have been involved in evolution over hundreds of millions of years, it's a lot more difficult for the bacteria to escape from these antibiotics, which are really novel. And we now can use CRISPR technology. Dr. Jeremy Rock is using CRISPR technology to look at every one of the genes in tuberculosis, in Mycobacterium tuberculosis, to see if we can find any one of those genes that might be a better target for therapies. So I think that it's a combination of our scientific strength to begin with, but also the ability to very rapidly move things forward. We, under our past two presidents, Dr. Lifton and Dr. Mark Tessier-Levine, we have had a dramatic expansion of the infrastructure to allow scientists, basic scientists, to very quickly move their findings into the clinic. And I think that's another really key element. And just comment that we're very proud of our publications at Rockefeller. They are very important to us, but that's what I would call bench to bookshelf. And what we want to do is make sure that we get back to the bedside. And I think this is really the obligation and the commitment that we've made to try to move the field forward.
Thank you very much, and we're honored to again collaborate for the benefit of society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
So we are late, but we are done for this session. Nostos continues. I guess you have the program. The program should be on the screens all around. I think the program continues at the alternative stage. And thank you all for coming. Thank you.